Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 39(1) of the Access to Information Act, a special report of the Information Commissioner entitled Investigation into an Access to Information Request for the Long Gun Registry.
This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor-General signed by his own hand. Monsieur le Président,
a message from His Excellency the Governor-General signed by his own hand.
His Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A of the sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2016, and, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act, 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général transmet à la Chambre.
His Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A, funds necessary for the administration of the federal government for the year ending March 31st, 2016, and pursuant to the Constitution Act 1867, recommends these to the House of Commons.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I'm just hoping, Mr. Speaker, that a page will arrive to accept these documents. Otherwise, it will be a very bad thing. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Convention Concerning Minimum Age for Admission to Employment, done at Geneva on the 26th of June, 1973. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty. Monsieur le Président, au nom du ministre...
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, and pursuant to the Standing Order 32, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaty on the Convention Concerning the Minimum Age of Admission to Employment, made in Geneva, June 6th, 1973, accompanied by other documents.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Declaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. L'honorable député de la Salle.
Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women concerning the study of the main estimates 2015-2016.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to the main estimates 2015-16.
Well, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
To present in both official languages the 21st report, Mr. Speaker. We have met 76 times in this session of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to the study of the main estimates for 2016. A very hard-working committee. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages concerning the main estimates 2015-2016. Vote 1 under Office of the Commissioner of Official Languages.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and there have been consultations between the parties, and I believe that you will, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that in the opinion of the House, and in advance of the 20th anniversary of the Srebrenica genocide on 11th of July 2015, Parliament should A, reaffirm support for the former motion M416 passed in the House of Commons on the 19th of October 2010, which recognized July 11th annually as Srebrenica Remembrance Day in Canada, and B, include the Srebrenica genocide and the Srebrenica Remembrance Day as part of the Genocide Remembrance Condemnation Awareness Month every April going forth, as supported by the House in motion M587, passed by the Parliament 24th of April 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions, motion. Sending petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today that sadly informs the House that Rael McDonald was tragically killed by a drunk driver that chose to drive while impaired. Rael's family was devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have had a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. It is the #1 cause of criminal death in Canada, where 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. Families for Justice are calling for mandatory sentences for vehicular homicide and for this Parliament to support C-652, Cassandra's Law. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of more than 100 constituents calling on the House to pass Motion 529. Now, Motion 529 would call on the government to work with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and seniors organizations to develop a national strategy on aging. And this would deal with secure public health care, reducing out-of-pocket health expenses, establishing appropriate policies for seniors' housing, income security, and basically ensuring that seniors' issues are addressed by this government, also with the creation of a seniors' advocate to monitor these changes. I'm pleased to submit this on behalf of my constituents, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to present several petitions with hundreds of signatures from people in and around Guelph who feel that multinational seed companies are replacing the immense diversity of farmer seeds with industrial varieties through an increasing number of patented seeds, and that UPOV 91 will deter or outlaw the saving and exchanging of seeds between farmers, all of which affects both Canadian farmers and peasant farmers in third world countries. They ask Canada to adopt policies internationally and here at home in Canada, of course, that support small farmers and especially women, and that ensure the exchange and preservation of seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituents, calling on the government to both adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers and ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions. The first from Canadians who are telling us very clearly that feminine hygiene products are essential to the lives of Canadian women, and that paying the GST on these products contributes to a financial burden on Canadian households, and therefore request that the Government of Canada withdraw the GST from feminine hygiene products. And the second is from constituents who are very concerned about the plans to end door-to-door mail delivery. They, and rightly so, tell us that that this is an important service, particularly for seniors and persons living with disabilities, that the loss of 8,000 good-paying jobs is absolutely unacceptable, and the loss of a service that should absolutely be supported by this House is a travesty. And they call on the Government of Canada to stop the devastating cuts to our postal service and to end this notion that somehow we should do without our Canadian postal service.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to see our honourable colleague from Fredericton back in the House. I rise to table a petition, unfortunately, a sad case that informed also the 19-year-old Kendra Cole, who was tragically killed by a drunk driver that chose to drive while impaired. Kendra's family is devastated. As we heard from one of the previous petitioners, there's an organization called Families for Justice. It's a group of Canadians who have had a loved one killed by impaired driving. Did some research, and a lot of people probably are not aware there's over 1,200 Canadians now killed every year by drunk drivers. Families for Justice are calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide and for this Parliament to support Bill C-652, Cassandra's Law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Pétition, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling a petition signed by many constituents of Winnipeg North that are very upset with the Prime Minister's decision to reduce the age of retirement or to increase the age from 65 to 67, Mr. Speaker. They're asking for the Prime Minister to reconsider and to allow Canadians to continue to have the option to retire at the age of 65 and receive their old age pension, Mr. Speaker. They also believe that the people should be able to have that retirement option at 65, and the government not in any way diminish the importance and the value of Canada's three major pension programs, the OAS, GIS, and CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Pétition, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by many residents of my great riding of Kitchener-Waterloo. This petition highlights and underscores the importance of respecting the right of small-scale family farmers to preserve, exchange, and use seeds. Thank you.
Petitions, the
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to table in this House a petition signed by dozens of citizens of Ontario, particularly the Oshawa region, who are very concerned about the end of home mail delivery and who say to this House that they want to keep home mail delivery at each and every home. There's no financial or economic reason that is credible why we would be the only G7 country that is not able to have home mail delivery.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions from residents within Saanich Gulf Islands. The first is calling on the House to develop and promote a national pharmacare plan that would include, among other things, a bulk purchasing agency at the federal level to ensure that by bulk purchasing of drugs, the price can be brought down for provincial healthcare systems. The second, Mr. Speaker, is also from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, Salt Spring Islands, Sydney, Brentwood Bay, calling on the government to put in place a carbon price through the means of fee and dividend, where a fee is charged at the pollution source and the dividend is returned equally to every Canadian.
Petitions, Pétition, the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition on behalf of people in my riding in the Labrador West area who's unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, are seeing cuts to their postal services. And they're asking that Canada Post Corporation not downgrade their service and leave the community with reduced levels of postal service. They're calling up on the Government of Canada to instruct Canada Post to maintain and improve postal services and to cease any proposal to reduce hours and diminish service to the residents of Labrador West.
Petitions, Pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je propose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that in relation to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures, that not more than 2 further days shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of time provided for consideration of second reading stage of the bill, at the end of the second day, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
The motion moved by the Government House Leader and seconded by Mr. Oliver, that in relationship to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21, 2015, and other measures, not more than 2 further sitting days shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and A, que 15 minutes
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill at the second day, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the Chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Debate. The honourable leader in the House for the official opposition.
Well, it's another sad day, Mr. Speaker. This is the 96th time that this government has used closure or time allocation in this Parliament. And there's no comparison. You can't compare it with any other government. In Canada, there has never been a government that has abused time allocation and closure as much as this government. And, Mr. Speaker, this shows an arrogance but also incompetence, because many of these bills that the government has rammed through the House of Commons have been struck down by the courts afterward. So what's happening is the courts are striking these down because the government isn't properly studying these bills.
96th time in this Parliament, which is the worst record of all time, 3 times worse than any previous government, bringing in closure and time allocation, Mr. Speaker. And the government is going to say, well, we're trying to do this for veterans. Now, you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, they brought in, after years of neglect of our nation's veterans, after years of just refusing, cutting back on services, treating our nation's veterans with disdain, they finally introduced a bill that would help to improve the situation, Bill C-58. And, Mr. Speaker, that has sat on the order paper all week. For days, the NDP has been standing up, asking for unanimous consent to get C-58 for veterans into committee so veterans can actually start getting the relief that is called for. And instead, this government is saying, no, we're now going to make them wait even longer with C-59, Mr. Speaker. So the question is very simple. Why are they playing so many games with veterans? And secondly, why don't they heed the message from Alberta? And instead of showing such arrogance and incompetence, why don't they work with the opposition parties so they can get good legislation that's not rejected by the courts?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-59 is our government's reaction to the job situation. It's a balanced budget that will promote job creation, growth, and security. The bill contains measures that were set out in our Economic Action Plan 2015. A good number of these measures focus on long-term prosperity for Canada. It's important. There are a lot of diverse measures in this bill, and there's nothing unusual about that.
Our Conservative government places the highest priority on making sure veterans and their families have the support and the services they need when they need them. Our government made significant progress in key areas such as long-term financial security, increased family support, and removing barriers of eligibility for certain financial benefits. Canadian Armed Force veterans who are moderately to seriously disabled as a result of their service will soon have additional benefits after age 65, new money to support family caregivers, and those from the Canadian Reserve Forces will receive fair financial benefits from VAC. These new initiatives are evidence of our government's commitment to ensuring that Canadian veterans and their families are treated with care, compassion and respect.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we once again have time allocation on the government's financial piece of legislation that ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I would argue is unfair. The Minister of Finance needs to recognize the reality that his taxation policies are to the advantage of Canada's wealthiest, and he is asking Canada's middle class to pay for that tax giveaway. Mr. Speaker, this is not a budget that is dealing with or has any concept of what it really takes in order to have economic job growth. There's a lot of contrast, and this is the reason why we need to have a thorough debate on this budget, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you an example. The contrast that the Liberal Party would be proposing will make the tax system fairer and cut the middle-class tax rate by 7%. That's a $3 billion tax cut for those who need it the most, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal plan will also provide one bigger, fair tax-free monthly check to help families with the high cost of raising their kids. My question to the Minister of Finance, why does he not recognize how unfair his tax proposals are to the middle class and those that are aspiring to become a part of Canada's middle class, and instead adopt good, solid, fair taxation policy, Mr. Speaker, and stimulate Canada's economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that our budget will provide benefits primarily to low and income families, and we'll do that in a number of ways. The family benefit program, of course, will overwhelmingly benefit low and middle income Canadians. 2/3 of the benefits will go to them, 25% to families earning less than $30,000. The tax-free savings account are a wonderful way for middle-class and lower-income Canadians to save for their kids' education and for their retirement. And that's why 11 million Canadians have a TFSA, with the vast majority low and middle income earners. 60% of those who contributed the maximum earn less than $60,000 a year. So it is amazing, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP and the Liberals would take away the TFSA increases, robbing the middle class and seniors of an extra opportunity to save.
Before I proceed, I've allowed a little flexibility on the first two questions. From now on, I'll be holding all members and both questions and responses to 1 minute. The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell the Finance Minister that this is the House of Commons in the Parliament of Canada. He's not speaking to the media or the hustings. This is Parliament. We are members who are accountable to our constituents, and the Minister is giving speeches that have already been said in the past. We're talking about the 96th time allocation, which prevents members from debating everything in this bill. The government has no conscience, no awareness of the impact of the decisions it's making.
And doubling down. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? When you're doubling down constantly, in the end, we end up losing. And this is what's going to happen to this Conservative government.
Honourable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Finance Minister.
This bill will be of benefit to all Canadians. This bill will be debated in this House, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to do that. And we're very pleased about our commitment to introduce many tax measures that will benefit Canadians. Our commitment to introduce balanced budget legislation does just that. Our commitment to strengthening the Canadian Labour Code. Our commitment to providing benefits to families, to providing tax relief to small businesses who are the basic generator of employment. 50% of small business, 50% of employment is created by small businesses. The previous Liberal government, their budget bill contained dozens and dozens of different pieces of legislation, and may I say, it's not the committee study that the opposition really cares about. It's that they want to stop the necessary and vital economic reforms in this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Sure, it's good to see the Minister of Finance in the House of Commons answering questions. That was in the past, in fact, something that Ministers of Finance did on a regular basis because they were accountable to Parliament. They felt that in participating in question period and responding to questions was actually part of their job. We hope that this participation in the House of Commons and accountability to Parliament becomes more of a regular occurrence for this minister, who has only participated in 7 question periods in 2015, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the minister is: this Budget Implementation Act contains Nixonian changes to ATIP legislation to try to cover up the information that Canadians deserve about the long gun registry. It changes the Copyright Act. It actually brings in new parliamentary security. But with all these things that have nothing to do with the economy, why isn't the minister actually focused on providing Canadians with a plan for jobs and growth at a time when the Canadian economy has flatlined?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, the last time I attended a question period, the Liberal opposition had no questions for me. The previous time there were 7 questions, which I was pleased to answer, and I will of course continue to do that. But it's also my responsibility to communicate to Canadians around the country about the measures that we are proposing for the budget bill, and I've been doing that from coast to coast. In respect to the long gun registry, our Conservative government has fulfilled its commitment to end the wasteful and ineffective registry once and for all. It was still possible to access outdated copies of the long gun registry through access to information legislation. The will of Parliament has been clear, and all copies of the registry were to be destroyed. This technical amendment will address it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular bill contains a provision which is very important to the protection of Canadian intellectual property, which is the extension of privilege to patent agents in Canada. This is something that the Intellectual Property Institute of Canada has been lobbying for close to a decade, and my colleague, who is a patent agent in this field, Heather Mueller, who is part of the this particular committee, talked about how her colleagues actually cried tears of joy when they saw this, because it has such an impact on our country's ability to protect intellectual property. I'm wondering if my colleague could explain why it's so important to pass this bill in a timely measure, especially given this particular clause.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I thank the Minister of State for her question and for the great work she's doing for Canadians. Our government is dedicated to cutting red tape and supporting businesses, and that's why we created a statutory privilege to protect confidential communication between intellectual property agents and their clients. These changes will help Canadian businesses to avoid costly litigation and remain competitive. We're also listening to businesses and making sure that our intellectual property system responds to their needs. And that's why we've cut red tape and made it easier for businesses to use Canada's intellectual property system and to seek the legal protections they deserve.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again in dismay to find that an omnibus budget bill is being pushed through with limitation of debate in what was supposed to be our second day here in discussing the legislation. I also, as other colleagues have noted, note that this omnibus bill contains many measures which have nothing to do with the purview of the Minister of Finance, who is here to answer questions about limiting debate. I don't know how we're going to adequately get to the multiple levels, different bills. Particularly, I'm concerned, as other members have mentioned, about these very bizarre retroactive changes to remove a situation in law back to not only when before a bill was passed, but to the point where it was first introduced in referring to the long gun registry. Professor Kazmierski from Carleton has noted that to see that the same government is now using omnibus legislation to introduce retroactive limitations on our already limited access rights and potentially to eliminate access to a material that we currently would have had access should be alarming to anyone concerned about the effectiveness of our democratic process. So my question to the Minister is, will this bill be split into many pieces? Will multiple committees be studying it? And will we have time to ensure, and I don't see how we can, that we adequately study, for instance, the security of Parliament Hill?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
There will be, Mr. Speaker, ample time to debate this measure, and I'll just repeat again in respect to the long gun registry. Our Conservative government was pleased to end the wasteful and ineffective registry once and for all. Due to a bureaucratic loophole, it was still possible to access outdated copies of the registry through access to information. This clearly goes against the will of Parliament that all copies of the registry should be destroyed. The technical amendment reinforces this point. As to the omnibus bill, it supports our balanced budget, low-tax plan for jobs, growth, and security. All the measures in the budget implementation bill were in the Economic Action Plan 2015, and many of the measures are tax-related, and they accomplish our key goal of long-term prosperity and security.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance is missing the point, Mr. Speaker. The problem is if there was a loophole with the long gun registry, you don't correct it through an omnibus finance bill, budget implementation bill. You make a standalone bill. This procedurally is wrong because the Public Security Committee will not be able to propose and adopt amendments. They might make recommendations. They'll go back to finance. It has nothing to do with it. So isn't he a bit ashamed to be part of the government that will have done 96 time allocation to force down the throat of Canadians? Whatever their policy, their promises, that's fine, but do it properly.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not unlike other omnibus bills. It includes various measures, and there's nothing exceptional about that.
Plan for low taxes, jobs, growth, and security. The bill is balanced fiscally and it's balanced socially. This is in contrast to the refusal of the opposition to support any of these job-creating measures. And there's nothing new, and I'll reiterate this again because the point doesn't seem to be getting across to the opposition. There is nothing new or groundbreaking in this practice.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sad because every time there's time allocation, members don't get the opportunity to speak to the bill. This is the most important bill of the year, and my region is experiencing high unemployment. There's a lot of problems in the aluminum industry. I have a lot to say about this bill, but unfortunately the government is preventing me from taking the floor to fully debate this. So I have a question for the Conservative government. Why is there such a lack of respect for members of Parliament? We're elected to represent our citizens, and after the next election, there'll be 338 of us. It'll be even harder to speak. The Honourable Finance Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as I said, there's been enough time for debate over this bill. This bill contains a lot of measures that will create benefits for all Canadians, including constituents from the members riding opposite. Our Economic Action Plan proposes to change the way small businesses are financed in Canada. This is a good example of the benefits of this bill. This will allow more small businesses to apply for financing and get bigger loans. These changes were proposed by stakeholders and could give rise to $100 million more in loans. In addition, our government continues to encourage growth and the success of small business in Canada.
I come onside the honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate that debate on this bill is going to be limited because there's so many Canadians that are not getting anything from this bill, and they want to have a voice to the government. People in the north, why is there no northern strategy by the government opposite? We hear of people looking in dumps in the north for food because it's not affordable to them. We hear of people sleeping in vans and tents in minus 40-degree temperatures because there is no housing for them. We hear of people going without proper medical care because they don't have access to it. I asked the minister, why no northern strategy? Why no strategy for Inuit people across the north? Why is your government not doing anything to help those who need it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that our government has transferred to the provinces and territories record amounts. In fact, since we took office, the amount has increased by 63% over that of the previous government. Funding for health care, funding for social programs, funding for equalization. There's also money for social housing. And, of course, we've brought down taxes for all Canadians and taken 1 million Canadians off the tax rolls. Our Prime Minister has placed a priority in the North that we have never seen before in Canadian history, and we're all proud of that.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada's seniors, like those in my riding of Oakville, have helped build and make our country great. That is why I'm proud that no government in Canadian history has done more to stand up for seniors than this Conservative government. For example, we enhanced the New Horizons for Seniors program to combat elder abuse and engage seniors in their communities. We put money back into the pockets of seniors by legislating pension income splitting and by introducing the largest GIS increase in over 25 years. We cut taxes, removed 380,000 low-income seniors from the tax rolls completely, and we created the landmark tax-free savings account. My question for the Minister of Finance is, what will the budget bill do to support Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that significant question and for his commitment to seniors in Oakville and indeed around the country. I'm pleased to assure the member that with Budget 2015, we're introducing a new home accessibility tax credit to provide seniors the ability to stay in their homes longer if they choose. We're also giving seniors more choice when it comes to managing their retirement income by reducing the minimum withdrawal requirements for registered retirement income funds. What's more, we're proudly increasing the tax-free savings account annual contribution limits to $10,000. About 600,000 seniors across Canada age 65 and over with incomes below $60,000 are currently maxing out on their TFSA room. This is a measure that will primarily benefit low and middle income Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important venture, and these initiatives will benefit seniors right across Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jean-de-Bar.
It's a shame that we're in this situation where we're here debating the use of time allocation for the 96th time, and rather than responding to why that is, why this government feels that there's no need to debate any of their bills, we're getting speeches on cherry-picked items from this budget. The question of this debate is, why are we again, for the 96th time, in time allocation for a budget bill, arguably the most important document that we will debate in this House as it affects all Canadians? Why are we not giving it its just time to have a fulsome debate by as many members of this House that want to participate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we're continually hearing throughout the past half hour complaints from the opposition that there's no opportunity to debate. Well, perhaps if they ask questions on measures in this bill, we could discuss them with a little more depth. But all they want to talk about is the fact that they don't have an opportunity to talk while they're talking. Our government is focused on what matters to Canadians, helping them make ends meet by lowering taxes and securing Canada's long-term prosperity. We are supporting a balanced budget. We're supporting lower taxes. We're supporting incentives for manufacturers. We're reducing the small business tax rate. We're reducing the minimum withdrawal rate for RIFs. We're doubling the TFSA. We're introducing the home accessibility tax credit. We're introducing a new retirement income security benefit, a compassionate care benefit, and we're providing the needed resources for our brave men and women in uniform.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de... Comments, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's astonishing to see a Minister of Finance who is so unaware of the parliamentary rules, because we're debating for 30 minutes a matter of time allocation. That's the motion being debated in front of us. And the only reason that he can find to justify his omnibus budget implementation bill with so many different measures is by saying that the Liberals did it before him. So I'd like him to explain if there are any more convincing or compelling reasons to have such a large BIA. Is he going to say again that the Liberals did worse than they did before? Can he give us a more convincing reason? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président, ça continue.
Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on. The members of the opposition don't want to discuss the bill. They want to discuss the fact that they can't discuss the bill. But we want to discuss the specific measures that will provide advantages for Canadians, the 4 million Canadian families, all seniors, all the middle class. And the fact that the last Liberal government amended dozens and dozens of legislative measures, well, that's a fact. Let's be clear. The members of the opposition do not really care about study in committee. All they want to do is stop the vital economic reforms contained in this bill.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another group that has been overlooked in this budget and has been overlooked by the economic policies of this government are young people.
we now have in this country 169,000 fewer jobs for students than there were at the before the downturn. And we see cuts since 2005 to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I see it particularly in my riding in Charlottetown and right across Prince Edward Island, but this is happening right across the country. At the same time, when we watch the playoffs on TV, we see these expensive ads at $100,000 a pop, and that money could be much better spent creating jobs for young people. Why isn't it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to communicate with Canadians and provide them the information they need to access the benefits that we're offering to them. Just as by way of example, there are some 200,000 Canadians who have a right to the benefits, some of the family benefits that are being offered. In particular, the youth, the young people, the young families who have access, who have a right to have access to the universal child care benefit, but aren't registered, and so we need to provide them with that information. In respect to the Canada Labour Code, we're providing more benefits to interns. We're providing job matching. We're providing loans to students. We're reducing the dependency on parents' contribution. We're doing a great deal for youth right across this country.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the Ville-du-Nord. Brief question, please, so not much time is left. Mr. Minister, the Canadians will remember the Conservatives' omnibus bills, and they will also remember the time allocations on the debate of these bills. You will go down in history, but not for the right reasons. You will go down in history for having systematically imposed, since the very beginning, since you have had a majority government, you will go down in history for having imposed gag orders and governing with this type of scorn with regard to the opposition and with regard to parliamentary procedure. It's going to remain associated with you for generations to come. The Honourable Minister of Finance, a brief response, please. Mr. Speaker, I prefer to discuss the content of the bill, and as I said, our government is focused on Canadians' priorities, helping middle-class families by reducing the tax burden and ensuring long-term prosperity for Canada. The Economic Action Plan 2015 will offer benefits directly to families. It will create jobs, it will stimulate economic growth, and improve the safety of Canadians, while supporting a return to a balanced budget, of which I am very proud.
Order à l'ordre. Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House.
Question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Van Loan, appuyé par Monsieur Olivier.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that with regard to the budget implementation bill tabled before Parliament April 28, 2015, and at least 2 further days of sitting will be granted at the second reading stage of this bill.
And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Yea!
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés. Order à l'ordre. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moved that in relation to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21, 2015, and other measures, not more than 2 further sittings shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and que 15 minutes
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the second day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr.
Mr.
Goodyear.
Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Graywell.
Mrs. Graywell.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic-McTaquac.
Mr. Allen McMcTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr.
Mr.
Seaback.
Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Laverdière. Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Welland.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Madame Roguet.
Madame Roguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Tobiason.
Mr. Tobiason.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. Lamoura.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber. Yeas pour 136, 136. Nays contre 105, 105.
I declare the motion carried. You want to do this first?
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-59, Economic Action Plan 2015 Act, number 1, and resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Cullen.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on time allocation, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll begin my speech by saying, thank God, because this is the last omnibus bill this government will table in this Parliament. This is an incompetent government when it comes to the finances and the economy, and when it comes to respect for parliamentary institutions. Mr. Speaker, I was there during the 30-minute debate we had on this use of time allocation, and it's incredible the disrespect coming from the government side, particularly from the finance minister. I worked with his predecessor, Mr. Flaherty, and although I respect this individual as a person, but when it comes to his role, he doesn't measure up, and far from it, to Mr. Flaherty. He's not as rigorous. Mr. Flaherty and I may have had disagreements, but the current finance minister just takes orders from the Prime Minister's office. and flouts parliamentary tradition. Once again, we have here an omnibus bill. There's a lot of things that we have debated, but there are a ton of other measures that have nothing to do with the budget and should be studied seriously for their ramifications and consequences. They should be studied by separate committees. But once again, we're in a situation where the members of this House, who represent around 100,000 constituents each, we are unable to even debate this bill. And accelerating the passage of this bill in this manner for something as important as a Budget Implementation Act, or BIA, this is a strategy. It's not just about ramming through legislation. It's about preventing us from having the time to find the flaws in this bill, the shortcomings, the things that will undermine the government's credibility. We've seen this in the past, Mr. Speaker, and here we see it again with this BIA. I mentioned the past with other BIAs that I debated. There were 8 criteria that I've detected that apply, and these must be the criteria. They must have a checklist when they're drafting budget legislation. The first one, obviously, is the size of the bills. This one's 167 pages long in its French version, and they like to amend at least 10 other acts while they're at it. In this case, there are about 20 different pieces of legislation that are amended here. Why not pass separate legislation to do that? Well, it's because the government hopes to slide it all by in one big grab bag. And it's again disrespectful to Parliament to proceed this way. Another thing that their budget implementation acts tend to do is deal with a number of topics that have nothing to do with fiscal policy. For example, there's the National Energy Board Act in here, the Veterans Tribunal Act, the Public Service Staff Relations Act, and the Industrial Design Act. These acts have nothing to do with budgetary matters, Mr. Speaker. Another criterion that this government consistently uses is to create new acts, new laws. And this bill, C-59, creates 2 new pieces of legislation, one on federal balanced budgets and the other on terrorism prevention. So another thing that the government consistently does when it drafts budget implementation legislation is to create new powers and to focus them, concentrate them in the hands of a minister. So the minister's discretion is broadened and strengthened in these budget implementation acts. For example, in this case, the Bill C-59 allows the Treasury Board President to circumvent the Public Service Staff Relations Act when it comes to sick leave. And then another criterion is that every BIA seems to have to have law and order measures in it, and this one is no exception. So the government is limiting debate, imposing conditions on committee study of bills. For example, independents who should have the right, since they aren't members of committees, they should be able to be heard from at report stage. But this government, once again, flouting parliamentary tradition and procedure and democratic tradition, this government, like a steamroller, tries to just ram through legislation as if Parliament was a nuisance, a bit of an obstacle to them achieving their means, achieving their ends. this finance minister was obviously uncomfortable talking about time allocation because he kept coming back to the actual bill and not the use of time allocation by the Conservative government. But let's talk about what's in the BIA as opposed to the budget. For example, this issue of balancing the books, which the government boasts about. Let's not forget that this is the government that put us into a deficit situation in 2007, 2008, even before the recession started. As a matter of fact, the Federal Balanced Budget Act, if it had been passed immediately upon their election in 2006, this government would have already violated its own legislation even before the recession. And if the books ever are balanced, apart from this little surplus that they got rid of as quickly as possible once elected, the last time the Conservatives balanced the books was back in 1912. Now, they've managed to balance the books by sticking it to the provinces and passing the buck to them.
But what they're not saying is that balancing the books by this government would have been impossible without significantly reducing the contingency fund. It would have been impossible without, once again, having dipped into the EI fund. And it would also have been impossible, Mr. Speaker, without having to sell off at a loss the shares in GM. So it took those three steps so that they could, before the election, boast about having balanced the budget. Mr. Speaker, that is not the mark of good governance. It is not the mark of a government that is competent in economic matters. It is the mark of a government that is hyper-partisan, that seeks to sell itself to the detriment of good governance and good management. So let's come back to this supposedly balanced budget, because this is the first section of the part that deals with other measures. Let's talk about a Balanced Budget Act. That's not a problem. We should have talked about it separately. The government, secretly, at the end of their mandate, they knew that they were in trouble because they know very well that they probably won't form government in October 2015. So they said, okay, we're responsible, we're accountable. We're going to limit the possibilities of managing the economy properly. We're going to make sure that the next government is going to have a much more difficult time of it. So we're talking about how the act was enforced in the rest of the country and in the rest of the world, as a matter of fact. And such laws, these balanced budget acts, they often have perverse and negative effects. Now, there are so many loopholes in this act that we can simply presume that it's supposedly a symbolic gesture by a government to pat itself on the back. But for the NDP, when we look at the overall performance of the provinces, because we still haven't had the opportunity to look at that, but since the early 1980s, when we're talking about the balanced budgets, when we look at the provincial and federal governments, it's the NDP that has done the best in terms of balanced budgets. In those provinces, they didn't have to put in place a Balanced Budget Act in order to properly manage the province's finances. And, Mr. Speaker, that began with the first NDP government in government under Tommy Douglas, who managed to balance 17 consecutive budgets, Mr. Speaker, 17. And he was even able to instate the first public health plan in Canada, public health insurance plan. So there's a way, it's possible to provide services to the public that the public can be proud of by maintaining a balanced budget. But that's not what we saw on the government side, far from it. For the past 10 years, they have completely mismanaged things. They ran a deficit. It wasn't, and we weren't even in a recession in Canada. And now, 10 years later, They want to try and portray themselves as good managers. But I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that on the contrary, this government undermined Canada's potential over the past decade to be able to develop its economy that can benefit all Canadians. It could have supported the manufacturing sector. It could have supported our exports, but it didn't do so. The government can count itself lucky that it can compare itself to a number of other countries in the world that often, because of their economic context, have had a poorer performance than us with regard to job creation, for example. But that's not because it's because of their more negative situation, not because this government did better. So, Mr. Speaker, obviously, I'm rising to speak out against this government's will to insert measures that have nothing to do with the budget into a budget implementation act. So there are other elements as well. The second section, the third part, is Division 2, which deals with other measures. This talks about amendments. It creates the Terrorist Travel Act. Instead of having a debate in committee and in this House on Bill C-51, which deals with fighting terrorism, so it gives the impression that they have just all of a sudden inserted this bill. It gives the impression that the government said, whoops, we wanted to include this in Bill C-51, but we had to rush it through so hastily. We wanted to push it through that we forgot this, so we'll just secretly stick it into the budget bill. Why? Well, because we're going to present it anyways, and, we'll just debate it as part of all the rest. So, once again, Mr. Speaker, our role in this House, unlike what most Conservative members think, we are not here in this House simply to rubber stamp the government's initiatives. What we have to do is do our homework and study the legislation put forward in depth. That's the role of the official opposition and the role of the opposition in general. We're not here just to oppose what the government does. We do support things that the government puts forward as well. Beyond this role of opposition, we have a role of proposals, a role of review, and that's a very fundamental role. We need to also submit to the government, to present to the government the flaws that they may have, the errors they may have made in their legislation, so that we can fix those problems. This government denies that fundamental role played by the House of Commons, by its structure, and its traditional way of operating. Why? Because the government is so partisan, it is so obtuse in their determination to leave their conservative mark on this country, that it seems to not care one whit about the constitutional nature and the effectiveness of their bills. So that's so I'm coming back to the Prevention of the Travel of Terrorists Act. But there's also the Patent Act, the Trademark Act. There's all kinds of amendments to those that were secretly inserted in the budget bill. So are they just trying to patch things up after the fact? They find flaws and then they hurry up and try to fix them in the BIA so that people don't find out that they're incompetent? That's what it seems like. An important initiative in this division is that there's an extension on copyright on sound products, sound recordings, for example. This is a very important element. It's an important extension that deserves debate on its own merits alone in this House and in committee. But you know full well, Mr. Speaker, but with the time allocation imposed by this government, we won't be able to debate it properly, because when such a bill is referred to committee, and I would assume that it should go to the Heritage Committee, there is only one meeting set aside. The minister shows up and talks for about half an hour before taking perhaps 1 hour or an hour and a half of questions from the committee members. generally the minister talks for 30 minutes, and they take questions for 15 minutes, maybe half an hour. So, and then after that, we hear from about 4 witnesses on fundamental amendments to these bills. Then it's referred without amendment, because I had the opportunity to sit on the Finance Committee for 5 budget implementation acts. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we studied 2,500 pages in total out of those 5, which consisted these 5 acts. And we were able to push to have 1 single amendment accepted. And in order for it to be adopted, the Conservatives put forward a sub-amendment. So much for systematic and thorough study of these bills, because the government refuses any kind of criticism, even constructive criticism. It refuses to examine how it could possibly or perhaps improve the provisions of its bills. Now, to come back to Division 3, because I could go on, and I want to have other members speak to this bill as well, I'd like to come back to certain initiatives, and I know that other members will be very interested by this. While the income splitting scheme that has been proposed by the government, we know it will only benefit 15% of Canadians. The increase in the maximum contribution to the TFSA, the government is trying to confuse the public with a whole bunch of vague numbers, but the reality is that the increase in the contribution to the TFSA from $5,500 to $10,000 will only benefit those who max out on their contributions. And when we look at the number of people who contribute currently, we see that there's only about 18% of people who currently contribute to the TFSA. Those are the people who max out. And so they are the only ones who will be able to benefit from this doubling of the TFSA contribution. And this means the TFSA, because it's not used for savings right now, it's used more to transfer savings from one vehicle to another. And this increase will benefit 2/3 of people who earn $60,000 or less. So that sounds like a lot of people. But that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. Of those who contribute, who max out on their TFSA, we're talking about two-thirds of people, 2/3 of this 18% who actually max out. So the actual proportion of Canadians who will be able to benefit from this measure is very low. And more, this will become a measure that is intended for savings, but it will simply be a tax haven. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have initiatives that we put forward, and some were even adopted by the government. They're boasting about it right now. For example, the reduction in the PMD tax from 11 to 9%. We moved that motion in this House, and the Conservatives voted against it, and the Liberals voted against it as well. Let's talk about the extension of the accelerated capital cost allowance for machinery. That was part of the motion that we moved, and the Conservatives voted against it. The Liberals voted against it as well, and all of a sudden, here we find it in the Budget Implementation Act. So perhaps the government should start to examine its conscience, because the election is in 158 days, and if they think about it hard, they might understand the consequences of their actions, the consequences of their behavior and attitude, which has been disastrous over the past few years. Their attitude towards democracy, the parliamentary system, towards tradition, all of this which has made this place is supposed to be for the common good of Canadians, but the Conservatives won't hear this measure, and we're going to apply it, though, as of 2015.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did appreciate a number of the comments that the member made, especially when he focused in terms of that the role and responsibility of opposition is not just to criticize, but to also come up with and generate ideas and alternatives and so forth. And a good comparison, I believe, is the manner in which the government has made the determination to move forward with the income split, which means that less than 14% of Canada's population, primarily the wealthiest of Canada's population, will receive annually $2 billion. A significant amount of dollars. We in the Liberal Party have come out opposing that, and what we've done is we've provided a tangible alternative. What we have said is that that a Liberal government would make a tax system fair and cut the middle class tax rate by 7%. Mr. Speaker, it's a very tangible difference, much fairer policy. My question to the member is, can he provide his thoughts in regards to the 7% tax break that the Liberals are proposing for the middle class? What is his party's position on that particular issue?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that everyone realizes that we can definitely agree between the official opposition and the third party. We are both indeed opposed to this income splitting scheme proposed by the Conservatives, and we are also both opposed to the increase in the TFSA limit, contribution limit. So we're being consistent about that. Regarding the measure referred to by the member for Winnipeg North, it has a number of weaknesses, and one of them is that when we talk about it's not a reduction of 7% really, because this is the same problem that former Premier Prentice had to deal with. They talked about a 20% decrease in corporate taxes. And Ms. Notley, the Premier, said that it was an increase from 10 to 12%. In this case, it's not a reduction of 7%. It's a reduction of 22 to 20.5%. That's only 1.5%. Here's the problem. This is a measure that will not benefit two-thirds of taxpayers, because we're talking about taxpayers who earn over $44,000. But those who earn less than that, that's two-thirds of the Canadian public, and they will not benefit from this tax reduction. The second problem is that the Liberals shouldn't say that this is going to benefit only people who earn between $45,000 and $89,000. It benefits people who earn between $45,000 and $215,000. And so the measure proposed by the Liberal Party is to take a bit of money from the 1% who earn more and distribute it among the people who earn, among the top 15% tier. So I find that the Liberals' position shows that they have not thought things through with regard to the middle class, which mostly earns less than $44,000 per year.
Can I come outside? Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member would well know, it's our Conservative government that has restored fiscal balance, and we've done this through long-term transfers to support the provinces, historic transfers. This year, nearly $68 billion. That's a 62% increase since the Liberals were in government. That is an increase of more than $3 billion and almost 63% since the Liberals' federal support for health, Mr. Speaker, for education and social services has increased some 59% since we formed government. I know the member is a member of Parliament from a great riding in Quebec. Very important contribution to the province of Quebec from the federal government, having increased transfers to the province of Quebec. Of course, we believe in collaborative government where we work with our provinces. I wonder if the member can now stand in his place and speak to the advantages that these additional transfers to the province of Quebec have brought to the province and to his riding, and if he would indeed reconsider his position and the rhetoric that we've been hearing in the House on this budget, and actually stand up and support his constituents and his riding by supporting this budget.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata Basque. Well, that's what I'm doing is I'm saying what my constituents want me to say. They do not agree with this bill. And when he's talking about transfer to provinces, 59% over 10 years, well, thanks to the miracle of compound interest, because 59% over 10 years, if the member does the math, it's not that much. And his comment with regard to provincial-federal cooperation, let's look at the health transfers, for example. There was no cooperation. There was an agreement on health transfers between the provinces and the federal government, but the federal government did not renew this agreement. In fact, it even refused to sit down with the provinces to renegotiate these transfers, and because we're talking about cooperation. And in addition, it unilaterally imposed the reduction of the health transfers. And, Mr. Speaker, those are extremely important because the increase in health spending is higher than that of inflation. And to reduce the growth from 6% to 3% will represent for the provinces, with regard to the original agreement that was signed and negotiated, a reduction of $36 billion. That's half the transfers, Mr. Speakers, over the coming years. So I think that Quebec definitely loses out because of this initiative, and so do most of the provinces. And so I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to reconsider his support for this bill and for government policy. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and his diligent work on the Finance Committee. It must be quite difficult knowing the way that the Conservative government works. But aside from that, I could come back to that in my own speech. But what I would like my colleague to expand upon, he talked about certain measures that the NDP supports in this budget implementation bill, including the reduction of the taxation rate for small and medium-sized businesses in Canada. We in the NDP support it because it was our idea originally. It took a long time for the Conservatives to get on board with it. But what I would like to know from my colleague is how we in the NDP put in place this taxation rate, how we proposed it. I know the Conservatives are making the businesses jump through hoops to receive this rate, but I would like the NDP. I would like my colleague to talk about how we would support this measure.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for that question. It's a very good question. The initiative that the NDP proposed for a tax cut for small businesses was defeated by the Conservatives and the Liberals. And now the measures that we're seeing in the budget and the budget implementation bill don't go as far as what the NDP proposed. When we tabled a motion during an opposition day in the House, we called for a drop from 11 to 10% immediately and down to 9% when public finances allowed for that. And what the government is calling here is for a gradual drop in the tax rate for small businesses over twice as long a time period than the measures suggested by the NDP motion. So to that extent, I find that the government is showing bad faith because, first of all, they voted against the principle of dropping taxes on small and medium-sized businesses, and now they're taking much longer to give those tax cuts to small businesses than what an NDP government would do. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to share my time with the member from Burlington, if that's agreeable. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there is one initiative that stands above all others in this budget bill because it will allow millions of Canadians from all backgrounds and walks of life to work hard and plan ahead to become more self-reliant and even wealthy over time. This is the bright future Conservatives want for all Canadians, especially our children and grandchildren. Ordinary people will have the independence that is available only to wealthy people now. That initiative is tax-free savings accounts has increased to $10,000 a year. Tax-free savings accounts are the most powerful savings vehicle in Canadian history. They will allow hundreds of thousands of ordinary working people to actually become millionaires. Mr. Speaker, here are 10 reasons that the Conservative government in this bill has the only plan for Canadians to conserve their own earnings, build personal wealth, and be financially independent in their senior years, tax-free savings accounts. Number one, they help our youth to understand the importance of saving. What is the most important gift for financial success and security we could give our children and grandchildren? Teaching them to be self-reliant, to work and save for their future using the power of compounded interest. Don't spend what you don't have. Don't get buried in charge card debt and interest. Pay your bills in time and save for life's priorities, like your education, your home, or your retirement. Mr. Speaker, the ratio of debt to net income is 1.6 for the average family in Canada right now, the highest ever. But it gets worse. What happens when the interest rates go up, as they will? Hundreds of thousands of families will be trapped in monthly credit card payments at 18% interest rates or higher. They will struggle to pay down. By promoting saving as part of our culture instead of credit card debt, we can help spare millions of young people this interest rate trap that never ends. Mr. Speaker, 11 million Canadians have opened their own tax-free savings accounts so far and agree with us. Every Canadian over 18 should try to save in a tax-free savings account. They should not be misled by the subterfuge of the Liberals who are telling Canadians that tax-free saving accounts only help the rich. That is absolutely not true. It is never okay to mislead Canadians like this. It's shameful. Here is the truth about tax-free savings accounts. 60% of those Canadians who have invested the maximum into their tax-free savings account to date earn less than $60,000 a year. By whose standards are these people rich? No one. And over half Canadians who have opened tax-free savings accounts and saved in them earn $40,000 a year or less. That's 5.5 million people. Are they rich? Certainly not. The Liberals are also setting us all up by saying they'll only increase taxes for the rich. But what do they mean by that? Who is that? Everyone who earns over $40,000 a year, which is the vast majority of Canadians. They want to get their hands on that $6,600 our government has cut from the average Canadian family's tax bill. The federal Liberal leader has already announced on May 4th the Liberal plan to cancel our increase of tax-free savings accounts to $10,000 a year. That's a tax increase of the most foolish kind. Number two, tax-free savings accounts are the great equalizer. Canadians who don't earn over $100,000 a year have only one way to become financially independent: save, invest, and watch their money grow, which is what tax-free savings accounts facilitate. With tax-free savings accounts, ordinary Canadians who work and save can become wealthy. For example, a skilled tradeswoman electrician who took full advantage of her tax-free savings account limit from age 20 with a modest 40% return on stocks could receive her first $1 million tax-free by age 61, 13 years sooner than without tax-free savings account. Tax-free savings accounts also grow our economy. When people open tax-free savings accounts with Canadian securities, their money goes to invest in Canadian enterprises that create jobs here in Canada. Businesses expand. Economic activity is boosted. That growth over decades could easily replace any lost government tax revenues from tax-free savings accounts. Here's the problem, Speaker. The Liberals and NDP believe, and they want all Canadians to believe, that money not in government hands is not benefiting Canada. This is a Marxist hangover. It is nonsense. Here is the truth. Money invested by Canadians is money that is loaned out to industry and job creators to help build Canada. Entrepreneurs are our most important creators. So this is reason number 4, to support innovation and job creation. With tax-free savings accounts, entrepreneurs can tap into their accumulated tax-free savings to create new industry and replenish their accounts later as their businesses grow. 5, tax-free savings accounts are fair because the government shouldn't tax all your money twice. Mr. Speaker, it saddens me to see our seniors, the people who built Canada, try to live on interest on their savings that gets eaten up by inflation and then taxed. They're just falling further behind. With tax-free savings accounts, the federal government is foregoing the double taxation that prevents Canadians from growing their most important lifetime savings, leaving them one little pile of their own money to grow without interference. Canadians deserve that. Number 6, tax-free savings accounts shine a light on how ordinary Canadians have been robbed of their right to affluence and self-reliance. Big spending governments, like both opposition parties would create, are addicted to spending and borrowing. Just look at Ontario right now. The Liberals and NDP believe that all money belongs to the government, and Canadians just get to use it for a while, and they can tax it back anytime they want any way they want, whenever they want. Conservatives believe that money earned after tax belongs to the people that earned it. And they should have at least one special account which the government has no right to touch or even the growth ever again. Tax-free savings accounts help ensure better health care for Canadians. Canadians who want to be able to afford choice in their own health care in their senior years should be saving as much as they need in tax-free savings accounts. The most hysterical socialists at the Broadbent Institute are playing the fear card, claiming that health care is threatened if the doubling of tax-free savings accounts is approved. They have no shame, Speaker. The exact opposite is the truth. The fact is that governments only cover 60% of our total health care costs. Canadians pay the rest, if they can afford to. Dental care, chiropractic care, naturopathic care, homeopathic care, long-term care, blood tests, vitamins. We pay more for drugs than we do for doctors. We pay for long-term care. Let's face it, the nanny state is a failure. Save in the TFSA and be self-reliant so you aren't left without the money you need to pay for these things. By saving $7,000 a year from age 25 at a modest 5% growth, a 65-year-old would have $887,000 to handle any such bills. No government could ever do that for you. If that same person saved $10,000 a year and got a 5% rate of return, they'd have over $1.2 million. This drives the socialists crazy. They can't stand it that ordinary people could be that independent, because who would need the nanny state? That's why they hate TFSAs and would get rid of them if elected. TFSAs reduce the underground economy. This is reason number 9. TFSAs are registered savings plans. The government knows about them. They will help bring our considerable underground economy above ground by making it more attractive to invest in Canadian companies because the growth is tax-free. The government will get more tax income from the companies that grow out of the investments and from their employees. Number 9, tax-free savings accounts support the flexibility of future governments to act. The Broadbent Institute claims that by 2080 the government will be short $15 billion it otherwise would have had. That ignores, or completely ignores, the fact that some of those billions would have remained in the underground economy. It also ignores the multiplier effect of those dollars invested back in the economy and the fact that our economy, by that time, would be as large as $15 trillion. So $15 billion would be about 0.001% in such an economy. This is simple math. And if governments are ever low on money, they can always raise taxes, reduce spending, or borrow if need be. Tax-free savings accounts don't hinder any of that. Mr. Speaker, tax-free savings accounts at $10,000 a year are the absolute best deal Canadian taxpayers have ever been offered. They will motivate Canadians to work, to be entrepreneurs and employ others, to save and to be self-reliant. You can build a much greater nation with millions of citizens like that. And that is what we are doing in this budget bill.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would simply like to give a little one-on-one course to my colleague on what is a non-taxed tax return and a tax return that is taxable, because my colleague's been talking about the new universal child care benefit that all parents will benefit from, but that tax return, that universal benefit is taxable at the end of the year when parents and families fill out their income tax forms. So, for example, a family that would get about $750 from the government will be taxed on that. That's taxable income. At the end of the year, there's only going to be about $200 of that left. So why is my colleague in the Conservative government taxing families?
Honourable member for Oakville.
Well, thank the member for the question, but she's got it all wrong. We're the party about lowering taxes on families. That's what we've been doing since we became the government in 2006. And in fact, the total number for the average Canadian family since 2006, the amount we've lowered their taxes, is $6,600. $6,600 every year. And we've lowered taxes. The total number, I think, now with this budget is 180 different ways. That's what we're all about, and I think the taxpayers know that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the member is the one that has it all wrong. The taxation, this government's taxation policy does favour Canada's wealthy. And using his very example of the tax-free savings account, let me give him a dose of reality, that the vast majority of the constituents that I represent, or I should say a good majority of the constituents that I represent, will make somewhere between individually $20,000 to $40,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. And out of that, maybe 5% will have actually contributed last year their maximum to the tax-free savings account. Compare that to those that make over $200,000 a year. There, it'll be close to 35% that maximize it. And the government has chosen to double that benefit. That tells me that the people that benefit the most is those that are the wealthiest in Canada. And that's why I say the taxation policy favors Canada's wealthy. It is not fair taxation policy. I wonder if the member could explain how he sees that discrepancy as being fair.
Member for Oakville.
I don't think the member was listening to my speech. The point is, the only way that people who never have an income over $50,000 in their whole working life, the only way they can ever become independent and have the freedom that wealthy people have is if they're able to save in a tax-free savings account, and that what the growth within that account is never, ever taxed. It's extremely powerful. It's an extremely powerful savings plan to help people have that independence later in life. That is the point of tax-free savings accounts. There will always be people who earn more money than others. But why are the Liberals trying to create a class war in Canada? Why are the Liberals picking on our doctors and our lawyers and our union leaders and other business people and even people in the arts? Why are you targeting them and trying to create a class war? I think it's because the Liberals just can't stand that highly accomplished people earn more than others. And they don't make a very large voting base, so too bad for them.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly I'd like to kind of respond to some of the questions that I just heard and give the member an opportunity to talk about those. It says that of those that have maxed out their TFSA, 60% earned less than $60,000, which of course is contrary to what we had just heard from the member opposite. And 856,000 Canadians 65 and over have maxed out their contributions. Another 1.3 million 55 and older have done the same. So it is a tool that is being used by those that are in the lower and middle income. So I'm wondering if the member could comment on the actual facts.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Member for the question. Those are the facts. Those are the undeniable facts. People understand the power of savings with compounded interest in the tax-free savings account. But if anybody ever wants to know what a potential Liberal budget would look like federally, all they have to do is look at the province of Ontario right now. They just announced in their budget two major tax grabs: the pension tax, which would take about $2 billion out of people's pockets and employers, and the carbon tax would be another $1.5 billion. Then they're going to sell off portions of Ontario Hydro to try and raise another $4.5 billion. Imagine that on a national scale, and you can...
Order. We only had a limited amount of time on that last round. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the riding of Oakville for sharing his time with me today. I'm very honoured to stand and speak to Bill C-59. I've make an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to speak to all the budget bills that have come before us, whether at the time that the policy is introduced or during the implementation bills. And there's normally two of them, Mr. Speaker, one in the spring after the budget has been presented in this House to implement what's in the budget and other measures. It's right in the title of the bill, the other measures part also. And there's normally one in the fall, which I know will not happen this year because we will be out on the HoC, asking people to support us or not. So, but it's my pleasure to be here. And this year particularly, Mr. Speaker, is because over the last number of years I've been advocating with our finance minister and finance officials for changes to the RIF plan in terms of the minimal withdrawal. Now, I didn't come up with that on my own, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank, first of all, the over 40 individuals, and I'm not talking about groups, actual individuals who've come to my office over the last year or so, talking about the issue of the level of required withdrawal that they have to make from their RIF program. This isn't an organized lobby. It's individuals who are affected individually and their families by the rules that we have had. I also want to thank the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. He had heard the same thing, and we were very active, frankly, Mr. Speaker, with our colleagues on this side of the House on this issue, encouraged them also to speak to the finance minister and to financial officials on the possibility of looking at the withdrawal rate on the RIF program. And so I was very excited to see that in this particular budget, we've actually moved on it. Under the current system, I think the minimum withdrawal is 7.38, if I have the number correctly, and it's going to 5.28. Why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Why have those 40 people come to see me, and what does it mean to them? The program we have for retirement savings in this country, we have a couple of programs. The RRSP and the RRP is to encourage individuals to save for their own retirement. Part of that encouragement is to give them tax relief from the amount of money that they put away for their retirement. A few years ago, the program required you to move that money from RRSP or the other savings program to a registered retirement income fund. And that was, I believe you were 68 or 69. I don't know the number off the top of my head. But we moved it to 71, knowing that people are have some more time. They didn't need the money that early. The fact of the matter is that, and we all know this in our offices, that people are living much longer than maybe when this program was introduced decades ago. And so they need their retirement money to actually last longer. They need it to be able to stretch it out to meet the needs that they will have if they make it into their 90s. And many, many constituents of mine are making it into the 90s. In my riding alone, Mr. Speaker, the senior cohort is not only growing, it is the actual majority. Now, that's over 55. That's not everybody over 71, of course. But that cohort is growing and moving forward, and we need to be there now, making the changes now, so that they're able to take advantage of that. And there's an excellent chart in the budget, which I'd like to read into the record, Mr. Speaker, on this particular item. The changes that we are making for the RIF program, the income fund retirement, the registered retirement income funds, here's the difference that it will make to an individual. So we'll make the assumption, which the budget makes the assumption, that the chart, that it's $100,000. It's a round number. There's a 2% inflation every year, so that's built in there, and that the return on that investment that they have in their income fund is at 5%. So some will do better, some will do a little worse, but this is the chart that we have. So at 71, obviously, it's at 100,000. At age 80, under the existing rules, Mr. Speaker, they would have $64,000 left. Under the new rules that this budget implementation legislation implements, it will be 77, a difference of 20%. Significant difference that those individuals can hold on to for their own retirement funds that they need for just basic living that they need. 85, it goes to, under the current record rules, it's 47,000. It goes to 62. At 90, which many of my constituents are living 90 plus these days. At 90, the current rules would be 30,000 left. Under the new rules, it'd be 44,000, and so on and so forth. And then it caps at 20 at 94 years of age. The reason this is important, Mr. Speaker, is that we know in all of our ridings, not just in mine, in the country, that people are getting older. We expect individuals to save for their retirement. The other option is that they look to governments to support everything, and we can't afford it. We won't have the tax base to support the growing bubble of retirees that are coming with the baby boom. So we have tools for savings, whether it was the tax-free savings account, which was previously mentioned, or the registered retirement savings plans, be able to encourage people to save for their retirement and less reliance on government to be able to support them. But what was happening in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is that because of the minimum at 7.38, because of good planning and good strategy and constituents of mine working hard at saving money for understanding their future, saving money, they were being required to take money out, reducing the ability for them to have cash flow that they will need in the years to come. In the past, if you told somebody, you're 71, you're going to you have another decade left of here, a decade and a half, that would be sort of the normal response, and people would accept that. But now, myself included, last year I lost a grandmother at 97. I have a grandmother still with me at 97. I've had 2 grandfathers at 89. I've had 4 great-grandparents that I've known. People are living longer. That, Mr. Speaker, I just want to let you know that does not mean I will be in this seat for another 40 years.
No, it's not true.
I know that's what you want. I know you'd hope
true.
that I get reelected for another 40 years, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, but the program that we've put together, I appreciate the fact that this government, through this bill, and for the budget bill, has recognized the importance of retirement savings, and that it is their money. It's our constituents' money. Yes, they haven't paid taxes on it because they use the system that we've put in place as a government to be able to encourage people to save for their future. But we now have recognized, Mr. Speaker, that they will need that money for a longer period of time. Let's be honest. The government of the day will get their taxes on it. The plan is this: in RSP money, when your earnings are higher, you put it away, you get a tax a deduction on your taxes then. When you take it out, you'll be paying taxes on it. We're hoping, in a sense, well, not hoping, but the natural thing is that you'll probably be earning less, so your tax rate will be slightly less. But in this case, what was happening in Burlington, and I believe across the country, as we heard from even from our MPs from the other side of the country in West Vancouver, is that because of the marketplace was not performing as well as it did in terms of the stock market and so on, people were taking money out of their RIFs and actually losing money because they were not being able to make that return on that money that they could leave there. They had lost money within their income funds, and then we were forcing them to take it out, so it was hurting them like a double-edged sword, Mr. Speaker. We've recognized that. We've done some significant changes to the Registered Retirement Income Fund, which is great for the savings and for our seniors across this country. So I'm very proud to be supporting Bill C-59, and we look forward to having it passed and in place for this fiscal year. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for la Députée de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to ask my colleague a question about this new passion that the Conservatives have discovered in 2015, i.e. a passion for balanced books. And they have this Federal Balanced Budget Act that is in C-59. And I was just wondering if he was willing to make this retroactive so that it would apply to the past Conservative budgets, 5 of which would have violated the rules of that new act, would the member be prepared to make the bill retroactive so that ministers would pay out of their salary for each of those years where the budget wasn't balanced? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And there is in this implementation bill the part implementing the Balanced Budget Act, and the reason, if you actually read it, it actually states in there that if the country or the world, in our case, is facing a recession or a depression, and that the economics of the day requires governments around the world, including Canada, to invest, to spend more than they're taking in, to have a deficit, to stimulate economy, to create jobs, to make sure that Canadians have the wealth that they need to continue, that that bill actually provides an exception for that to happen. What actually has to happen is the finance minister of the day would come forward to the finance committee and discuss what the issues are facing the day, and that is included in that bill, that's included in this implementation. I stand behind it today. I stand behind it 3 years ago. But balanced books, Mr. Speaker, is the way that governments should operate, that businesses should operate, and households should operate. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Speaker. And I listened with great interest in the honourable member's last response on balanced budget legislation. He's quite right, as it's defined in this legislation. Balanced budget legislation would only apply during times outside of recession. Given the fact that we have not been in a recession statistically since the spring of 2009, would the honourable member and his party, his government, accept an amendment to the legislation to make this legislation apply retroactively, and as such, the Cabinet and the Prime Minister would, of course, have their pay docked every year since 2009, because during that period of time we have been outside of a recessionary period, and the government has actually added $160 billion to the national debt. So would he accept the spirit of the legislation and support an amendment to make it retroactive?
For Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the Liberal Party. And I think if you look back, which I have actually relatively recently, at the deficit reduction plans of all the parties in the House over the last number of years, do you know which party, the only party that had an actual deficit reduction plan, was the Conservative Party? That is not true. And you know it's not true. The Liberals wanted to spend more money. The NDP always want to spend more money. They believe it grows on trees and somehow grows back. It's like, books bounce themselves, I guess. Oh, that's a Liberal leader. But the fact is, we did have a recession. We did have a deficit. And we had a plan to pay it back. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We met our obligations. We have a balanced books, balanced budget in this fiscal year, and we promised that. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you. Thanks to my fan club. First of all, and this will be a first for me, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. And it's not the fact that I'm sharing it that's groundbreaking, it's that I've remembered to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I really enjoyed my colleague's speech, the person who spoke just before me, and who's also chair of the Justice Committee. And I'd like to remind him, it's not that we always want to spend more money, it's where we spend the money. We want to spend the money on Canadians. The Conservatives, as long as it's a huge company, then they're willing to spend. So it's all in the nuances, it's all in the details, and that's the problem with Bill C-59, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures. Now, we're under a time allocation motion. I believe it's the 96th time allocation motion, which prevents members from all across the country from speaking on such important issues. This bill is some over 100 pages long. I'd like to talk about the three sections that interest me the most in C-59, and those are, I don't think we'll have enough time to debate them at length, but there's Section 10, which has to do with parliamentary protection, 18, the gun registry, and 20, the sick leave provisions. So I'll start with the last one I mentioned, the section on sick leave and sick benefits, because since this bill was tabled, ever since then, and even before, because we had a foretaste, we had a hint that this was coming, we really had the sense that the government, which had already, well, in years past, the government always made commitments to public servants, but the government sort of telegraphed that I'm not a counsel for management or anything, but it seems to me that you give and take. That's the idea at the bargaining table in collective bargaining. Everyone comes away with something that they're happy with. That's how you reach a collective agreement, and that's the way things used to be. But with the stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker, this government is going to tell people who obtained something by giving up other things. It was all part of the compromise. The government made certain gains in exchange for the sick leave benefits that public servants get and the disability programs. And with the stroke of a pen, this government decides we're going to take back what belongs to you. That's not very democratic, Mr. Speaker. That's my opinion in all modesty. This is something that will definitely be challenged in court. And that's no way to treat those who are there between us here in Parliament who make the laws and those who receive services, Canadians who receive services. There are intermediaries, and this is a flagrant show of disrespect, make no mistake. And when the minister says that there have already been 200 bargaining sessions, well, they're pretty good at throwing up numbers, just throwing out numbers that are pulled out of thin air. There certainly have not been what I would call intelligent, productive, good faith negotiations around this issue. At any event, because there are lots of provisions in Division 20 of the bill, what the government is basically saying is, whether you agree with me or not, I'm going to do it anyway. It's my way or the highway. If the government negotiator had been able to negotiate the right things, if in the Conservatives' view, then we'll live with it, because that belongs to the workers. You can't just take it away from them. You can't imply that all federal workers are abusers and slackers who are misusing their sick leave. I think that's insulting to those who serve the public day in, day out. If they wanted to make an argument, they could have come up with so many different arguments that would have been better than that one. I think at minimum we should show some respect for those who work for us, the public servants. That's no way to go about it. So for those who are paying attention, this is obviously not the NDP's position. We will vote against this, and we will certainly repair the damage. We will make up for this after the next election. Now I'd like to talk about Division 18, which greatly concerns me. The finance minister, when we were discussing the time allocation motion, when it comes to ending the Long Gun Registry Act, what concerns me here with Division 18, Mr. Speaker, and it really worries me, everyone's heard of the letter from the Privacy Commissioner who wrote to the Speaker of the House. She wrote to you, Mr. Speaker, to express deep concern. Apparently, there were some illegal activities. Documents were destroyed, and it never should have been done. It was not legal. And the Attorney General of Canada was notified that this offense had been committed by the RCMP, our police force, our federal police force. This concerns me, that an officer of Parliament, as important as the Privacy Commissioner, is reporting this type of illegal activity. And with the stroke of a pen, in a Budget Implementation Act, the government is going to say whatever was illegal in the past and done without warrant, well, we're going to amnesty you. You're going to have impunity. This concerns me highly, Mr. Speaker. The government is willing to absolve people of crimes when it suits them, when it plays into their hand. So the government made promises in the 2011 election campaign, and they're claiming that that's the reason for granting an amnesty here, because they had promised to do that anyway.
They had promised that ending the long gun registry, well, that was a promise made by the Conservatives. Now, they kept their promise. I have to commend them from that. I don't agree with their decision, but I have to commend them for keeping their promise. Now, to give amnesty to people who did something wrong, a criminal, it's a criminal act to obstruct justice. And they certainly did not refer to that in their campaign promises. So I would urge my colleagues who are going to study this matter in a very short period of time, and that is the problem with this government's time allocation procedure with omnibus bills that change just about everything under the sun, and they just ignored the primary objective of these bills. So I don't have a lot of hope in that regard. Now, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to talk about Division 10. I would encourage my colleagues to read that section. It's on the Parliament of Canada Act, because once again, our roles as parliamentarians, this role is underlined, and we need to know how to protect this role. But the RCMP wants to take over protecting parliamentarians under the authority of the Senate Speaker and the Speaker of the House, but parliamentarians' role should never be obstructed. So it's as if I'm reading something, but I don't believe it, because the number of times that our colleagues have been obstructed, have been prevented from entering this place, and my colleague even raised a matter of privilege on that, and the Speaker agreed. And my colleague from Rimouski, etc., it takes so long to say his name, but the fact that they're using this omnibus budget bill process again, well, this is really the most undemocratic government I have ever seen in my life. And I have followed politics for a very long time, either as a politician or as a simple citizen. So I hope that I have drawn sufficient attention to these matters. I want people to read these three divisions, and I want to tell all public servants that the NDP appreciates their work and will be there to repair what the Conservative government has undone.
For Western economic diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comments and impassioned speech on this matter. I'd like to ask her a question about one of the statutes, or one of the provisions in the bill which deals with the protection of intellectual property in Canada. The protection of intellectual property is a very important part of building a knowledge-based economy, because it allows knowledge creators in Canada to protect that and put it into the marketplace in a meaningful way. One of the divisions, or one of the sections in this bill, would give patent agents privilege, which is something that the Standing Committee on Patents and World Intellectual Property, the World Intellectual Property Organization talked about with regard to Canada, saying, in essence, that in order for Canada to have a stronger intellectual property protection regime, this particular privilege should be enacted. I was wondering if she would comment if this is something that the NDP would support. I know certainly the Canadian Intellectual Property Institute supports it as well, and I think it's a great thing, and I hope she'd support it.
The honourable member for Gatineau. I'm very pleased to take this question, Mr. Speaker, because this member has made my point. This type of reform that she is referring to is so very important, and without coming back to the exact wording that is used in the bill, and this is a bill to implement certain provisions of the budget and other measures. So that is a typical example of something that comes under other measures. The question, whether it be regard to security here on the Hill, whether it be with regard to what I was mentioning in the various divisions, the elimination of the long gun registry, the amnesty that is given to gestures that could be considered as criminal acts, as obstructions to justice, those issues in themselves should be parts of separate bills. They should be hived off into separate bills so the committees responsible can study them, can study all the impacts. So this question put to me by my colleague on copyright with regard to sound recordings, I often talk to my colleague, the critic for heritage, about this matter, and it's a very, it's a complex debate. So we're pleasing some corporations and we're not pleasing the artists, for example. So wouldn't this have deserved a clear and lengthy debate in the Heritage Committee, for example? But we won't have the right to propose amendments, and that is the problem with Bill C-59.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about a real concern that we have been expressing. The member from Cape Breton Council, Liberal Party's Labour critic, has raised the issue about Canada's public service union and the lack of goodwill coming from the government to be able to negotiate in good faith. It seems that the Conservatives just don't have the respect for that sense of professionalism that takes place in our public service. And we've witnessed it even beyond the immediate public service going to some of the Crown corporations, whether it's a lack of confidence in CBC or some of the dramatic decisions that have taken place in the Canada Post, the door-to-door delivery, letter carriers, for example. And I'm wondering if she might want to just kind of expand on her thoughts in regards to the general lack of goodwill that the Government of Canada has towards our public servants, whether they're with Crown corporations or directly with the government, and the negative impact that has in terms of service overall, which we could ultimately throw in even service centres that have been closed down over the last number of years.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. In fact, I'm going to start by saying the following. To this day, I am absolutely delighted and thrilled by the quality of the work done by our Canadian Public Service. It has very limited resources, and this started back in the 1990s, and it continued through the years 2000 and up to now. They perform miracles with very little, and we feel, when we talk to those people, we can sense how exhausted they are, and we're really tiring them out. And obviously, so they need a certain amount of leave so they can recover from this exhaustion. So am I surprised to see a government like this Conservative government doing what it's doing? Just listen to the President of the Treasury Board when he speaks, when he talks about the public service and people who work to serve Canadians. The wording he uses is so disrespectful. We have the impression that he sees them as abusers of the system. But when you really talk to them, you realize that they are professionals. They care about delivering services that they are supposed to deliver and that Canadians need. And there is a real lack of respect that we can feel in general with regard to the public service on the part of this government. But I would just like to point out to my colleague, the member for Winnipeg North, the strikes in the 1980s did not happen under a Conservative government, happened under a Liberal government. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The more things change, the more things stay the same. We have a new budget bill, and once again, surprise, surprise, it's an omnibus bill. 150 pages that amend dozens of laws, most of which have nothing to do with the budget. But unfortunately, this should come as no surprise because the Conservatives have gotten into the habit, and they've tried to institute within this Parliament this kind of habit. And they are really scornful and contemptuous of the very most basic rules of parliamentary democracy, and that's been my greatest disillusion in my first term as a parliamentarian. Since they were elected as a majority government, the Conservatives have done everything they can to evade their obligations of transparency and accountability. They're in government, and yet they seem to have forgotten that Conservative backbenchers and the opposition members have a responsibility responsibility of oversight and of scrutiny of laws. But unfortunately, the Conservatives use omnibus bills over and over again as a way to evade this oversight, which is supposed to be exercised by all parliamentarians in this House, and also by the Canadian public, Mr. Speaker, whom we represent. So through this process, which is clearly undemocratic, they are seeking to ram through, without the scrutiny necessary, hundreds of legislative amendments which have nothing to do with the budget, as I said earlier. And in the case of this most recent budget that was delivered on April 21st, one of the rare days of work of our finance minister, the Conservatives took the opportunity to launch their election campaign. So they should have been using this opportunity to help out Canadians who truly need it, Canadians in the middle class. But instead, it was an opportunity for them to hand out goodies to the wealthy few, to their cronies, instead of thinking of trying to help those who most need it in our country. So despite warnings from the Parliamentary Budget Officer and different experts and members of the opposition, they are moving forward with this ill-advised income splitting scheme, which will benefit only 15% of the Canadians, that is, the richest among our population. So this income splitting scheme, if we combine it with the raising of the limit on TFSA contributions to $10,000, this is going to take away money that could have been used for people who live in poverty, for single parent families. They talk about traditional couples, but they just want to be reelected, and so they say it's not a problem for them, but it's a problem for the Prime Minister's granddaughter and for future generations. That's one of the worst things I've ever heard anyone say in this House or elsewhere. But that is the position of the current finance minister and the position of this Conservative government. They're washing their hands of it. They'll just leave it up to their children, their grandchildren, and the future generations. They don't care about the problems they are causing now. That is a truly irresponsible attitude, and I really don't understand it on the part of people who boast about being good money managers. We've seen time and time again that is not the case, but that is the reputation that they are trying to forge for themselves. However, the Canadians can see through their sham, and they know full well that is not the case. And in fact, more and more studies have been published showing that the NDP provincial governments have been shown to be the best managers of public money. And in 2015, Mr. Speaker, we will show Canadians that we'll be the best federal government to manage money as well. I'm going to come back to this budget bill. Even the measures that are not that are supposed to be universal will have very few positive effects on Canadian families. The best example of that is the universal child care benefit. The Conservatives announced with great fanfare that there would be an increase of $60, that is $160 per month, that would be granted to Canadian families to help them pay for childcare expenses. Now, that is all very well. It might seem all very well at first glance, but as usual with the Conservatives, the devil is in the details, and you have to read between the lines. The first things the Conservatives are refusing to tell Canadian families is that the universal childcare benefit is considered as it's a taxable benefit. So basically, the Conservatives are introducing a new tax on Canadian families, regardless of income, regardless of these families' income, Mr. Speaker. So the advice that was given by financial experts to Canadian families is not to spend this money on childcare, is to set aside at least half of it so that they don't get a nasty surprise in their tax return. So how can the Conservatives claim to be helping families when they are being forced to set aside part of the money that they are being given to cover the cost of the new tax? It's quite frankly absurd, Mr. Speaker. And what the Conservatives say is that $160 per month is, they're boasting that it's a lot of money, but it's barely sufficient to cover childcare costs across the country. So I'm going to mention a few numbers from a childcare research unit. This is from 2012, and unfortunately the situation has not improved since then. So if we look at Nova Scotia, parents who manage to find childcare spaces, because that's not the case for everyone, must spend an average of $825 per month. $825 in BC. The figure is $1,047. In Ontario, we're talking about $1,500, and in Toronto alone, this can go up to $1,600, almost $1,700 a month, Mr. Speaker. I don't know who the Conservatives think that their paltry sum is going to help, but it's simply laughable when we look at the true financial constraints that are being imposed on families who are simply trying to earn a living and to provide the best quality of life for their children. And when they are offered such laughable measures, such pathetic measures, money that they will have to use to pay for a new tax next year, I don't know who the Conservatives think they're fooling. Yes, I don't know where the Conservatives have their head, but my colleague has pointed out probably in the sand. Yes, I think she's right, buried in the sand. So another impact of this budget is that the Conservatives say that they are increasing the universal child care benefit, but it does not create new child care spaces. So parents who have been lucky enough to find child care spaces for their children or in public daycare, well, that's good for them. That is a minimum amount of assistance. But for all other parents who are in a problematic situation where there are no child care spaces for their children, that situation is not being addressed by the Conservative so-called plan. Now, we in the NDP have proposed a plan that the Conservatives did not adopt. I don't know why. So in addition to the universal child care benefit, because contrary to the Conservative propaganda, the NDP is not going to eliminate that child care benefit. On the contrary, we absolutely are going to keep that. But in addition to that, the NDP has a plan to create childcare spaces at $15 a day. So here we're offering a real choice for Canadian parents who can decide to benefit from the universal child care benefit. But in addition, they will have more access to more affordable childcare. So in Quebec, this is a program that already exists, thanks to an NDP program, which would enhance that program based on federal funds. But the impacts have been extraordinary in Quebec. A spokesperson for the YWCA said in Quebec between 1996, when low-cost daycares opened in 2008, some 60,000 women returned to the labor market. The number of single mothers on welfare dropped by half. The poverty rate of families led by women dropped from 36% to 22%, and the GDP went up. So those are real and concrete impacts that are beneficial for all of the public, all Canadians, not just for families. So those are the kind of measures we want to see in the budget. We're pleased to see that the Conservatives have finally seen the light and have decided to put in place a tax credit for small and medium-sized businesses. That was an NDP idea. Finally, they saw the light, thank goodness. And there's also the home credit tax, home renovation tax credit, which the NDP has been calling for, and measures to help the veterans, which are included in their BIA. I don't know why, Mr. Speaker. That is a topic that deserves its own debate. But because the Conservative have decided to play political games and to include this type of thing in a Budget Implementation Act, an omnibus bill, we can't support it, Mr. Speaker. We're going to have to vote against it. It's frankly undemocratic, and it doesn't help most Canadian families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with kind of wondering where our honourable member was taking us. She made a quote from the minister, which is not the quote at all. If you look on page 12 of the document, you'll find it says, reducing Canada's debt burden is also a question of intergenerational fairness. It would simply not be fair to saddle our children and grandchildren with inevitable tax hikes to pay for the expenses that we ourselves got there. So I think, Mr. Speaker, there's a decided difference of saying this was what was said when, in fact, this is what is said is in print on page 12 of the book. So I think it's noteworthy that we want to correct the record that the minister didn't say it would be the fault of the children. He said it would be unfair. Don't do it, in other words. So, you know, I guess that's where we sit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portneuf Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the member across the way is not watching the same news channels as most of the Canadian public, and he doesn't read the same papers, because everyone saw the Minister of Finance say that very thing, further to a question that was asked him about the impact that the increase of the TFSA cap would have. So this question was brought forward in the House over and over again, and all of Canada knows about it. So perhaps the member across the way is slightly confused because I presented him with a great many facts based on science, and I know that is not their strong point, and I know it's a bit difficult for them to follow, but I think that he should go back and watch the videos that were available on Budget Day, because that very thing was said by the Minister of Finance, and it was condemned across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, Mel Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. Actually spinning off the last question to a certain extent about saddling future generations. There's two ways that you can saddle future generations, either with debt or with the lack of ability of governments to provide programs to citizens that citizens are asking for. This government, although it likes to claim they're good fiscal managers, we do know this is really the first budget, and it's kind of a fiction figure in terms of balancing the budget, because we do know they've sold off a lot of property around the world. They've basically used the employment insurance fund to balance the books, and the list goes on. So my question to the member really is, with the way that this government manages its fiscal affairs, does she see that as leaving future generations the ability to have the kind of programming that they need, or is that just a misnomer on the part of the government?
The honourable member for Portneuf Jacques Cartier. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think that that's one of the rare times in the House where both the NDP and the Liberals agree on the fact that nobody still feels that the Conservatives are good managers of the public purse. We've seen time and time again that that's not the case, so there's really nobody left who believes that government propaganda. And What's unfortunate, what we've seen, as I mentioned in my speech, is that the parliamentary budget officer, experts from the financial sector, among others, have criticized the Conservative government's decisions, be it in terms of income splitting or in terms of the increasing the TFSA maximum to $10,000. So that's thousands of dollars that are going to be leaving the public coffers, basically just to help out the Conservatives and their rich friends. At the NDP, we have a different vision. We want to ensure that everyone has an equal chance to succeed, that everyone has access to the same services and the same help from the state so that they can succeed in society. And that applies both for today and for future generations, and unfortunately that's not a vision shared by the Conservative government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be here, Mr. Speaker, today to speak to the 2015 budget. I've been a member of Parliament now for 22 years, and I've spoken to a lot of budgets, first from a point of view of the opposition, and for the past 9 years from the government side. And I do want to say that I really prefer the budgets from the government side, and I've enjoyed speaking to them and pointing out to Canadians the benefits to the change that's been presented, not only in the 2015 budget, Mr. Speaker, but in a series of budgets that are leading to a long-term plan to help make our country a better country. Canada, as we all know, is a marvelous country, truly the best country in the world in which to live. But, Mr. Speaker, when we got into government almost 10 years ago, there was a need for a change in direction. I would argue the country had been going the wrong way for a number of years, with increased taxation, with more interference in business, more red tape, less freedom all around. And I'm proud to be a member of Parliament in this Conservative political party who have done a lot over these 10 years to making Canada a much better place. I'm here today to speak to Budget 2015, Mr. Speaker, and as you know, we only have such a little bit of time to speak to the budget. But I do want to take my time to focus on two topics, and that would be seniors. And, Mr. Speaker, seniors, of course, are extremely important in every constituency. And the second, Mr. Speaker, as time allows, I'll speak a little bit about some of the changes to small business. And I do want to, Mr. Speaker, remind you that I am sharing my time with the member from Calgary Centre. And it's important that I remind you of that, or I'll take the full 20 minutes and we'd be in trouble for many reasons, partly because the member from Calgary Centre wouldn't be happy, and partly because Canadians would be deprived of a truly wonderful presentation from her. So, Mr. Speaker, since 2006, government has strengthened the retirement income system and increased direct support for seniors to address their changing needs. In fact, actions taken by this government has substantially increased the income seniors can earn before they are required to pay income tax. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, a single senior can claim income of $20,360 before they pay any tax at all. And I remember what that number was when we got into government 9 years ago, and Mr. Speaker, it was considerably lower. And for a couple, Mr. Speaker, $40,720 before they pay a penny in income tax, Mr. Speaker. And that's a remarkable transformation for seniors across this country. But that's only one area that we have worked on, Mr. Speaker. But in this budget, there are actually changes that do add to the benefits that seniors see from changes made by this government. One, Mr. Speaker, is Economic Action Plan 2015 continues in the direction by proposing a reduction to minimum withdrawals from registered retirement income funds, Mr. Speaker, RIFs, and the creation of the home accessibility tax credit. And I'll just talk a little bit about these. Well, reduction to the minimum withdrawal factor takes into account longer lifespans of Canadians. We all know we're living longer, and with RIFs, we're requiring now that Canadians take less money out so they can stretch that capital for a longer period of time, so they're far less likely, Mr. Speaker, to run out of retirement income before their life ends. So reducing the minimum withdrawal factors for registered retirement income funds, Mr. Speaker, is determined by the percentage of factors which are on a particular rate of return and indexing assumption. For example, currently a senior must withdraw 7.38% of the RIF in the year they are age 71. The new factors proposed will reduce that minimum withdrawal to 5.28% at age 71, Mr. Speaker. By permitting more capital preservation, the new factors will help reduce the risk of outliving one's savings, while ensuring that the tax deferral provided on registered retirement savings plans, RIFs, continued to serve into retirement. The proposed measures will benefit seniors by allowing them to preserve up to 60% more of their registered retirement income funds by age 95, if they so choose, Mr. Speaker. Of course, that's a decision each senior and each couple can make. The new RIF withdrawal rates will apply for the 2015 and subsequent years, Mr. Speaker. RIF holders who at any time in 2015 withdraw more than the reduced 2015 minimum amount will be permitted to recontribute the excess, Mr. Speaker, up to the amount of the proposed reduction in the minimum withdrawal limit to their RIFs. Recontributions will be permitted until February 29, 2016, and will be deductible for the 2015 tax year, Mr. Speaker, reducing the registered retirement income funds minimum withdrawal requirement. The second change, other than the ones I've already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, was the introduction of the home accessibility tax credit. And this, Mr. Speaker, proved a very similar measure that our government put in a few years ago, seemed to be very successful. And so what we're doing is putting in place this home accessibility tax credit, which applies to seniors, making improvements to improve safety, access, and functionality of a dwelling for seniors and persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, can be costly. In recognition of this and the additional benefits of independent living, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes a new permanent home accessibility tax credit. The proposed 15% non-refundable income tax credit would apply up to $10,000, for up to $10,000 of eligible home renovation expenditures per year, Mr. Speaker, providing up to $1,500 in tax relief. And, Mr. Speaker, for seniors, for some seniors in particular, that's very significant. Eligible expenditures will be for improvements that allow a senior or a person who is eligible for the disability tax credit to be more mobile, to be safer, and to function better within their homes, Mr. Speaker. So these are changes that will make a very human and a very real improvement to the lives of many seniors. Now, Mr. Speaker, some people in this House talk about seniors as though they're all low-income wage earners. Well, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of the wealth of the nation, the personal wealth, is in the hands of seniors. So we have a wide range of seniors' income. We have seniors who are barely getting by, living on the Canada Pension Plan and living on maybe old age security, Mr. Speaker, and maybe guaranteed income supplement. So we have that group, certainly. But too often politicians forget about others. For example, people who are retired with quite a substantial retirement income. For example, teacher with a teacher's income, a nurse with a nurse's income, some other public service pension plan, or a private pension plan, Mr. Speaker, and that on top of the Canada Pension Plan. So there are a lot of people kind of, I would say, in that mid-range that are doing quite well. And for them, of course, Mr. Speaker, the change that we put in place a few years ago, pension income splitting for retirement income for seniors, is extremely helpful, and it saves some seniors, Mr. Speaker, a substantial amount of money and allows them to live a lot better in their retirement, Mr. Speaker. So the measures we mentioned in the 2015 Economic Action Plan are, Mr. Speaker, on top of a wide range of other changes that we've made before. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, there are also a lot of seniors that are in that high income bracket, and I can see you indicating I'm down to 1 minute. And, Mr. Speaker, the benefits that the lowering income tax that applies to all seniors, lowering the federal income tax from 11 to 9% in the next few years, it will help all seniors and really all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but there are these measures that are specifically for seniors. Mr. Speaker, because I spoke too long on the seniors aspect, and I find seniors to be extremely important people who are well worth government consideration because of what they've done to build our country, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we have to thank them and that we should thank them on a daily basis for what they've done to build this truly wonderful country, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, in his speech, really highlighted seniors, but I'll say one thing, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to seniors, and in particular seniors in La Pointe de l'Île, if there's one thing that's important to them, it's health care. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Health Council has noted that a group that has been undermined by the Conservatives has noted that because of the aging population, health transfers to the provinces should be at 6%. The Conservatives promised that they would respect that, but now in this budget, they're saying, no, we've reviewed things and we're going to put things at a ceiling of 3%. So that means that the provinces are going to be losing $36 billion to invest in health care for our seniors. How can they explain that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for her question, but I would encourage the member opposite to actually see what our government's done and to look at the reality of the situation and not only refer to her party's talking points, which sometimes, quite frankly, aren't accurate. And this is one situation where the talking points aren't accurate, Mr. Speaker. We're a government that over 9 years has increased transfers to the provinces dramatically, Mr. Speaker. We've increased, in fact, Mr. Speaker, transfers for health care, and these transfers are designated for health care by 6% per year, Mr. Speaker. When the government opposite, the former government, the Liberal government, they slashed transfers to the provinces for health care dramatically, downloading onto the provinces and causing an awful lot of problems in the health care system, Mr. Speaker. We do what's best for health care. We're going to continue to do that. And, you know, the members opposite ought to get the talking points right.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Mr. Speaker, I listened very intently to my colleague's speech, especially when he was speaking about the RIFs and the new rules for minimum withdrawals under RIFs. But the question that comes to mind when listening to that segment of his speech is, why should there be a minimum withdrawal rates at all? I mean, if we look at it in a certain way, we can really ask that question, because is the government saying by having minimum withdrawal rates that seniors can't decide for themselves how much they want to take out of their RIF in any given year? Doesn't having minimum withdrawals limit senior choice in some way?
The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
I thank the member for his comment and his question, and I have to say that, Mr. Speaker, that I personally agree with him 100%. I think he's right. But, Mr. Speaker, it takes time to get there. You know, so our government's taken a really important step which substantially reduces the required amount the seniors have to take out. My wish, Mr. Speaker, and my hope to the member opposite is that in future years, as the budget allows, and over a period of time, that we will, in fact, remove that requirement entirely. I would really love to see that, and I look forward to the day down the road when, in fact, that happens. I agree with the member.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will ask a very specific question to my colleague on Section 18 of the Budget Implementation Bill, which gives amnesty, among other things, to any action taken by public servants concerning the destruction of gun registry data, and, more important, in Section 18, they make it so that the destruction of gun registry data is not affected by the Access to Information Act. So the government is taking that information away from the Access to Information Act. They're taking the rights of citizens away under the Active Information Act to get that information. So what does my colleague think about this section, Section 18, which takes that information away from access to information?
Bill Wainwright.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. It's a good question, and I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is the party that has removed the long gun registry. We've always thought it was a waste of money, that it was ineffective, and that it inappropriately interfered with hunters and farmers and really anyone who wants to own a long gun, Mr. Speaker. So this is just part of the process to ensure that that registry actually is destroyed, and so that farmers and duck hunters and others can feel very comfortable, Mr. Speaker, with the fact that the registry has been destroyed as we promised.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really look forward to standing here to speak on Economic Action Plan 2015, the 2015 budget. Now, when some people imagine budgets, they think only about numbers and their eyes glaze over, and they think that they might have little impact on everyday people. So I'd like to point out how this particular budget is actually very significant for all Canadians, and it makes life better for people in Calgary Centre, whom I'm humbled and privileged to be able to represent. Last year, when I spoke on the budget, I spoke about how we were planning for a balanced budget and the steps we were taking to lead up to it. Well, this year, we have delivered. A balanced budget is exactly what Calgary residents have told me their #1 priority is. And we've done it with a $1.4 billion surplus, despite a precipitous drop in oil prices and an uncertain global economy. Now, people in Calgary Centre and across Canada are acutely aware that given low oil prices and the state of the global economy, the budget did not balance itself. It happened because of the expert guidance of our Prime Minister, of our Finance Minister, of the former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, and the strong encouragement of our Conservative caucus. The budget is where the rubber hits the road. The budget is the proof of the expert leadership that we're getting here in Canada. By balancing the budget and keeping taxes low and delivering more benefits to families, we are keeping Canada the envy of the world. Now, last year I spoke about energy being Canada's natural competitive advantage. Every province and territory from coast to coast to coast has benefited from this industry. Well, the industry is now under considerable pressure, Mr. Speaker, making it more important than ever to diversify our markets to China, to India, to the EU. This budget includes new environmental measures that will demonstrate to Canadians how we can continue to develop our resources sustainably. Energy and the environment can be nurtured and developed together. This sets us apart from the NDP, whose leader branded the energy industry as spreading Dutch disease, and the Liberals, whose leader opposes many pipelines as well as West Coast tanker traffic, which we know that we need in order to get our product to these markets. Now, we know that Canadians want to make sure that energy development is safe for the environment, as do we. Natural Resources Minister Greg Rickford has emphasized that projects will not proceed unless they're safe for people and safe for the environment. They have to pass a rigorous scientific and fact-based inquiry by the National Energy Board, as well as a complete environmental assessment. So this budget includes $80 million over 5 years for the National Energy Board to do its job and give Canadians that assurance. It's coupled with a strict new polluter pay bill, Bill C-64, that puts energy firms on the hook for cleanups. So it gives them extra impetus to make sure that they get our resources to market without incident. which incidentally they do 99.999% of the time. Canadians can have confidence that our environment will be protected as we develop our competitive advantage in energy. Now, I'd like to talk about another type of competitive advantage that this budget provides, Mr. Speaker, and that is economic freedom. This year, with a balanced budget, we can maintain and grow funding to important areas in health and education, like my honourable friend just spoke about, and at the same time provide tax cuts and benefits to help Canadians balance their own budgets. Unlike the Liberals, we do not believe that Canadians will spend those returned tax dollars on beer and popcorn. This is the people's own money, the Prime Minister says. We want to make sure that more of it stays in their pockets and creates jobs and economic growth. So what are the differences in the way Conservatives and other parties view the money that Canadians earn? Well, our government believes in economic freedom, and this year Canada was ranked number 6 in the world by the Economic Freedom of the World report. Economic freedom gives Canadians an opportunity to earn and an opportunity to decide how they wish to spend, rather than having those decisions made by someone else. When you have economic freedom, Mr. Speaker, you have more control over your life. And yes, government has less control. In contrast to other parties' beliefs that government should take in just as much money as it can, our government is taking less and balancing the budget today so we're not mortgaging your children's futures. Our latest family tax cut will give 1.7 million families more control over their lives. And these tax relief measures will give parents like Sarah and Sam an extra $6,640 this year that they have to spend as they see fit. Mr. Speaker, this will have a considerable impact on the quality of life of all Canadian families. Retirees like Bill and Ruth also have more economic freedom under Economic Action Plan 2015. Seniors can put off taking funds out of their tax-protected RIFs and leave the money there longer until it's needed. Mr. Speaker, what if I'm not like Sarah and Sam, or retired like a couple like Bill and Ruth? What is there in this budget for me? For many young Canadians, it's... Are you addressing me, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, the honourable member, please.
Canadians, owning a home look like a distant goal. We've introduced the first-time home buyer's tax credit of up to $5,000 for those buying their first home. Mr. Speaker, there are incentives for people who are retired. There are incentives for apprentices who want to take apprenticeship training. There are incentives for students who want to go back to school. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, our federal government is giving Canadians more economic freedom by giving them more money in their pockets so they can decide how to use it. We're helping the middle class and those who want to join it. Now I'd like to talk about another of the human sides of enterprise, and that's people in need. Because 2 years ago, Albertans suddenly found themselves grappling with the largest natural disaster in Canadian history, the 2013 Southern Alberta flood. And as June approaches again, Calgarians in my riding are looking at the skies and praying that there won't be another 1 in 100 flood. Well, as a government, I can tell them that we have been acting. As most know, $2.8 billion federal dollars were set aside for flood recovery costs in Alberta. In addition to those funds, $134 million is currently being put into Environment Canada monitoring networks and satellite warning and forecast systems to better predict major events like the 2013 Alberta flood. Our government's also investing $200 million over 4 years into mitigation, which will include money for mapping. This is something that's very important that insurance companies say that they need in order to be able to provide flood insurance in Canada for the first time. Further, federal infrastructure dollars can now be used for disaster mitigation projects, and it's now up to the province of Alberta to prioritize disaster mitigation on its agenda, and I urge the new Premier to do that. With this budget, our government is continuing the Building Canada plan, and this is the largest and longest-running infrastructure program in Canadian history. Cities have never seen the kind of funding like they are seeing now from our federal government. This program will see $53 billion invested in infrastructure across Canada over 10 years. Alberta will receive $3.2 billion, $942 under the new Building Canada Fund, $942 million, and an estimated $2.27 billion under the Federal Gas Tax Fund. That's a lot of zeros, Mr. Speaker. Calgary has gained $427 million through the Federal Gas Tax Fund since 2006. We've invested in projects like finishing the Calgary Ring Road, improving Calgary Transit, and the city sets these priorities. Federally, we're also helping fund some 27 summer festivals like Sled Island and Global Fest, things like SIF, theatre groups like One Yellow Rabbit, the Women's Calgary Spoken Word Festival. We provided more than $25 million to the gorgeous new National Music Centre in Calgary, the $20 million to the Bella Concert Hall at Mount Royal University, and $25 million to the Agrium Centre at Stampede Park. And we've balanced the budget while maintaining and increasing transfer payments to the provinces for important things like health care. Now, this isn't only happening in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. It's happening across the country. People's lives are better and richer because of this budget. Albertans' lives are better. New Brunswickers' lives are better. British Columbians' lives are better. And we have balanced our budget. That, Mr. Speaker, is what leadership looks like. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. I think that proves that the Conservatives are dreaming in Technicolor. At the end of her speech, she said that the budget was really advantageous for people in New Brunswick, and I'd like to point out to her that we have a lot of young people who are unemployed, people who worked in the oil sands have lost their jobs. There's nothing in the budget to help them out. I'd also like to remind her that a lot of workers in New Brunswick are seasonal workers, and I'd like to remind her that this budget will make further inroads into the EI fund, $17 billion over 5 years, and the total for this government will be over $24 billion that they've raided from the EI fund. They're approaching the Liberals. They're not there yet, but they'll get there. So they're taking from New Brunswickers, and the measures they're introducing will only help the 15%, the top 15% of the wealthy. So she's saying she's contradicting her own finance minister, who says that it's our grandchildren who will pay for this.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to spin a budget with such good news as something that's bad. And I want to use the example of a fellow named Ronnie, who could be from New Brunswick. Ronnie's an apprentice. He's a Red Seal apprentice. A person like Ronnie will receive $1,715 in tax relief and increased benefits this year, Mr. Speaker. And we have programs like the Canada Job Grant, the Canada Apprentice Loan, and also we're making certification requirements with this budget better harmonized across the country. So if there isn't a job in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, Ronnie can go and move to another province for work. And he can even take the training there to find work. Now, businesses have told us that's exactly what they need. And you know what? Guys like Ronnie from New Brunswick have told us that's exactly what they need. And we have jobs still waiting for folks like that, Mr. Speaker. This budget does provide for many, many sectors of our society, including students and people from New Brunswick.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are in an election year, and the Conservative government says we have a balanced budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe it, quite frankly. And the way you look at their balanced budget, what did they do? They borrowed out of the contingency fund, something in which other ministers had said that they would never do to balance the books. And then they sold off $2 billion worth of GM shares in order to get a surplus of just over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's kind of like a fudged, balanced budget. And we won't know until after the next federal election whether or not it is, in fact, balanced. former Speaker said, well, all we should do is just reflect on the Liberals, and he went to provincial governments. My question is, would it not be better to reflect on the last Liberal administration, where we had Jean Chrétien with balanced budgets, Paul Martin with balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Liberals handed the government the last balanced budget that they actually had, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member might want to tell Canadians and her constituents and whether or not she really believes that they do have a balanced budget that has actually been earned.
Good.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, you have no idea how glad I am the member asked that question, because I was there when Jean Chrétien came to Alberta and gave Alberta less money per capita than every other province in Canada for health care. We have corrected that, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, but we've increased funding for health care, and funding for health care for all provinces will go up under this budget. That is what quality of life for Canadians looks like, not what they saw under the Liberals.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to once again participate in this debate on the Budget Implementation Act on behalf of the people I represent in Parkdale High Park in Toronto. Now, the people in Parkdale High Park, I think like most Torontonians and probably most Canadians, are pretty fair-minded people. They're thoughtful. They pay attention to what's going on. And they're pretty community-minded. You know, they get involved in their neighborhood. They're good volunteers, and they really want government to help them and help their communities. And first of all, I have to say on their behalf that so many people have written me to say that they've been offended that this government insists on bringing in these omnibus budget bills that basically are an amalgam of several pieces of legislation. This particular bill is 150 pages long, 270 clauses, dozens of acts thrown in together, many of which have nothing to do with the budget. So they're offended by the process with which this government brings in its legislation, and they always ask me, what are the Conservatives trying to hide that they refuse to openly have thorough debate, openly have discussion of their legislation. And now joining me in this debate today, I'd like to inform the Speaker I'll be splitting my time with the member from Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. So this omnibus bill is a way to obscure what in fact is the real legislative agenda of this government. The other thing that people have talked to me about in my community that they find a bit of a sleight of hand is this notion that this is a balanced budget. Now, technically, I suppose you could call it that, but the way to a so-called razor-thin balanced budget has been through devastating cuts to the public service in Canada. So many services, so many things that Canadians rely on, whether it's food safety, transportation safety, support for veterans, the services that government needs to be providing for Canadians have been cut, and that's not fair. It's not a true balance. It really is undercutting what Canadians are paying for, and I think Canadians know they're getting a very raw deal with this government and their phony balanced budget. They also know that getting to this balanced budget came by way of raiding the Employment Insurance Fund, and you know, when less than 40% of unemployed Canadians even have access to the employment insurance benefits that they need when they're unemployed, and benefits that they have paid into. They pay premiums, they and their employers pay premiums into this fund, and then when they need the fund, when they lose their jobs, for the vast majority of them, it's not there. Certainly in the City of Toronto, I think it's only about 20% of people who lose their jobs are able to access employment insurance. And yet this government like the Liberals before them, has dug in with both hands, scooped up a lot of money, and used it to cover off their deficits with this budget. The other thing this government has done, they've had a bit of a fire sale, selling off GM shares at a loss, which basically gave up any opportunity to have a window on General Motors, especially when there's a lot of concern and uncertainty about continued investment by General Motors in Canada. It seemed a particularly bad time for Canada to sell those shares. And they also got their balance, supposed balance, by raiding the rainy day fund, the contingency fund for Canada. So they shouldn't hang their hat on what great economic managers they are, because in fact they have made choices that really have not been in the best interests of the majority of Canadians. They could have used this budget to create childcare spaces. They promised to create 100,000 childcare spaces. The Prime Minister himself promised that. And guess how many childcare spaces this government has created, Mr. Speaker? They created exactly the same number as the Liberals before them, and that number would be zero, none, nada. They have failed to create even one childcare space for Canadians. That is shameful, and it is, I think, a terrible legacy for this and the previous government in this country. Infrastructure. Our cities and communities across this country are crying out for effective infrastructure investment. I come from a city, Toronto, where we are effectively stuck in gridlock. And the Toronto Board of Trade estimates that we lose, as an economy, $6 billion every single year because of lack of infrastructure investment. And this is cumulative, Mr. Speaker. Not only has this government failed to invest in infrastructure, but it's building on the previous failures of Liberal governments before them. And sadly, now we're in this situation where we have gridlocked roads, crumbling bridges, bursting water mains, electricity that goes out whenever there's a bad storm. And so this is no way to run the biggest city, the engine of our economy here in Canada. It's no way to run Toronto or any other community, and I say it's a disgrace and a failure on the part of this federal government. We also see a real housing crisis in this country. It's one of the biggest causes of poverty in Canada. People can't afford a decent roof over their head. I see it in Parkdale, in my community, where people are paying far too much for poor quality rental accommodation. We've seen recently big multinational companies like Achilles come in and do superficial cosmetic renovations, jack up the rent, and people are forced out of their homes. And I do want to pay tribute to people in Parkdale who've gone to the Landlord-Tenant Board and challenged those decisions and won some victories for affordable housing in our community in Parkdale. But we need to have the federal government at our backs, supporting the community, supporting Canadians who work hard and are looking for a decent, affordable place to live. We need their support. We need a national housing strategy. Sadly, this was cancelled in Canada under the previous Liberal government, but this government, this Conservative government, had a chance to do something about housing, and they failed. Another major issue in my community, Mr. Speaker, is the Union Pearson Express, the express line that's going from the largest railway station, Union Station, to our largest airport, Pearson. And they're going to be running trains every 7.5 minutes along past many houses and schools and daycares in our neighbourhood. And sadly, the Ontario provincial Liberal government has created a diesel train to do this. No other city in the world is putting diesel trains running that often through major urban areas. They didn't do it in Vancouver. Other cities around the world are investing in electric trains, but our community is subjected to dirty diesel. And we have finally, through incredible community pressure, persuaded the provincial government that, yes, electric is better, but they have not budgeted any money to actually make the change to electric. And that is an infrastructure investment that this federal government could have made, should have made. The people of Toronto want to see clean transportation, clean electric, and they should have built it once, built it right, but there is a chance to have this corrected. Two other areas that the government could have acted on and didn't. One is reducing the cost of remittances. They did talk about studying remittances, but I have a proposal in to this House, Mr. Speaker, to actually limit the cost of remittances for new Canadians to send money back to their home country to 5%, which would have been a real cost saving. They also could have dramatically improved the lot of interns. They've made some steps in this budget, but they inexplicably failed to protect interns from sexual harassment and from exploitative hours of work. Now, I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I could go on for some time talking about what isn't in this budget. Sadly, what they have chosen to spend the money on are the people who are the wealthiest at the very top of the income level, and they have used the taxes of the rest of Canadians to do that. I say this is a failed budget. That's why we'll be voting against it. But Canadians will have a chance to make a different choice this October, and then we will bring in a budget that's good for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
I'd like to go back to the start of the Honourable Member's speech when she said that, quite rightly, that the government really hasn't balanced this budget at all, and that it's done so through sleight of hand. Now, just by way of analogy, Mr. Speaker, when you interview someone for a job, you often ask them if they've done the job before. If they don't have a lot of experience, you say, well, have you done something similar before? You have skills that you've proven can be adapted to this situation. But if you look at the Conservative government, they've never balanced the budget. That's right. And not only has this Conservative government not balanced the budget, the Conservative government before the Mulroney government didn't balance the budget. So why should we believe that they have the skills, the job qualifications to balance the budget? And to the Honourable Member, given that the NDP made it possible for this government to get the job in 2006, is she and her colleagues not feeling a bit of buyer's remorse?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
This is very interesting that somehow Liberals could be at the centre of a massive corruption scandal using Canadians' tax dollars and basically paying off their own people, as the Gomery Commission found very well. Only the Liberals could then have the arrogance to somehow blame New Democrats or blame Canadians for somehow making a choice other than themselves. To me, it's it's failing to learn from the past, and it's failing to learn the basic lesson of humility, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I do take the point of the Honourable Member, and I respect the point that he's making, that we've had 7 deficit budgets from this Conservative government. I look at governments like that of Roy Romano and Gary Dewar, who balanced budget after budget, Tommy Douglas, for that measure, who balanced budget after budget after budget. You know who has the best record of balancing budgets in this country, Mr. Speaker? It would be the NDP.
Hello. I guess.
Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for her assessment of this budget, which is spot on. It does nothing for the middle class or for people who need help making ends meet at the end of the month. Now, I want to talk about something that is very specific that is in this bill, and it is something that is positive overall, but the Conservative missed 50% of the problem, and I'm talking about copyright, because there's been an extension of the time allotted to protect sound recordings, for the past 70 years, but the Conservatives completely failed to include therein the works as such. So that creates a 20-year gap where the recordings are protected, but not the work that the person composed as such. So that is very problematic, and I'd like to ask my colleague what she thinks of that.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Je remercie.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And indeed, in this budget, there has been more protection granted to companies that make recordings, but the works themselves and the authors or the artists themselves do not benefit from the same protection. And I would say that artists already have trouble making ends meet, so they need as much help as we can give them. And so once again, this is a short-sighted measure on the part of the government. They did not support artists or works in this government, artists or works of art. So this is simply another example of where the government really is not working for the middle class or for the majority of Canadians, and it is really a failure on their part. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleagues as well. I'm very pleased today to rise to present my ideas on Bill C-59, which is the enabling piece of legislation for this year's budget. I have a great deal of difficulty with this budget once again. Unfortunately, we will not be able to support it on this side of the House, and it is unfortunate because there are some elements in this bill. It's a mammoth bill, and so the Conservatives are trying to bury some measures in it. There are measures that support veterans, and we would like to support these measures, but unfortunately, they used their omnibus budget bill, once again an omnibus budget bill. Now, it's not as long as the other omnibus budget bills we've seen, like C-38, which was several hundred pages. This can practically be qualified as slim because it's only 150 pages. But I would like to remind people that the Conservatives, when they were in opposition, they were denouncing budget bills that were only a few dozen pages long. And here we have a 150-page bill presented by the same party. This prevents us from fully debating the issues that are in this bill. We saw it with C-38, with C-45, and now once again we see it with Bill C-59. The government's ability, and even the Conservative backbenchers, they should be providing oversight to their government, but here we simply don't have the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out again that the Conservatives have time allocated this motion. This is the 96th time that they have curtailed debate on one of their bills. In this case, on a bill that is as important as this one, it's completely absurd, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out, however, that there are measures in the budget that the NDP would have liked to support because they were NDP ideas that the government decided to borrow, and I'd like to congratulate them on that. Let's look at small and medium-sized businesses. They've reduced the taxation level from 11 to 9%. Now, it will take 5 years, of course. The Conservatives decided to stagger it over a number of years, but it will give a helping hand to small and medium-sized businesses, which are major job creators in our Canadian economy. So this is a measure that deserves support. But once again, they are mixing up elements that we could support with elements that we simply cannot. I would like to point out the fact that in the budget, there is no measure for Transport Canada docks. The Conservatives have settled, and they were very happy to do so, they have settled for spending time in Eastern Canada, that they have talked about these divestiture program of $33 million, but unfortunately that was the same amount that they announced last year, so they're simply re-announcing the same measure, and they've already spent $9 million. So for 50 wharves, there are only about $25 million left. 2 of them are in my riding, and those wharves alone would represent more than the amount of money that is left for all the 50 wharves across the country that the government has divested itself of. So when the government says it's supporting us, we have to wonder, how does that translate into real terms? We can't accept their offer because their offer is simply inadequate. I heard a Conservative member recently say that the Conservatives have proposed an infrastructure plan that is going to be one of the largest in the history of Canada. But unfortunately, that money is going to be in the future. This budget doesn't deal with any of those amounts at all. They're going to go forward and try to make people believe that with a bill that is spread over 10 years, they're going to spend $54 billion, the largest amount in history. But the facts show exactly the opposite. Of these $54 billion last year, the government only spent $250 million. So it must be said that they were very discreet about giving support to municipalities and organizations to move forward with infrastructure plans. I think that is truly shameful on the part of the government to commend themselves and pat themselves on the back for government that they have never spent. They're trying to have us believe that a government, or rather that a measure is real, but it's a measure that doesn't actually exist. These funds don't exist. So it's not a budget that helps regions at all. When the Conservatives say that they have balanced the budget, they did it thanks to the contingency fund and also by dipping into the employment insurance fund. So $1.5 billion that they've plundered from the EI fund. And then they are talking about taking $17 billion out of this same fund over 5 years. So they're quickly beating the Liberals' record, and they used to talk about delivering balanced budget as well, but once again they balanced it thanks to the EI fund. Since the reform of the Chrétien government, $57 billion have been plundered from the EI fund. Another $50 billion under the Conservatives, and now we're looking at another $17 billion under this Conservative government. So when they talk about balancing the budget, they're doing so at the expense of those who need it the most. Seasonal workers, the unemployed, the middle class. We know that they'll be paying the price. 4 out of 10 people in Canada are not even entitled to employment insurance. Those people will never see 1 red cent of that money, and yet the Conservatives don't mind taking it out of the EI fund and allocating it to programs that will benefit only the wealthy few in Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has clearly said that when it comes to the income splitting scheme proposed by the Conservative in this government, only 15% of Canadians will benefit from it. And of that 15%, most of them are the richest in the country. They don't need any more help. When we see that there are people who are unemployed, when there's people who are losing their jobs, today, in $1,700, a pillar of industry in Canada, 1,700 of those employees have been laid off. They are looking at an EI fund that has been plundered, that has been gutted over and over by the government. They have no more. They're saying that they balance the budget, but that is because the government has tightened all the programs. They've slashed away. So there are people who have to depend on part-time employment. People will have trouble making ends meet. Mr. Speaker, today the budget is simply not going to help the people who need it most. When we're talking about not only income splitting, but also tax-free savings accounts, the TFSA, sure, they raised the limit of contribution limit to $10,000, but the number of people in my riding who have an extra $10,000 lying around that they can contribute to this fund, well, they are very rare, I would say. There are hardly any of them. In addition, those people are not spending it. They're putting it into a savings account. So there's a program that puts money back in people's pockets that will have more impacts on the local economy, and it is that type of program that can help grow the economy. When we provide assistance to a small business that will help the local economy, that's the kind of measure that works. That's the kind of measure that creates wealth. And that is why for the NDP, the most important thing would have been to put money back in the pockets of the people who need it most and not the richest Canadians. I'm very discouraged by this budget, which once again gives priority to people who will likely vote Conservative in the next election, but unfortunately, they are people, Conservatives are scorning the people who are not supported in this budget, the unemployed, people who are in vulnerable situations. The budget provides very little for these people. I would also like to point out that in the budget there is something that is very interesting for retired people. With regard to the RIFs, the Registered Retired Income Funds, now people can defer the withdrawals that they make from this fund. They can defer them for a slightly longer time. So that will help people who are retired. But it must be remembered, people who don't have enough money to put into these funds, the people who can claim OAS, well, they have to now wait an extra 2 years till age 67. And that is a measure that the government imposed unilaterally. And those people are trying to make ends meet. And when they're trying to balance their own budget, their personal budget, they're going to run out of money in their golden years. So we need a budget that helps out people who really need it. The government has an advocacy role to play with regard to people who are the neediest. The government should help people who need it the most, and the budget before us simply does not do that. Thank you. The honourable member will have 5 minutes for the questions and comments when the House resumes debate on this motion.
Déclaration de députés. Statements by members. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an enormous honour to rise today in my place to pay tribute to a veteran, a war hero, and a truly lovely human being. Major retired Charles Goodman, C.D., is a constituent of mine, and he has an extraordinary and distinguished war record. He was part of the Normandy invasion on D-Day, and he and his wife, Nancy, just recently traveled to the Netherlands to be part of the 70th anniversary commemoration of the Canadian role in liberating the Netherlands. Charles Goodman is known as Chick, and Chick Goodman was one of the selected speakers for the commemoration of Canada's role, particularly his role in the liberation of the Westerbork concentration camp in the Netherlands. He played such an incredible role in battle after battle and country after country that the French government last year chose to bestow upon him their Legion of Honor and highest award. It's an honor to be his MP and a greater honor to be his friend.
For Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, today 6 of 7 members of the Baha'i Faith Leadership Group will be entering their 8th year of incarceration in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Mrs. Kamalbadi, Mr. Kanjani, Mr. Naemi, Mr. Razai, Mr. Takavoli, and Mr. Tezfam joined Mrs. Mavesh Sabet in prison in early May 2008. Their only crime in Iran is their membership in the Baha'i Faith and their efforts to serve the spiritual and social needs of their fellow believers. The 7-member group known as Iran, which means friends, was formed to minister to the needs of their community at the national level. Iran's 20-year prison terms represent the longest imposed on any current prisoner of conscience in Iran, and for some, and given their advanced age, amounts to a life sentence. These 7 Baha'i leaders are yet another example of the travesty of justice in Iran, and their imprisonment is a glaring abuse of human rights. I call on President Rouhani and the Iranian regime to respect human rights and freedom of religion, exercise clemency, suspend their sentences, and immediately release the 7 Baha'i leaders.
The honourable member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, wholesale grocery Grossist Le Frigo will be opening in Limoilou in mid-June. This is great news. Meat, fruit and vegetables at a fraction of the usual price will now be available for local residents. This is in addition to great initiatives like the Rutabaga Collective Public Market and the Petit Marché Solidaire de Limoilou, which have increased the availability of fresh, affordable food products. But these initiatives, great though they are, still won't fix everything for the hundreds of families in Beauport-Limoilou who depend on food banks. Many of these families are working families whose income simply isn't enough to live with dignity. And that's why I'm running for the NDP for a fourth time, and I'll work to put in place measures that will truly help families in Beauport-Limoilou, like a minimum wage at $15 an hour. The people of Beauport-Limoilou work very hard to live with dignity, and they deserve policies that meet their needs.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the insurance industry has a very proud history in Canada. Over the past century, insurance companies have contributed to our economy while helping Canadians secure their financial futures. Today, the Canadian Fraternal Alliance is in Ottawa for their first Advocacy Day, raising awareness and highlighting the achievements of fraternal benefit societies. They are unique organizations within the sector that provide insurance and financial products to their members and also demonstrate a strong commitment to giving back to their communities through volunteerism and support of charitable activities. For example, Faith Life Financial in Waterloo has contributed almost $44 million in donations and volunteer hours since their inception. And all fraternals are making a similar impact in their local communities. Mr. Speaker, thank you to all fraternal benefit societies for making a difference in their communities.
Yeah. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The increased aircraft noise in St. Paul's from the 2012 flight path changes at Toronto Pearson International Airport have had an overwhelming impact on my constituents. Local residents were not appropriately consulted about these changes, and there seems to be a total lack of public accountability or government oversight regarding these flight path decisions. I've been working closely with the impressive Toronto Aviation Noise Group on this issue to find measures to mitigate the aircraft noise in St. Paul's and to find a long-term solution. Since 2012, I've met repeatedly with NAV Canada, Transport Canada, GTA officials to discuss the issue and convey concerns from local residents. I've also raised the issue with the Minister of Transport in person and in writing on numerous occasions. The finger-pointing among government and responsible organization has been truly disappointing. Residents of St. Paul's have shared the impacts of the enjoyment of their homes as well as the significant health concerns. I urge the Minister of Transport to bring all the players to the table to find a long-term solution to this untenable situation.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, after nearly 22 years as a Member of Parliament for Yorkton Melville, my work in this place is quickly coming to a close. It has been an honour and a privilege to represent the constituents of Yorkton Melville. Who would have thought that a simple farm boy educated in a one-room country school would end up on Parliament Hill? As a newbie to Ottawa and the ways of Parliament back in '93, I grew to depend on good advice, be it from my staff, my colleagues, or the countless professional employees who work for the House of Commons. There are so many employees within the parliamentary precinct who make our work here on the Hill a whole lot easier. Employees from the Library of Parliament to the Clerk's Office, from printing and mailing services to IT, from the parliamentary restaurant to security services, and I could go on. Staff like Elizabeth Nye, Dennis Young, Sandy Campeau. The list is endless. I am filled with gratitude to all who have assisted me over the years. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize all the employees who work on the Hill for their dedication and outstanding service. I am truly grateful to them all.
The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, it's with great honour that I rise today in the House to remind everyone that May 17th will be International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. The Montreal Declaration on LGBT Human Rights calls for all countries to recognize this day. We need to continue to say loud and clear that Canada is an open society, open to all. And it's important to recognize the crucial role that community organizations play, organizations that work every day to promote inclusion of the LGBT community, and by fighting for their rights and their needs. I'd also like to highlight the work done by Gris Québec, the Conseil québécois LGBT, and the Alliance Arc-en-Ciel de Québec, as well as Miel Québec. I would also like to highlight the important role played by allies, people who every day help to end prejudice. I would like to ask all Canadians to participate in raising awareness to continue to fight homophobia and transphobia, and do like me, wear your badge. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on February 25th, Bill C-586, the Reform Act, was adopted in this House by a vote of 260 to 17. But, Mr. Speaker, we are rapidly approaching the dissolution of this Parliament in the general election. There remains only 5 sitting weeks before summer adjournment. If the bill is not passed into law before the end of June, it will die. Mr. Speaker, there's an important constitutional principle at stake here. The Constitution and the Parliament of Canada Act provide for a bicameral parliament where each chamber is independent of each other in respect of its own affairs and its own governance. The Reform Act concerns only the House of Commons and how the House of Commons and its caucuses are to be governed, and how members are to be elected to the House of Commons. On February 25th, the House of Commons overwhelmingly pronounced on how it wants to be governed. Constitutional principles need to be respected and upheld, and the Reform Act needs to pass into law.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, as my time in this place draws to a close, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank God for all the gifts He has bestowed upon me. To the constituents of Northumberland, Quinte West, for putting their faith in me as their federal representative in the 39th, 40th, and 41st Parliament. Of course, I would not be here without the tireless efforts of our EDA and the volunteers in all those elections. And my thanks to the fine folks who, under your command, make this a place to work, great place to work. To my staff, a heartfelt thank you. You are the reason we have such a good reputation in the riding. And to my wife, Judith Irene Bangs, she is the reason I said yes to public life. We could not have been successful without the support of my sons James, Matthew, their wives Jennifer and Shonda, and the greatest grandchildren a grandpa could ever have, Macy, Ben, Luke, and Fisher. The 4 of you make Grandpa and Yada very proud, and we love you so very much.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Dartmouth Cole Harbour and in communities across Canada, households that have always received home mail delivery are being forced into using community mailboxes against their will. In my riding, the locations have been selected, many in spite of serious objections from residents, and the installation work begins soon. People I talk to are really upset because they know how difficult it will be for thousands of seniors, people with mobility challenges, and people living in poverty. They also know that this is completely unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, not only are 25,000 homes in my riding losing service, so are almost 200 small businesses, 30 schools, dozens of churches, even our community centers and libraries. This is unacceptable. I'm proud today to tell my constituents that an NDP government would reverse this terrible decision and restore home mail delivery to those from whom it's been taken.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is focused on the priorities of Canadian families. That is why we introduced the family tax cut and the universal child care benefit that will put more money in the pockets of every Canadian family. This is in stark contrast to the NDP and Liberal plan to raise taxes for all Canadians. The Liberal leader even said benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. Maybe the Liberal leader believes it's fair to pick one family over another family and somehow not being fair to all families who help the budget balance itself. We believe it is fair to benefit every single family and provide opportunities for all Canadians. We'll make sure that families receive those benefits, Mr. Speaker. We'll make no apologies for helping all Canadian families, and we understand that benefiting every single family is indeed fair.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been so lucky to have spent the last 4 years with the people of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. It's a diverse rural riding where agriculture, heritage, and industry meet, and where the people are very friendly and welcoming. Along with my constituents, I've criticized the demolition of the Mirabel Airport, I've defended those whose land was expropriated, called for the restoration of the Granville Canal, and worked for continued funding for the Festival de Saint-Placide and the Montebello Rockfest. And we've worked closely with local First Nations. My legislative proposals, a housing strategy for women, standards for septic tanks, and protection of navigable waters, aim to improve my riding and my country, and through my local riding offices and all kinds of events, I've made a priority of meeting all of my constituents. But after 4 years, I'm convinced that what we need to do is repair the damage caused by the Conservatives. It's time to finish the job. It's time to form an NDP government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we promised, our government has been cutting taxes for Canadians. For example, the family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will benefit 100% of families with kids. The vast majority of benefits going to low and middle income families. No one knows their children better than parents do. Our plan is the only child care plan that gives parents the final say on how to care for their children by giving all families a benefit and leaving it up to parents to decide how to spend this money. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader plans to take away the family tax cut and replace it with the family tax hike. The Liberal leader wants to take it all away. He wants to get rid of the tax-free savings accounts, income splitting, and the universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, he doesn't care about helping families. He even said that benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. Can you believe that?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the Renewable Cities program aims to accelerate the adoption of 100% renewable energy within cities globally and recognizes the world needs an integrated approach to energy efficiency and urban design. This 5-year program has been co-designed with leaders in local government, the private sector, key innovators, thought leaders, and the utility sector. With reductions in consumption and energy system transformation, renewable cities can become a reality. As a first step, a global learning forum is being held at the Four Seasons Hotel in Vancouver today through Saturday. I'm so proud of Vancouver's goal and plan to become the greenest city in the world by 2020, earning them the role of hosting this forum. A diverse range of visionary leaders have gathered, including a German delegation from World Future Council, by whom I had the pleasure of being briefed this week in Ottawa. The delegates will share ideas, best practices, and encouragement, joining an important global movement for change. I wish them every success.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Speaker, the Liberals have plans for tax hikes and massive deficits, and Mr. Speaker, their numbers just don't add up. The Liberal leader even said, and I'm quoting, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. Mr. Speaker, that's outrageous. He went further, though, Mr. Speaker. He pledged to cancel the universal child care benefit. He wants to replace our family tax cut with a family tax hike. And further still, the Liberal leader admits that there's still billions of dollars in terms of a hole within his plan. He also admits that he will have to raise taxes on people earning less than $60,000 a year by canceling their expanded tax-free savings accounts. Canadians are smart enough not to be fooled and will stick with our plan that actually puts money back into their pockets.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Canadians are sick and tired of turning on their TV to watch the game just to see their hard-earned tax dollars being flushed down the drain on government ads that serve the interests of the Conservative Party, not Canadians. Now, former Chief Electoral Officer Jean-Pierre Kingsley has now spoken out declaring these partisan ads must stop. These ads are creating an unfair advantage. In other words, this is cheating, plain and simple. Meanwhile, Liberals like to complain about the over $750 million spent on ads by the Conservatives, but then they stay silent on the over $1 billion they spent on similar ads. And then in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, after promising to clean this up, the Win Liberals are now gutting their own law. Enough of the empty promises, enough of the hypocrisy and the entitlement, Mr. Speaker. More and more Canadians see they do have a choice. And this October, Canadians can vote to finally end this unethical behavior, vote for the change they want, and actually get it.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party says that benefiting every single Canadian isn't what is fair. That's why, of course, he wants to take away from every single family the universal child care benefit, why he wants to take away income splitting, which is benefiting families and seniors, and why he wants to take away tax-free savings accounts. And even after he does all that, it still doesn't add up. Mr. Speaker, his numbers still don't add up. And Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government stands for all Canadian families by keeping taxes low and making sure that they can spend their hard-earned money on their own priorities.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. Conservative economic policy is getting us nowhere. Over 1,500 jobs have just been lost at Bombardier, 1,000 in Montreal, and around 500 in Toronto. The Conservatives are completely ignoring the manufacturing industry. Are the Conservatives going to turn things around? What's their plan to kickstart manufacturing? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, obviously our hearts go out to those who lose their jobs. At the same time, our plan to reduce taxes and train workers and to increase international trade has succeeded in creating 1.2 million new jobs. 80% of those are full-time, and 2/3 are in well-paying industries. And we will continue with our economic action plan to create jobs for Canadians.
Toronto are facing the bad news today as they learn of 1,500 jobs lost at Bombardier. This comes on the heels of news that Canada lost 20,000 jobs last month. This isn't about statistics. It's about thousands of lives thrown into chaos and thousands of families uncertain about how they'll pay their rent or pay for their grocery bill. Why are the Conservatives ignoring so many people in need of help while giving billions to the wealthy?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, we have our hearts go out to anyone who has lost their job. Our plan for tax cuts, training, and trade has created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. 80% are full-time, 80% in the private sector, and almost 2/3 in high-wage sectors. The NDP and Liberals have one plan for jobs. That is to raise taxes on those who create them and those who work at them. Mr. Speaker, taxes will only kill jobs and send shockwaves throughout our economy. That's why we're keeping taxes low.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Facts straight before misleading Canadians, because here are the facts. Last month, Halifax lost 2,600 jobs, 6,600 in Kitchener-Waterloo, 4,400 jobs in Edmonton, 1,600 in Kelowna, and in Montreal, 27,000 jobs lost in the last 6 months. With thousands more people losing their jobs, why are Conservatives so hell-bent on giving billions away to the wealthy few?
The NDP and Liberals have only one plan on jobs, and that is to raise taxes on those who create them, Mr. Speaker. We have the opposite approach. Through tax cuts, training, and trade, our economy has generated 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. Mr. Speaker, 80% are full-time, 80% are in the private sector, 2/3 are in high-wage industries. We will continue to keep taxes down to create more jobs for Canadians.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, crocodile tears don't help those who've lost their job. We want action from the federal government. The fact is that the manufacturing industry in Quebec has lost 102,500 manufacturing jobs. And now with Bombardier, it's 1,000 more families in Montreal, among them 850 in Dorval, who will be without a job trying to make ends meet. And instead of helping them, the Conservatives are serving up a rehashed budget of tax handouts to the richy rich. When is the government going to do something to avoid losing even more good jobs? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the NDP and Liberal parties have only one plan, that's to raise income taxes for Canadians and raise taxes on job creators. Our plan is the opposite. We are cutting taxes for those who create jobs, cutting taxes for consumers and for families. This will enable people to save for the future, and it will allow small and medium-sized businesses to hire people. That is why we have created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. 80% of those are full-time, and two-thirds are high-wage. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative recipe doesn't work. We're losing more and more jobs all across Quebec and Canada. Here again are the facts. In Quebec, approximately 102,500 manufacturing jobs have been lost on their watch. In Montreal, 27,000 jobs have been lost in the last 6 months. Another 1,500 at Bombardier. They've been in office for 10 years and have completely lost touch with the real world. Will the government stop helping their ultra-rich cronies and finally start supporting our families in need? Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we've already done that. That is why we've created 1.2 million net new jobs, of which 80% are full-time, 80% are private sector, and two-thirds are high-wage jobs. The NDP would put in place a carbon tax which would destroy factories and other employers in Quebec and all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, that is why Canadians will never take the risk of electing the New Democrats. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the bad news for manufacturing keeps piling up. Today we learned that Bombardier has announced they'll be firing 1,750 employees, including 1,000 in Montreal. Last month, 20,000 jobs were lost in Canada. The government's laissez-faire approach is completely irresponsible. It's time something was done. Why is this government doing nothing to create jobs here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we have taken action to create jobs with, for example, lower taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. The rate has been cut from 11 to 9%. But the Liberal leader says he would overturn those tax cuts for entrepreneurs and small business. He wants to increase taxes on our entrepreneurs and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, that's the worst thing you could do. That would kill jobs, and it would jeopardize our economy.
More nonsense answers from that minister. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives say cheer up, and things could be worse, though. So Canadians cheered up, and yes, they got much, much worse. They're worse for 1,500 workers just laid off at Bombardier today, as 1,000 in Montreal and another 500 in Toronto. And that's on top of the hundreds of thousands you've heard about of good jobs that have been lost because of government inaction. So the minister continues to sell his phony 1.2 million jobs line, but unemployed families know better. Will the minister finally admit that their Conservative fiscal policies have failed?
Disaster. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our plan for trade, training, and tax cuts has created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. 80% full-time, 80% in the private sector, two-thirds in high-wage sectors. Now, the worst thing we could do at this juncture is to follow the Liberal leader's plan to raise taxes on small businesses. He announced the day of the budget, while we were cutting taxes on small business job creators, that if he got the chance, he would raise them. That would kill jobs and send shockwaves through our economy. That's why Canadians will never give them the chance.
The Honourable Member for York West.
That is not working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at some of the closed or closing plants in and around Toronto. Siva Vision in Mississauga, 300 jobs. Auto Modular in Oakville, 525 jobs. Premium Brands in Toronto, 200 jobs. The Wrigley plant in Toronto, 400 jobs. 1,000 jobs at GM in Oshawa, and now 500 jobs in Downsview. The Conservatives' track record is clear. They've abandoned the manufacturing sector and the Canadians it employs.
That's right.
Why? That's the question, is why?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, under our low tax plan, we've created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. That is 80% full-time and 2/3 in the private sector. The last thing we want now is to follow the Liberal plan to raise taxes on small business. That would compound the disastrous provincial Liberal policies of tax and borrow. The payroll taxes, the carbon taxes, and the other tax increases of the Ontario Liberal government have been disastrous. The last thing we'd want is to see them compounded by a high-tax Liberal leader in Ottawa.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, 5 years after Nortel went bankrupt and 20,000 pensioners had their incomes dramatically slashed, a bankruptcy court has ruled they're entitled to an equitable share of Nortel's assets.
Hear, hear.
But the battle's still not over for these pensioners, as appeals may drag on, and their lawyer is warning they may not receive the full amount. Why have the Conservatives failed to protect workers and left these pensioners to the mercy of the courts?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, our thoughts always are with the workers and their families, but let me say that our government has been very encouraged by this week's decision. In fact, the member opposite may not know, but the lawyer for the Nortel pensioners said that he was, quote, very pleased with the decision because it upheld the interests of pensioners.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, if they take a haircut on their pension, my guess is they'll be less pleased about it, Mr. Speaker. This government's economic strategy is failing Ontario. Under this Conservative government, more than 275,000 manufacturing jobs in Ontario have disappeared. And today we learn another 480 jobs are lost at Bombardier's Downsview plant in Toronto. And of course, in spite of the crocodile tears opposite, our hearts really are with the workers who are facing an uncertain future in that plant. Question is simple. Why do they refuse to support manufacturing jobs in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, if that were true, why would the NDP, along with the Liberals, propose devastating new taxes on the manufacturing sector in Ontario? That would drive up costs for employers and drive Canadians out of work. Our approach is tax cuts, training, and trade, and that's why across Canada we've had a net increase of employment of 1.2 million jobs. That's 80% private sector, 80% full-time, 2/3 in high-wage sectors. We will continue to keep taxes low and employment high.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the minister should get his head out of the sand. Laid-off aerospace workers have had enough of the Conservatives' empty rhetoric. 1,000 aerospace workers in Montreal woke up to sad news this morning. First Bell Helicopter 2 weeks ago. Now Bombardier has just announced another round of layoffs. We're talking about 150 workers in Saint-Laurent and 850 workers at the Dorval plant who will be joining the ranks of the unemployed. What is the Conservatives' plan to protect jobs here in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our economic action plan is working. We've created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. 80% are full-time, 2/3 in high-wage sectors. We did this by increasing trade, by training our workers, and finally by cutting taxes for those who create jobs and those who are working. The only plan the NDP has is to increase taxes and tax carbon. That would kill jobs in manufacturing. The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, 102,000 manufacturing jobs lost in Quebec since 2006. 102,000. That's the Conservatives' record. 850 workers at Bombardier's Dorval Jet Finishing Centre will be looking for work. 150 engineers who work in the borough of Saint-Laurent are going to be laid off. They support hundreds of restaurants, shops, and businesses in the Montreal area. Do the Conservatives have a plan for these workers, or just more goodies for the wealthy? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan that is Economic Action Plan. We are cutting taxes, boosting trade, and training our workers. That has created 1.2 million net new jobs. 80% of those are full-time, two-thirds in high-wage sectors. But the NDP's only plan is to put a tax on carbon, a tax which would kill jobs in Quebec and all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, we oppose that. We're against that because we want to protect jobs. The honourable member for Louis Hébert. We've had enough of your inaction plans. Tomorrow, 200 workers at Davie Shipyard in Lévis will be sent home. Over the next few weeks, others could suffer the same fate, all because the Conservative government refuses to make up its mind about the temporary renewal of its fleet of supply ships. The government of Quebec is asking the federal minister to get a move on. 200 families are at risk of losing their well-paid jobs. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister finally make up his mind? When will the minister finally support the people of Lévis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Davie Shipyard has been successful in pursuing federal shipbuilding opportunities, including important shipyard work to retrofit the Louis St. Laurent and the de Grozier icebreakers. Recently, Davie also obtained important federal government contracts to prolong the life of the Canadian Coast Guard ship, the Earl Grey. Davie will have the opportunity to bid on further publicly tendered work, including smaller ship construction, ship repair, retrofit, and maintenance work, Mr. Speaker. Moving forward, Davie is welcome to bid on these upcoming shipbuilding projects, Mr. Speaker.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, job losses just keep piling up and workers are suffering from the lack of a government plan to protect Canadian jobs. Last month, Ontario lost over 14,000 jobs, and many are worried there's more to come. GM workers in Oshawa are concerned that the 1,000 jobs cut may signal trouble for the future of the entire plant. Why did the Conservatives sell off billions in GM shares without doing anything to secure the thousands of good Canadian jobs that may very well be at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that every single company that the NDP has listed in its questions today is a company that the NDP admits they will raise taxes on. They say they will raise business taxes on companies like Bombardier and GM to punish those businesses for hiring people in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our approach is exactly the opposite. We have a low-tax plan that focuses on training, trade, and tax cuts and has created 1.2 million net new jobs since the recession. 80% of those jobs are full-time, two-thirds are in high-wage sectors.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the good people of British Columbia have been feeling the hit from failed Conservative policies for years. Far too many are working harder and harder than ever, but falling further behind. Nearly 29,000 jobs were lost in British Columbia just last month alone. But while Conservatives have billions and billions for the wealthy and well-connected, they have no plan whatsoever to kickstart the BC economy. Western Canadians are sick and tired of being taken for granted from these Conservative MPs, while the job losses mount and families pay the price. Is there even one Conservative MP from British Columbia that's willing to stand up and fight for our province?
Mr. Speaker, by delivering trade, training, and tax cuts, our British Columbia MPs stand up and fight for their constituents every single day of the year. That member That member would betray British Columbia's interests by imposing higher taxes on businesses there, forcing them to lay off people and sending shockwaves throughout their economy. The anti-trade agenda of the NDP would put a big wall around the Pacific coast and prevent goods from going in and out of the economy, Mr. Speaker. That is the last thing British Columbia needs. They need a low-tax plan, and that's what they're getting.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 years ago, the Conservatives announced their so-called Fairness at the Pump Act. They promised that 65,000 gas pumps would be inspected annually. But Industry Canada hasn't yet handed out a single penalty, despite data that shows that 6% of pumps fail to dispense the right amount of fuel. Can the minister explain why no penalties have been levied, or was this legislation just more empty Conservative promises on consumer protection?
The honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadian families expect that when they purchase gasoline, they get what they pay for. That's why our government took action and passed the Fairness at the Pumps Act and ensures that gasoline pumps are routinely inspected for accuracy. And it's clear, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that our legislation is working and Canadian consumers are getting what they paid for. Now, if it was up to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, the price of gasoline would be higher because of their implementing a carbon tax. To that I say shame.
Exactly.
The honourable member for Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, the Act is not working at all. Quebecers are sick and tired of waiting. It's been 5 years since the Conservatives passed their Fairness at the Pumps Act. The Act provides for mandatory inspections and stiff fines for offenders. But Industry Canada inspectors haven't fined anyone since the Act was passed. That looks like a Conservative record there. 0 fines. Can the Minister explain why? Was this Act just another act? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect to get the gas they pay for. That's why our government took action and passed the Fairness at the Pumps Act, which calls for mandatory inspections and fines. Clearly, our legislation is working to protect Canadian consumers and to make sure they get what they paid for.
English the last time, I'm going to say it again. Were it up to the opposition, we would be paying a higher price at the gasoline pumps because of their carbon tax. I say shame.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's family will get the same check for childcare as a single parent, and that is $120 for 2 teenagers. Under the Liberal plan, the same single parent would get $900 a month tax-free, and the Prime Minister's family would get nothing, and that's fair and equitable. How do the Conservatives justify the fact that the Prime Minister would get the same check as a single-parent family who's struggling to make ends meet? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our tax cuts for families and increases to the universal child care benefit are things that benefit all families, 100% of families, including those in need. The Liberal leader said that helping every family is not fair. Mr. Speaker, he's wrong. Our policy is to help 100% of families by putting money straight into their pockets. The Liberals would take that away and increase taxes.
Mr. Speaker, because this government refuses to make its child care benefit progressive based on need and tax-free, the results for families are perverse. Families of different types, but exactly the same number of kids and incomes, end up with very different after-tax benefits. One-earner couples get the most, 2-earner couples get less, but single parents get the least of all. If the government's credo is identical treatment for everyone alike, why does this government discriminate against certain types of families? How is that fair?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
The Liberal leader admits that he would scrap income splitting, He admits that he would scrap the universal child care benefit. He admits that he would gut the tax-free savings accounts. But even after he does all of those things, he is still billions of dollars short. Just the other day, he admitted what he really thinks. Quote, Mr. Speaker, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely wrong. We believe in benefiting 100% of families.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, if it's fair that child care benefits must be paid in exactly the same amount per child at all income levels, why do the Conservatives discriminate so radically against lower-income families? And it's not just the uneven taxation of child care benefits. On top of that, their $2 billion tax break for income splitting means a couple earning $250,000 can get $2,000, but a single mom or dad at the poverty line will get nothing at all. How is that fair? How is that equal?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely false. The universal child care benefit would help a single parent at the poverty line. It goes to every single family, $2,000 per child under the age of 6. That's why it's called universal. But the Liberal leader would take away the universal child care benefit. He'd take away income splitting. He'd gut the tax-free savings accounts. Maybe that's why he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. He's absolutely wrong.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, in a memo to the Minister, the CSIS sounded the alarm concerning the lack of resources allocated for addressing cyber attacks in the country. The number of attacks are increasing daily, and more personal data is between the hands of cyber hackers and foreign governments. The government's cuts have resulted in inadequate services. What are they waiting for to fix this problem and to ensure that Canadians are protected from cyber attacks? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I would like to confirm that in the budget, in 326 and 327, for additional resources, there are additional resources allocated to cyber attacks against our governments and companies. So a good way of helping companies that are trying to deal with cyber attacks would be to support the Conservative budget, Mr. Speaker, and that's over and above the strategy we put in place. We put in place additional resources, and we did not receive the support from either the NDP or the Liberals, but we're still going to take measures. We're going to continue to take measures to protect the government and companies from cyber attacks.
Well, regardless of the props this minister uses, Mr. Speaker, CSIS was clear. The one-time investments that this minister made has not been nearly enough to increase the operational capacity at the agency. Mr. Speaker, government needs to be able to ensure the private information of Canadian businesses and families. This government has not done nearly enough. Its investment in cybersecurity is nowhere near that of our allies, and certainly nowhere near adequate for Canada. So when will the Minister for Public Safety stop being a paper minister in the digital era?
Minister, the member can look at the budget on the website, but let me just quote, securing government systems, partnering to secure vital cyber system outside the federal government, helping Canadians to be secure online, Mr. Speaker. That's in the budget. The member can stand up, support the budget. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we are investing to make sure that industries, Canadian and the government are protected against cyber attack, Mr. Speaker. We have a strategy. Why is the member of the NDP not supporting these measures?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Here we go again, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Canada Revenue Agency continues to drop the ball when it comes to protecting the personal financial information of Canadians. Now, check this one out. CRA found that 22% of her employees were duped by a fake phishing email scam. That's like giving an all-access pass to cyber criminals. We're talking about the most important information that Canadians turn over to government. Now, this minister and her tired, worn-out government are running out of time. She's got 3 months left in her job. Isn't she going to establish some kind of protocols to protect the private rights of Canadians?
Minister of National Revenue.
The CRA must
must always be improving on its security processes and how it deals with the personal information of all Canadians, our government expects nothing less. This was a learning exercise conducted by the CRA to improve employee awareness about a particular cyber threat. The results are now being used by the CRA to improve its security awareness and training for all employees. At no time was taxpayer information at risk, nor was there any capacity whatsoever for taxpayer information to be compromised.
The honourable member for Gaville-du-Nord. This is quite ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The personal data stocked with the CRA are extremely sensitive. We're talking about social insurance numbers and financial data. So it seems to me that we're entitled to expect higher security standards. But when it was checked whether employees were sheltered from phishing attempts, over 3,500 of them took the hook. So we shouldn't be celebrating, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister guarantee once and for all that our data will be protected? The honourable minister.
I mentioned this was a learning exercise that the CRA conducted to improve employee awareness and our processes to respond to a particular cyber threat. The results of this exercise will be used to improve security awareness and training at CRA. Again, at no time was taxpayer information at risk, nor was there any capacity for taxpayer information to be compromised. They've asked what we're doing about cyber threats. That's what we're doing, exactly that.
Honourable member for Oakville. Mr. Speaker, unlike the leader of the Liberal Party, who wants to divide Canadians, we want to ensure that all Canadian families benefit from our measures that keep taxes low so they can spend on their priorities. Can the Minister of Employment please update this House on how our measures are impacting families across Canada?
The Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the family tax cut and benefits goes to 100% of families with kids. The Liberal leader said this week, I think he accidentally told the truth. He said, Mr. Speaker, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. That's why he plans to take away income splitting. He plans to take away the universal child care benefit. He plans to gut the tax-free savings account. These are just clawbacks and tax hikes, he admits. But even after all of that, he's still billions of dollars short in his plan, proving that his numbers just don't add up, and there would be more Liberal tax hikes to come. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're cutting taxes for every single family.
Honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, unsafe abortion is responsible for 13% of all maternal deaths worldwide. But Canada won't help women in developing countries access safe abortion services, even though it is permitted in the majority of Canada's countries of focus for development assistance and in Canada itself. Why is the minister refusing to save the lives of women and girls in developing countries by refusing to offer the full range of reproductive health services?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will not export controversy. We will export our world-leading expertise. And our efforts are backed by the international community, and we continue to rally international consensus for our program in partnership with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We will not reopen this debate, and we will not export divisiveness. We will continue the leadership of the Muskoka Initiative because what matters most are results, and that's what we are delivering.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Let's talk about results, Mr. Speaker. The results is that 13% of unsafe abortions represent 13% of maternal deaths throughout the world. So we want to save all women, including those women. So why isn't the government giving only pennies to family planning? And why is the government promoting its ideology to the detriment of women's health? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are not going to export controversy. We are going to continue to export our world-leading expertise. And, Mr. Speaker, the results that we're getting under the Muskoka Initiative are nothing short of miraculous. We are saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of women and millions of children every year. But let me read what Melinda Gates said about this. We have made such great progress for women on prenatal care, on improving the contraceptives that they want, and on encouraging proper care and nutrition for newborns, and we need to keep moving forward. The only way to do that is to be clear, focused, and committed.
The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. The minister talked yesterday about amending the National Defence Act in order to repair the damage done by the Conservatives' inaction with regard to sexual misconduct in the armed forces. But the rot goes much deeper, Mr. Speaker. Military justice doesn't work when it comes to dealing with sexual harassment and assault cases. Will the minister pledge to completely overhaul the military justice system? Is he prepared to eliminate this culture of downplaying sexual misconduct? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the minister said yesterday at committee, we are looking at implementing changes to the military justice system, so it comes into line with the Victim Bill of Rights that we passed in this House of Commons not that long ago. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that on the issue of sexual assault within the Canadian Armed Forces, we find that a deplorable act. We condemn it in the strongest terms, and we're supporting the Chief of Defence Staff and Major General Christine Whitecross, who's stood up the strategic response team to move forward on implementing all 10 recommendations of Justice Deschamps.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, the minister refuses to recognise the clear evidence of a need for fundamental change in how the military justice system deals with sexual assault. He's also refused to provide a clear legal framework for our troops in Iraq, despite us having been there for 9 months. The minister has failed to secure a status of forces agreement. The United States has one. In fact, they wouldn't stay in Afghanistan without one. Such an agreement could have been an important matter in the wake of Sergeant Dwaron's tragic death. Why doesn't Canada have this basic and vital agreement in place now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member, indeed all opposition members, that we're in Iraq at the invitation of the government of Iraq. Our government has worked directly with the government of Iraq to secure all the appropriate protections for members of the Canadian Armed Forces that are participating in the coalition operations to fight ISIS, the jihadist terrorist organization. Now, the status of forces agreements are binding, they're treaty level, they're international commitments between countries, and they take a long time to negotiate. And that is exactly what the member is trying to advocate here, is about opposing the mission. They want to delay it, and we want to get over there and help fight this terrorist organization and protect Canada and Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, shocking news today from the Office of the Information Commissioner of Canada. Someone within the government broke the law. The RCMP destroyed records knowing those records were subject to the right of access guaranteed under the Access to Information Act. The destruction of government documents is a violation of Canadian law. Who gave the order? Or is the Minister of Public Safety himself a co-conspirator in this illegal activity in an agency under his authority? What has happened here? Why was the law broken?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only the RCMP is fully complying with the law, but is also respecting the will of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government won't apologize to have ended the long and ineffective, wasteful long gun registry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken a clear position. This Parliament has decided that we would move forward, and we expect that all agencies will move forward. That's why we needed to close the loophole. We are doing it, and we're proud to make sure that the will of the Parliament in this country is respected. Thank you.
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, the will of Parliament has nothing to do with the facts are these. The Conservatives either destroyed or had destroyed government records in violation of Canadian law. Now they are trying to protect themselves by bearing changes in the budget bill to cover up this illegal act. Who is this cover-up being implemented to protect? Is it the RCMP, a minister, or both? How far up the Prime Minister's chain of command does this illegal cover-up for illegal activities go? How far up that chain of command?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his very animated question, but the facts are clear, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada and Parliament put an end to the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. Therefore, we expect agencies to enforce that decision. That is why we are correcting a loophole that existed in the legislation. And when Mr. Speaker, when are Liberals going to stop attacking hunters and fishers and citizens who are law-abiding? When are they going to start attacking criminals?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a crisis in my community of Surrey. 30 shootings in the past 2 months. The Conservatives brag about being tough on crime, but we're not seeing that on the streets of Surrey, Mr. Speaker. The city and the province have asked for urgent addition of 100 RCMP officers, but we're still waiting for this government to approve those officers. Why are the Conservatives stalling, and why are they failing to protect communities like mine?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this government is waiting for the support of the opposition and the NDP to take strong action to keep our community safe, Mr. Speaker. I walk in the street of Surrey, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the benefit of having a strong strategy, Mr. Speaker, with tougher sentences for drive-by shooting, Mr. Speaker. The NDP oppose those measures. They oppose the funding, Mr. Speaker. We put in the RCMP and in the prevention, Mr. Speaker. We are working with the British government. We are serious. I'm very proud of the effort my colleagues are doing. We are standing by the people of Surrey, and we will make sure that their community is safer and a great country we have in Canada.
Honourable member for Newton North Delta.
The people in our community don't want to hear more excuses from this majority Conservative government. They want action, safer streets now, more youth gang prevention.
Order. It didn't sound to me that the member had finished the question, so I'll ask members to hold off on their applause until the member for Newton North Delta has done so.
So a government that has a majority complaining that they haven't taken action. They want action. That's what our members want, our constituents. Safer streets, more youth gang prevention programs. And they want this government to immediately approve the 100 new RCMP officers that the city and province have requested. 30 shootings in 2 months. Enough is enough. The Conservatives cannot ignore this crisis any longer. Will the Minister make a clear commitment today for 100 new RCMP officers and tell us exactly when they will arrive?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the City of Surrey, with the British Columbia government, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, when will the NDP really stop doing lip service for the people of Surrey and begin supporting our measure, Mr. Speaker? We have passed tough new laws to clean up our streets and put gang members behind bars, Mr. Speaker, where they belong. We have passed over 30 new tough on-crime measures, Mr. Speaker. Never could we count on the support of the NDP, Mr. Speaker, but on this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, that I'm so proud to be part of, because we are making our streets safer and we are standing by the...
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, as I've been travelling throughout my riding, I've been speaking to hard-working parents about opportunities that this Conservative government gives to them to save more money for their families, such as the universal childcare benefit, the family tax cut, and the home accessibility tax credit. I'm proud to say this government's plan benefits 100% of families with children. Can the Minister responsible please inform this House what he's hearing about from everyday Canadians say about these new measures to support them?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, earlier this week we learned that the Liberals don't believe that helping every single family is fair. We also heard yesterday that the NDP think the only families that use licensed daycares are real families. Mr. Speaker, these are not just gaffes by the opposition, although we know there seems to be a lot of gaffes going on. This is actually what they believe. They believe that only a few select few families deserve support in Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we delivered the universal child care benefit to all families. We're committed to enhancing it and increasing it. Mr. Speaker, we will always give money back to Canadian families because it's their money. All of it.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadro.
Although the Defence Minister denied it, the orders restricting Major General Whitecross still stand. Until these orders are changed, and despite the Minister's false claims, General Whitecross simply cannot act on all 10 recommendations of the Deschamps report, including the creation of an independent Centre for Accountability for Sexual Abuse and Harassment. Our armed force members deserve action and not confusion. So why won't the minister assume his responsibilities and act to have these orders rescinded now?
The Honourable Permanent Secretary of the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister, the Minister, and the Chief of Defence Staff all proved that that statement was absolutely false. Actually, I'll quote Major General Christine Whitecross, and she said, "My marching orders are very clear. My mandate is to get a team together and to get an action plan to address all 10 recommendations." She's doing just that. She's going to continue to make sure that we are there to support victims of sexual assault, as well as change the culture within the Canadian Armed Forces so we can address this issue head on.
The Honourable Member for Scutz-Millefiard. Mr. Speaker, the forestry industry is an important one in my region. It employs thousands of workers and contributes to the regional development. We need support for it to modernize its protection and compete with global rivals. The minister created a working group, which is not much. Can the minister tell us if this is an electioneering promise?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to talk about our balanced budget that benefits every single Canadian family from coast to coast to coast. Our budget makes investments in the forest sector that will create jobs and grow the economy. Here's what the Council of Quebec Forest Industry has to say. By this budgetary measure, the Canadian government is recognizing the forest industry's major contribution to the country's economy. With over 200,000 jobs, including some 60,000 in Quebec, the industry contributes to Canada's GDP to the tune of nearly $21 billion.
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Our government understands that small business is the backbone of the Canadian economy. Yes. While the opposition wants to raise taxes, small businesses in my riding of Huron-Bruce know that only this government supports them. Can the Minister of Finance please tell the House why the members of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business applauded the government's Economic Action Plan 2015 and gave it an A? Thank you.
And the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Third time lucky, they may actually vote for the budget, but if they want me to answer more questions, Mr. Speaker, they should pose them. I thank the member for Huron-Bruce for his very important question. Our government is proud that we're going to be bringing down small business taxes to 9%. This means cutting federal taxes to almost one-half. It'll be the biggest decrease in 25 years. But the Liberal leader said he would kill jobs by reversing these cuts. Then his finance critic later contradicted him. So did he go off script again, or is he scrambling to fill a massive hole in his discredited plan, a hole that is getting bigger with every air...
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has made it clear that the climate targets for the upcoming climate meetings in Paris will be tabled before the G7. With the G7 scheduled for June 7th and 8th in Germany, could the Minister of Environment update us on when we might expect to see the intended nationally determined contributions from the Government of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we will submit Canada's greenhouse gas emission targets this month. Greenhouse gas emission targets will reflect actions by all levels of government, so we are seeking additional information from the jurisdictions, the provinces and the territories about how they intend to meet their targets. Our Conservative government is the first government in Canadian history that has reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and will continue to take actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions without introducing a job-killing carbon tax. Thank you.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to learn yesterday that the Canada Revenue Agency had refused to cooperate with an inquiry led by the Montreal Police Force on wine smuggling, whereas it itself is a victim of this fraudulent traffic. Wine sold illegally deprives government coffers of taxes normally collected on this product. We're talking about $14 million that the governments of Quebec and Canada lose out on. All taxpayers in Canada are bilked. How can the government justify such a lack of cooperation and such arrogance on the part of the CRA, which was even prepared to go as far as the Supreme Court to avoid cooperating? Honourable Minister.
Have been laid. I have directed the CRA to immediately share all the information in question with provincial prosecutors. Our government will continue to assist all policing bodies in their ongoing work to keep Canadians safe and communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize that the opposition has opposed all of our measures to put criminals behind bars and keep our communities safe. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Brown, member for the electoral district of Barrie, by resignation effective today, Thursday, May 14, 2015. Conformément à
Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
And it being Thursday, I know the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster would like to pose the Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a Thursday answer, and that is that the government is acknowledging the weakness of its own financial plan when the finance minister refuses to answer 12 questions asked by the opposition on finance and will only answer questions that are directed from the Conservative backbench, so softball questions. Mr. Speaker, that's showing huge disrespect for Parliament.
But I have good news, Mr. Speaker. The good news is that last week, a stable majority, new Democrat government was elected in the province of Alberta, Mr. Speaker. The very good news was that a new, stable government, an NDP government, was elected in the province of Alberta, and we'll see that the trend is going to continue. The NDP is leading in British Columbia, in Ontario, and nationally, Mr. Speaker. So, 2/3 of Canadians do want change. And that change is going to happen through the NDP.
Until we elect a new Parliament, we will be sitting until June 23rd, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be working every single day until June 23rd. That's what New Democrats do. So I'd like to ask my colleague, the Government House Leader, what the government will put on the agenda following the riding week next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have no shortage of very important work to attend to. This afternoon, tomorrow, we will continue debating Bill C-59, the Economic Action Plan 2015 Act Number 1, to implement important measures from this spring's budget, such as the family tax cut, enhancements to the universal child care benefit, and a reduction to the small business income tax. The parties across the way have made no secret of their opposition to the excellent tax reduction measures we are proposing, and this week the honourable member for Papineau explained why. As he told the House on Tuesday, benefiting every single family isn't fair. Well, that's consistent with his approach to fiscal policy, that budgets balance themselves. But our budget implementation bill will deliver those benefits to every family because that is the fair Canadian thing to do. After our constituency week on Monday, May 25th, we will debate Bill S6, the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act, at report stage, and this bill will, of course, improve opportunities for economic development north of 60. After question period that same day, we will take up Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, at report stage and hopefully third reading. Unnecessary, cumbersome red tape facing law-abiding gun owners across Canada will be reduced thanks to this legislation. De plus, Monsieur le Président,
Also, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4A, I am appointing that day, Monday, May 25th, as the day for consideration in a committee of the whole of all votes in the main estimates for 2015-2016 related to finance. Tuesday, May 26th, will be the 5th allotted day. We will debate a Liberal proposal. I expect the Liberal leader will explain why helping every family isn't fair. We will return to the third reading debate on Bill C-52, the Safe and Accountable Rail Act, on Wednesday, May 27th, when I am hopeful that it will pass. The following day, we will continue the third reading debate on Bill S-3, the Port State Measures Agreement Implementation Act. In debate last week, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles said, "Soon we will pass this bill." I look forward to her NDP colleagues proving the Honourable Member right. Later that Thursday, we will start the report stage for Bill S-7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, which will reaffirm this Parliament's ongoing efforts to end violence against women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government orders, Government Bill Common, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-59, Economic Action Plan 2015 Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my speech, I'd like to say that I will be splitting my time today with the hard-working member and my colleague from Red Deer, Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased today to rise to be given this opportunity to speak on Economic Action Plan 2015, Act Number 1. As you know, Mr. Speaker, as we all know in this House, Economic Action Plan is an important blueprint that will deliver more tax relief to individuals and small businesses, invest in communities, fund research, innovation and skills training, help our most vulnerable, and maintain Canada's future as a world economic leader. It delivers on the priorities of Canadians, including my constituents in the Grey Riding of Richmond Hill, and indeed throughout York Region, the region that I live in. So I am pleased today to highlight a few of the very important measures that will benefit all Canadians that are in Economic Action Plan Act Number 1. The first section that I'd like to speak about today, Mr. Speaker, deals with infrastructure. Infrastructure is a major priority for residents of Richmond Hill and York Region, and indeed across the country. We know that our ability to compete in the global economy depends in part on the reliability of quality public infrastructure. That is why our government spearheaded the largest long-term federal commitment towards infrastructure in Canada's history, called the New Building Canada Fund. This plan dedicates a historic $53 billion over the next 10 years for infrastructure. In fact, the annual federal support for infrastructure has increased from some $571 million in 2004 to an estimated $4.85 billion in 2015. That is a 750% increase, Mr. Speaker. A 750% increase. This is a very significant investment, and precisely why Canada has led the entire G7 in public investment growth over the last decade. In Richmond Hill, we see the results of our infrastructure investments in every corner of the municipality. From recreational facilities such as the Oak Ridges Community Centre, a new community centre, funded in part from federal money coming through the gas tax refund. About $2.4 million went into the state-of-the-art facility that is serving a growing community in York Region, Oak Ridges, a key component of the great town of Richmond Hill. And the Elvis Stoico Arena, an arena in which hundreds, if not thousands, of families are bringing their children to participate in skating facilities, not only in Richmond Hill, skating activities, not only in Richmond Hill, but for the entire York Region area. To Viva and rapid transit buses, and a new transit facility at Richmond Hill's Hedford Business Park. Federal dollars have helped build the infrastructure my residents have come to depend on every single day. And now I need to highlight this, Mr. Speaker. York Region is growing in leaps and bounds. It is a region that today numbers more than 1.2 million people. In fact, a lot has been said from members in the House about the fact that this year is an election year and that we are going to be returning here with 338 seats in this place. 3 of those new seats created in this country are in York Region. It is growing in leaps and bounds. And our government is doing a lot for the families that have called York Region their home. Towns like the great town of Aurora, Richmond Hill, the city of Markham, the city of Vaughan, the town of Stouffville. We are doing so many things, and we are still planning to do more. Economic Action Plan 2015 builds on this funding by providing $750 million over 2 years and $1 billion each year thereafter for a dedicated public transit fund. We are also investing $5.8 billion over 6 years to build a new federal infrastructure and renew federal infrastructure assets, including Canadian Armed Forces facilities and on-reserve schools. All of these investments will ensure that Richmond Hill, York Region, Ontario, all of the provinces and territories across Canada continue to benefit from world-class infrastructure. The second area that I want to touch upon, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the folks that have put their lives on the line for the rights and privilege that so many of us take for granted: freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. I'm speaking, of course, about our veterans, Mr. Speaker. We owe a great deal to our veterans and their families. As a proud member of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 375 in Richmond Hill and a frequent visitor to Branch 385 in Aurora, I know that our government is working hard to deliver the services and benefits they deserve. That is why I am proud to tell our legions in York Region that Economic Action Plan 2015 includes many improvements for veterans, such as enhanced benefits for the severely disabled and part-time reserve force veteran, as well as increased support for family caregivers. There is a new critical injury benefit to compensate eligible Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans for the immediate consequences of very severe and traumatic injuries sustained in the line of duty. We have also expanded life benefits to veterans to compensate for the loss of employment potential and career advancement opportunities caused by disabilities suffered while serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. Economic Action Plan 2015 improves the ratio of case managers to veterans to 30-1, so that veterans receive the level of individualized care they need and they deserve. This government, Mr. Speaker, will continue to stand up for veterans and provide them and their families with these much-needed services and assistance that they need. Now that they have completed their service in our country, it is time for us to provide services to them that they deserve. I want to speak a little bit about expanding new markets, Mr. Speaker. International trade and investments are vital to the continued growth of the Canadian economy and the prosperity of people and businesses across Canada. Access to foreign markets and the reduction of trade barriers are essential to helping Canadian exporters grow. That is why, since taking office in 2006, we have worked hard to conclude free trade agreements with 38 countries, bringing Canada's total to 43. Yes, there was only 5 before this Conservative government under the leadership of our current Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. There were only 5. Now there are 43 trade agreements with countries around the world. The Canada-Europe The European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, for example, will provide preferred access to the world's largest and most lucrative market. More than 500 million consumers in 28 countries, access to a market of $17 trillion, adding $12 billion in GDP to Canada, and a potential of 80,000 additional Canadian jobs. In fact, because of this government's determined actions, Canada has preferential access to more than half of the world's markets. To assist Canadian companies take advantage of these new global opportunities, Economic Action Plan 2015 will provide $152 million in trade promotion investments. This money will be used to create a new export market development program and support Canadian firms with an on-ground intelligence and practical advice on foreign markets. These investments will help the businesses in my riding to take advantage of these new and exciting trade opportunities, as will those across the country. Mr. Speaker, we know that the safe and clean environment supports a high quality of life and contributes to a strong economy. That is why our government has taken significant action to protect the environment. Specific proposals: $75 million for the Species at Risk Act, $2 million to protect salmon habitat, $30 million to extending the recreational fisheries conservation program, $34 million to support weather warning services in the Arctic, $491.8 million to assess and manage the risks of human health and so forth. Mr. Speaker, the Oak Ridges Moraine is an ecologically significant landform that runs through 32 municipalities, including Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill, and 9 conservation authorities. Often referred to as the rain barrel of southern Ontario, it forms the headwaters of 65 streams and indirectly delivers clean water to millions of people. I can go on and on, Mr. Speaker, about the many benefits in the budget, about our environment, and certainly about the many measures that are in the budget about enhancing national security. But in the interest of time, as I see my time is running up, I will be pleased to field questions from the honourable members here.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, here he is trying to say that this is going to be the best budget ever. Well, let's be very clear that over and over again, we have seen the government put through omnibus budgets with items that don't even belong in a budget bill. So I'm actually from Ontario, and I can tell you that what we've seen for Ontario in this budget is that it demonstrates once again that Conservatives just don't understand the priorities of Ontario. While hundreds of thousands of good manufacturing jobs have disappeared, and during question period, we've indicated how many more have disappeared under this government's watch, the Conservatives have offered the barest minimum of support for manufacturing and have failed to build a balanced economy. So I guess my question to the minister, my colleague, is that we heard during question period that they were the people who were the protectors of jobs and that they were the job creators. If that's the case, why is it that we are losing so many jobs in Canada under their watch?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member wasn't listening to the answers in question period. If she was, she would have heard that we have created over 1.2 million jobs since the depth of the global economic turndown. I might add that 80% of those jobs are full-time, Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of them in high-wage sectors. But I'm also a member of Parliament from Ontario. In fact, there are 76 members of Parliament from Ontario, from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. We're here, and we're fighting hard for our constituents every single day. But I want to bring to the attention page number 379 of the document that every member of Parliament was given, a budget, the day that the Honourable Minister of Finance presented in the House. And in here, she would see, if she looked in here, the following, that the 4 major transfers to provinces. And this is a key point to my honourable colleague from Ontario, opposite. Transfers will amount to almost $68 billion in 2015-16. In fact, Ontario, I informed the honourable member, the transfers, the federal transfers to the province of Ontario have increased from $10.8 billion in 2006, when the Conservative Party took over as government of this country, to over $20 billion this year.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative budget will go down in history as one of those budgets that truly favours Canada's wealthy, more so at a great cost to the middle class of Canada and those aspiring to become a part of Canada's middle class. And the best example that comes to my mind right offhand has got to be the income split, where less than 15% of Canada's population will benefit, and it is the wealthiest of Canada's 15%. Contrast that to the Liberal plan, Mr. Speaker, where it's a 7% tax cut across the board for Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker. And we would argue, and would the member not agree, that even the wealthiest of Canada recognize that we need at times to be able to assist our middle class by giving them the tax break. A healthy middle class means a strong, healthy economy. Would the member not agree?
Well, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly not going to contrast a balanced budget that is delivering to every single family in this country from coast to coast to coast to a Liberal plan that is not balanced, not costed, that with a $3 billion hole in it, and is a wishy little pre-election document that they're promising people just a couple of months. They've had 4 years to talk in this House about things that could be done. And they've now brought out a plan that's not balanced. They expect us to contrast something that has proven results for Canadians to their plan. What I say to the member is that this budget will go down in history, but it will go down in history for helping families and communities prosper, Mr. Speaker, because by increasing the tax-free savings account, the annual contribution to $10,000, 11 million Canadians are already availing themselves of this important program. I want to also say something about the family support, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about income splitting, which of course helps families where one parent is not earning as much money as the other parent, and they can save up to $2,000 in their taxes. Every family with children will benefit, every single one, not some under their convoluted plan. Every family with children under 6 years old will be receiving $1,920 per year, and every family, in fact, with children between 6 and 17 will be receiving $720.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I rise today to outline some of the reasons why I'll be supporting our government's budget and this budget implementation bill, C-59. And before I go into the details about the new investments and the tax relief this budget proposes and how Bill C-59 makes this happen, I want to stress how important it is that our government has made all of these significant achievements while balancing its budget. An election promise made is an election promise kept. As a result of our government's fiscal management, our country emerged from the recession faster and stronger than virtually any other advanced economy. When the recession ended, we charted a course to a balanced budget, but not by following the Liberal approach to budget management of making drastic, sudden cuts to social and healthcare transfers or by raising taxes. Instead, we did the opposite by increasing provincial transfers to record levels to help the provinces get their fiscal houses in order, and by lowering taxes to put money back into the pockets of families and small businesses. To the first point, Alberta alone will receive $5.5 billion in transfers this year, which is an increase of 145% from the previous Liberal government. We then focused on controlling operating expenses for federal departments by reviewing all spending in order to make government operations more efficient. Using this approach, since the height of the Great Recession, the deficit has been reduced from $55.6 billion to a surplus of $1.4 billion for 2015-2016. Due to the growth in Canada's economy and the elimination of the deficit, our total government net debt burden is the lowest of any G7 nation and among the lowest of the advanced G20 countries. As a result of our efforts, our government has been able to cut taxes 180 times, resulting in our country's lowest tax burden since the 1950s. To ensure that Canada keeps its fiscal house in order, Economic Action Plan 2015 includes a number of important measures to help Canada stay on the right track, most notably through balanced budget legislation. Part 3 on page 38 of Bill C-59 presents the framework for this balanced budget legislation by mandating that should Canada again enter into deficit, the Finance Minister will be required to testify before the House of Commons Committee on Finance within 30 days and present a plan with concrete timelines to return to balanced budgets. Moreover, should the deficit be due to a recession or other extraordinary circumstances, operating spending will be frozen, as well as salaries of Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers government-wide. If, on the other hand, the deficit is due to mismanagement, operating budgets will be frozen automatically, and the salaries of Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers alike will be reduced by 5%. This approach ensures that increases in spending that might be required to respond to a recession, war, or some natural disaster would be temporary, targeted, and timely. In central Alberta, one of the key pillars of our local economy is agriculture. This budget, like previous ones, continues to support agriculture and farmers in our great region and throughout all of Canada. Agriculture is truly the backbone of our nation. And as a farmer, I understand the difficulties that individuals in the agricultural sector face. Economic Action Plan 2015 embraces the economic importance of agriculture by increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption to $1 million for farmers and fishermen, allowing them to keep more of their lifelong earnings for retirement. Additionally, this budget provides funding to the Agricultural Market Access Secretariat, allowing the agriculture sector to take advantage of new free trade deals to expand and diversify into new markets. The Economic Action Plan of 2015 builds on previous support for farmers and agriculture, including over $3 billion in investment, including provincial and territorial contributions towards innovation, competitiveness, and market development for Canada's agricultural sector under Growing Forward 2. We've also fully delivered on our government's commitment to marketing freedom by increasing marketing choice for Western Canadian grain farmers by facilitating the commercialization of the Canadian Wheat Board, which will ensure a strong and competitive grain handling and shipping network across Canada. Another major issue, which is quite close to my heart, is, of course, our government's support for seniors. Through this budget, our government has proposed a number of changes to help make seniors' lives better and to help them stay in their homes longer. Having just a small amount of time, I can only focus on a few of these major policy initiatives that our government has proposed. But the first that I would like to speak of is the increase in the tax-free savings account. Seniors have embraced the tax-free savings account for their savings needs. This budget, through BIA, number 1, proposes to increase the annual contribution limit to $10,000. This, coupled with changes to RRSP withdrawal amounts, provides seniors with even greater opportunities to manage their life savings. As of the end of 2013, nearly 11 million individuals had opened a TFSA, and the total value of assets held in TFSAs was nearly $120 billion. While the opposition continues to spread misinformation that the TFSA accounts are only for the rich, the facts cannot be overlooked. In the income category of $20,000 to $25,000, over 124,000 Canadians maxed out their limit. Of those who have maxed out their TFSAs, 60% earned less than $60,000. 856,000 Canadians 65 and over have maxed out their contributions, and another 1.3 million 55 and older have done the same. Close to 2.7 million seniors had a TFSA by the end of 2013, and 60% of seniors that had a TFSA earned less than $40,000. I think this is clear proof of how tax-free savings accounts are beneficial to all Canadians and are especially embraced by seniors and middle to low-income individuals. The second major policy change to support seniors that I want to focus on is one that will help seniors stay in their homes longer. This is important and much needed because as seniors age, their homes become increasingly less accessible, and they are often forced to move into more accessible housing, such as retirement or nursing homes. This can be incredibly difficult and stressful. Our government recognizes the challenges seniors face to remain mobile and independent, and as a result has introduced a new home accessibility tax credit. This proposed tax credit will be for home improvements that allow a senior or person eligible for a disability tax credit to be more mobile, safe, and functional within their own home. This 15% non-refundable income tax credit would apply on up to $10,000 of eligible home renovation expenditures, providing up to $1,500 in tax relief. Through the Home Accessibility Tax Credit, Canadian seniors will be able to stay in their homes longer, and I cannot stress how important that is. The last initiative that I want to talk about is the extension of the Employment Insurance Compassionate Care Benefit from 6 weeks to 6 months. This is important to all Canadians because from time to time a large number of Canadians are forced to leave their jobs to take care of their loved ones. This can put a huge financial stress on families. Our government has recognized this problem, and through Economic Action Plan 2015, an allocation of up to $37 million has been made annually to extend the Employment Insurance Compassionate Care benefits. This will help reduce the stress in a very stressful time and help families help themselves. In summary, it's very clear that our government's Economic Action Plan of 2015 and this Budget Implementation Act, which sets the framework for legislative change, is beneficial to all Canadians. Our expanded limits on the tax-free savings account to $10,000 will allow hard-working Canadians to save more. Farmers throughout Canada will continue to benefit from our aggressive trade policy, which has opened up new markets that will help grow our agricultural sector and our economy as a whole. The increase in the lifetime capital gains exemption gives farmers and fishermen more money that they can use for their retirement. And through our balanced budget legislation, future generations won't live in the fear of being saddled with irresponsible spending and mountains of debt. All in all, this entire budget is something to be proud of, and I encourage members of the opposition to join me in supporting it. Once again, I thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I must admit that I'm always surprised to see that kind of boasting from the government side concerning the measures they are implementing here. But I want to draw his attention to two columnists from Les Affaires, which is a very credible journal, paper in Quebec in the business world, and in fact they're tax lawyers. Danny, just a minute, I'm sorry. It will come up in a second. Danny Provost. And his editorial, he said that that there were traps in the universal child benefit, and that people might spend it on their holidays, and afterwards they would have a big tax bill. And then there was Ms. José, who is also a tax lawyer and a financial planner, and she was saying that this benefit is all smoke and mirrors. So if these people are so credible, if my colleague really approves of their comments in this domain.
Here. Well, certainly I don't agree with their comments, and of course I haven't had not Mr. Speaker, the opposition's comments particularly, but the comments of the person that he was quoting. I've heard that mentioned by the Liberals, that if you give people money, they're going to spend it on popcorn and beer. I've heard that part, but I haven't seen that from any credible source anywhere else. And I think it's rather important that people recognize some of the aspects and the help that is going to be there for Canadians, and it's certainly with families with children. And one of the things that they continue to hear, and I don't think people recognize, is by also increasing the child care expense deduction dollar limits, that you are allowing more money to come into a family unit with the children that are there. So if you increase that by $1,000 for every child that is there, which is part of the Budget Implementation Act, you're also helping on the other side. So the concept of those that have less money, of course, they're even going to be taxed less, so there's going to be more dollars in their pocket. But I have trust in Canadians to be able to handle their funds.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I could give the member a very clear example as to why the Conservative budget is, in fact, unfair in its taxation policy. When you talk about the tax-free savings account, let's use that as the example. What happens is if you make somewhere between $20,000 and $40,000 a year, approximately just over 5%, between 5 and 6%, would have actually maxed out on the benefits of that tax break. Now, if you made over $200,000 a year, it's well over 30%, probably closer to about 36%, Mr. Speaker. So what you're doing is you're providing a tax break in which the wealthiest of Canada is definitely going to be able to take advantage of. Not very many of the constituents I represent have an extra $10,000 kicking around the house that they can invest in the TFSA. Right. And I think that's where the Canadians sense that the government of Canada is not being fair. So I'm wondering if he can explain to my constituents and to Canadians how he believes that what I just said is wrong, because it's true, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but with all due respect to the member opposite, it is not true. Those that do not have a lot of money, they also do not have a lot of opportunities and a lot of instruments to be able to save. And this is one that they can look at and that they can deal with, and that you can see that it happens. When you have seniors that are taking money out of are being forced to take money out of other various instruments that are their financial instruments, they want to have some place to put that. They're not necessarily going to be spending it all at that particular point, so they need to have that type of flexibility. So I think it's important that you recognize that, and all you have to do is go through the numbers. And I went through that as I talked about the total numbers of those that have maxed out their TFSA. 60% earned less than $60,000. So that's $5,500 per year that they have been putting in, maxing out their TFSAs. And so that's certainly, there's lots of other opportunities for investments for those that are some of his friends, I guess, that are in that 200,000 plus club, but they will not be using a TFSA in order to make that their main instrument for investment.
We have time for one short question and response. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will try to be quick. Many of us have come here on a commitment of fiscal management, and we want to see government balance its books, and it's important to us that the amount of income coming into the government is what they spend. And so I just want to take a minute and ask the member for Red Deer. He had outlined that our government achieved a balanced budget using a very different method than the previous Liberal government. And I'm just wondering if he could explain a little bit further by what he meant by that. And I'm just, in light of the comments of my Liberal member opposite here, I think they really have a hard time accepting the fact that they should allow Canadians to save their own money and let them spend their own money. They seem to be wanting to claw that back from them. But does he know anything about Liberal clawbacks and them trying to claw money back from Canadians?
The member for Red Deer.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of that after having been a hospital board member and chairman for a number of years back in the 90s, when the money was ripped out of the provincial coffers for social programs as well as for health care. Masterfully done, though, because if you ever listen to anybody at this point in time, they will say, you remember how Ralph Klein destroyed the health care in Alberta. not true. The dollars came away, they were taken away from the province by the Liberal government, and this is an issue that I think can never be let go.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to C59 today, the Conservatives' latest omnibus budget bill, le projet de loi.
Bill C59 is the result of an old and tired government that has lost all touch with Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that today, as I share my time with the member for Ottawa-Vanier, that we both agree that the government has to do more to create jobs and growth. This morning we received yet another reminder of that. Thousands, in fact 1,500 workers at Bombardier in Montreal and Toronto to be let go. This is not an isolated incident. It's part of a long-term trend of stagnant economic growth and a flatlined labour market. In fact, we have 169,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians today than in 2008. We have twice the number of long-term unemployed in Canada, the people who are unemployed for over a year. In fact, in my riding and part of the riding next door, Kings County, Hants County, and Annapolis County, in that Stats Canada catchment area, unemployment has gone from 4.8% in 2008 to 11.6% today. There are 10,000 fewer jobs in Kings County, Hants County, and Annapolis County than in 2008. Mr. Speaker, too many Canadians have been laid off or face replacing full-time work with part-time jobs. This legislation does next to nothing to help those Canadians. Canada needs a government with a plan to help create jobs and growth. The Canadian economy hasn't just stalled, it's in reverse. And according to Stats Canada, our economy has actually been shrinking in 2015. Unfortunately, this legislation does not have a plan for jobs and growth and does not do anything to strengthen Canada's struggling middle class. Instead, the Conservatives have bundled together a large number of unrelated measures that simply don't belong in a budget bill. I'd like to give you a few examples. C59 makes retroactive changes to exempt long gun registry data from Canada's information and privacy laws. That seems like an odd provision in a budget bill. What's more worrisome, Mr. Speaker, is that this morning the Information Commissioner revealed the real reason behind that she has recommended laying charges against the RCMP almost 2 months ago for withholding and destroying data in the gun registry. Now, apparently the RCMP jumped the gun and destroyed the data while legislation to repeal the registry was still before Parliament. Now, that shows a shocking disregard for Parliament, but it's also against the law. Now, how did the Conservative government react? Well, Richard Nixon would have been proud of this Prime Minister, because instead of listening to the Information Commissioner and laying charges, the Conservatives decided to retroactively rewrite the law. They're using C59 to go back in time and to make legal what was illegal. In the words of the Information Commissioner, Bill C59 sets a perilous precedent against Canadians' quasi-constitutional right to know. C59 also includes other measures that have no business being in a budget bill. It introduces new rules on the use of secret evidence in court, as well as the use of biometric information in immigration applications. It establishes the Parliamentary Protective Service, a new security force on Parliament Hill. It makes piecemeal changes to the Copyright Act. None of these items belong in a budget bill. None of them have to do with the fiscal framework of the country. The Conservatives are bundling them together in a single bill in order to limit scrutiny and ram these measures through Parliament in a matter of weeks. The process is sloppy, it leads to mistakes, and inevitably with this government they will use another omnibus bill, or they have been using the next omnibus bill, to correct the errors from the last omnibus bill. It's a never-ending cycle of Conservative incompetence and disrespect for Parliament. One example, Mr. Speaker, is in the area of income splitting. C59 includes the Conservatives' fourth attempt at passing the correct income splitting rules. Canadians already know that this income splitting scheme is unnecessarily complex. Now you have to follow an 85-step process just to apply. Now it turns out that the process is so confusing that even the tax experts writing the rules got them wrong in the first 3 times they came to Parliament. And on Monday night, a financial official admitted that there is an error in the income splitting rules. The Conservatives made a mistake that is shortchanging some families by as much as $750 on their 2014 tax return. It's affecting Canadian families that qualify for both income splitting and the tuition, education and textbook tax credits. This error was in the Ways and Means motion that the House of Commons passed last November. It was there again in the Ways and Means motion that the House passed in March, and it showed up a 3rd time in Bill C-57. This budget bill represents the Conservatives' 4th attempt to get this right. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the Conservative flagship policy. Income splitting isn't just unnecessarily complex, Mr. Speaker, it's also unfair, unreliable, and bad for growth. It's unfair because it excludes 85% of Canadian households from any benefit whatsoever. It does nothing to help some of Canada's most vulnerable parents, those are single parents, or the low-income families. The Parliamentary Budget Officer issued a report showing that high-income families are far more likely to qualify for income-splitting benefits. In fact, families in the top quintile of income are the most likely to qualify. The PBO's report also shows that the average benefits under income splitting rise with family income. Families earning at least $180,000 per year get the highest average benefit. Yet these are exactly the people who need the help the least. Income splitting is also unreliable. Just because you qualify for 1 year doesn't mean you'll benefit the next. The benefit can vanish whenever circumstances change. For example, a family can become disqualified when the primary earner loses their job or sees their pay drop. Finally, the PBO has shown that it will actually weaken Canadian economic growth rather than strengthen it. The PBO estimates that income splitting will lead to the equivalent of 7,000 fewer full-time jobs in the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, Liberals and the Liberal Party of Canada have a plan that's fair, simple and good for the economy. We will replace the Conservatives' income-splitting scheme and a complex array of benefits with a single tax-free monthly cheque that's easy to receive and means more money in the pockets of low and middle-income families. Under the Liberal plan for fairness, a typical 2-parent family with 2 children earning $90,000 per year will receive $490 tax-free every month. Mr. Speaker, that is $2,500 more per year than under the current Conservative plan. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government will also make the tax system fairer, and it will cut the middle-class tax rate by 7%. That's a $3 billion tax cut to those who need it the most. We will ask the wealthiest of Canadians to help to pay a little more so the middle class can pay less. Canada's middle-class families are tapped out. They're struggling to make ends meet. They haven't had a pay raise or a real tax cut to benefit their families in a long time. Fairness means giving more to the middle class and those working hard to join it. The Conservatives, on the other hand, are only helping those who need the help the least. Mr. Speaker, Canadians now have 2 fundamentally different choices. The Conservatives offer tax breaks to the wealthy. We believe, as Liberals, in a country that works for everyone, and we believe we can do more for those who need it the most by doing a little less for those who don't need the help. The Conservatives are out of touch with the challenges faced by middle-class families. They're out of ideas on how to strengthen the economy. Canadians know it's time for change. It's time for a Liberal government with a plan for fairness for Canada's middle class, and we will present to Canadians a plan for jobs and growth, investing in infrastructure, investing in people and skills for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. Our priority is clear. We must strengthen those at the heart of our economy, middle-class Canadians who haven't had a decent raise in 30 years. You can't have a sustained long-term economic recovery without a strong middle class. Liberals will continue to present solutions to grow our economy and to help Canada's struggling middle class. And we will give Canadians a real choice for hope for a better future and a plan to actually lead us to that future in October, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians have an opportunity to choose a better government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a little bit rich by that member to say that Canadians want to change and they'd want to go back to a Liberal government. We know what the Liberals did when they were in government. We just have to look at all of the spending problems, the sponsorship, which is really not much different than what this government is doing and wasting taxpayers' dollars, which is in the budget. They're increasing their expenses for advertising. I think that that's quite problematic. But I think what's even more problematic, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the Liberals, like the Conservatives, are putting in a tax plan that will only benefit a certain portion of Canadians. So under the Liberal tax plan, somebody who makes $45,000 per year would get a total of $4.49, while someone making $150,000 would get $670. So I'm just wondering if the member can tell me how fair that really is.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the honourable member in her spare time to go to liberal.ca, it's our Liberal Party website, and to look at the Liberal plan for fairness, and she will see that a family making a total family income of $45,000 per year will receive, with 2 children, will receive a $4,000 more every single year than what they're receiving from the Conservative government right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not certain on what planet she's spending most of her time, but here on Earth and here in Canada, $4,000 for a family making $45,000 a year with 2 children is a big benefit. So I would urge her not just to rely on the NDP talking points, but to actually go to the source on the Liberal website where she can see that we have a plan that will benefit low and middle income families.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question, but prior to posing my question, I would like to make a statement to the member that just asked the question is one's got to be very careful if you throw stones in glass houses. After all, I suspect more than 50% of our current caucus has been accused of and alleged of illegally spending tax dollars, Mr. Speaker, which is a very serious offence. So you should be very careful when you throw stones in glass houses. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is related to a statement that the Leader of the Liberal Party has made in all regions of Canada, and that is how important it is that we invest in our middle class, because by investing in our middle class, we're investing in our economy, and a healthy middle class means a healthy economy. And I'm wondering if the Liberal Party critic could just kind of pick up on that point and add some thoughts.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, Winnipeg North. We don't hear from him enough in this House, and it's wonderful to hear his mellifluous voice. Mr. Speaker, it is an important question. The reality is the Leader of the Liberal Party the member for Papineau, has over the last 3 years focused on Canada's middle class, has made the challenges faced by Canada's middle class an important issue for debate as we lead up to an election. He was the one who put these issues on the radar screen of Canadian politics, and he's the first leader to actually present a real plan to help Canada's middle class. And in fact, by cutting middle class taxes, by helping middle class families with children, we are actually the only party that has a real plan for fairness and a real plan for jobs and growth. And helping the middle class is actually one of the best ways to create economic growth. Without a robust middle class, you cannot have a sustained economic recovery or a strong economy.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question I have has to do with balancing the books, Mr. Speaker, eliminating the deficit. And the reason I'm asking is because this is important to Canadians. As MPs, we're asking Canadians to balance their books. They want to see the government balance their books. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal track plan is not a good track plan. Just have a look at the province of Ontario, and I think you'll see how challenging it is for a Liberal government to balance the books. So I'd like to ask my member, will the Liberal Party commit to having a zero deficit in their budgets, Mr. Speaker, particularly when they're talking about delivering benefits, what so-called benefits, to Canadians? Will they maintain a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government actually eliminated a $43 billion deficit, paid down around $60 billion off the national debt. When the Conservatives took power, they inherited the best fiscal situation of any incoming government in the history of Canada, a $13 billion surplus. Within less than 2 years, by the fall of 2008, they had not only spent through that surplus, Canada was actually at the edge of deficit even before the financial crisis, but since then, they've actually added $120 billion to the national debt, Mr. Speaker. So my leader has committed to a fully costed election platform which will have balanced budgets, and we will honour that as a...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to rise today and debate a particular section of C-59, the Section 20 that deals with the sick leave and disability programs that the government wishes to impose upon the federal public service. And this is nothing new. I would quote a passage, un passage du discours de trône.
In the speech from the throne in 2013, Mr. Speaker, the federal government announced that it would reform sick leave and disability benefits in order to help them return to work as soon as possible. So when they're on sick leave, it's because they're sick. And, Mr. Speaker, before speaking to C-59, I just want to refer to another one, actually, that was adopted shortly after the 2013 speech from the throne, C-4.
Called at the time a rather explosive bill, indeed exploded the relationship between our federal public service and the Government of Canada in a number of ways. It changed legislation that governed the federal public service and also of workers that fell under the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada through the Canada Labour Code in a number of ways. I'll mention three. It would be the government gave itself the ability to define essential services in a way that had not existed before. It was, before the adoption of Bill C-4, a mechanism where both parties, that is the employer and the employees, could present their arguments, and the body that rendered the decision was a rather respected one. However, this law now essentially gives the authority entirely to the government. The other thing is that the unions will no longer have the right to arbitration, which was a very important tool that has been used repeatedly over the past decades. But now arbitration would be an option only if 80% of the members do a job that is considered essential, and the government has given itself the right to very easily control the union's ability to use arbitration by taking away the essential right to the renegotiation tool that works well when the parties cannot come to an agreement. If the unions manage to win the right to an arbitration, the government has also changed the conditions that arbitrators can use. They can only refer to the government's financial situation or recruitment and retention issues in the public service, nothing else, which was not the case before. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the the arbitration boards will no longer be independent. Basically, they report to the government. And in addition, there's another matter that I should mention, that the definition of danger is changing, which will affect not only the 200,000 plus core public servants, but also the 800,000 other employees in Canada who fall under the Canada Labour Code. And that the minister or one of his delegates is now responsible for defining danger. And that, Mr. Speaker, sets us back at least 50 years. And given the tremendous progress we've made regarding the rights of unionized workers in our country, I believe now that the public service and the workers governed by the Canada Labour Code are less well served. Back now to C-59. Mr. Speaker, I wrote a blog in October, on the 15th of October, 1914, and I will quote it now. Yes, I wrote it like, and this is ce que je disais à l'époque.
This is what I said. I said, Treasury Board President is replacing the current sick leave system by a new disability, short-term disability system. And there will only be 5 days of sick leave. Now, apparently, that's 6. This is rather drastic if you consider that the current 15 days is allowed. Paid sick leave are not a benefit that can just be given and taken away at the discretion of the employer. They are a social benefit negotiated over time and that are also aligned with the value of the work provided by the employees, their salaries, and these are all decided upon with the employer. According to a Treasury Board report, the obligation of the employer to provide sick leave is a heavy financial responsibility. However, the vast majority of civil servants do not use up all their sick leave that they are entitled to. Furthermore, the parliamentary budget officer pointed out that there are other types of sick leave as well. The parliamentary budget officer said that paid sick leave is minimal because the employer does not necessarily replace those workers on sick leave. So when you include paid sick leave and when the employee is forced to use up that sick leave and then has to go onto a disability system, the numbers become distorted. If an employee is forced to come back earlier than expected, then that employee can make other employees sick. The employer has to foster a healthy workforce and workplace. Let us hope that this is negotiated in good faith and not simply by measures hidden in an omnibus bill. I wrote that in 2014, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, now we do have measures that are just hidden in Bill C-59, a measure that gives the President of the Treasury Board the authority to do what he wants. And this morning, in The Citizen,
Treasury Board, I won't name his name because I'm not allowed to, pressures unions for sick leave deal by fall. Mr. Speaker, therefore, in C4, the government established and tilted in its favor the capacity to negotiate or dictate, really, to the public servants of our country. And now we're seeing in C-59 the provision that will give the President of the Treasury Board the ability to dictate when he wants measures that are not negotiated, and I don't believe that it's a matter of that is going to result in an agreement, Mr. Speaker, because even in the budget that's been adopted in this House, the government and one of the ministers said that it was cast in stone, is expecting to recover in this year $900 million worth of benefits from the sick leave program that our public service benefits from. So we have a situation here that is not appropriate as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker. And we should also note some numbers. 25% of the core public service staff have less than 10 days banked sick leave. 60% don't have enough bank days to bridge the gap to disability. And the federal public servants currently have 15 days per year and can carry unused days over, which the government wants to stop. However, the bank days are forfeited upon retirement. Now, if there is abuse, if there are conditions that have to be changed, the unions that are negotiating with the Treasury Board since last June, 5 of them, the largest one, now apparently 18 of them, have indicated a willingness to correct measures that may not be as solid as they should be. But for the government to dictate that we're going to go from 15 to 6 days, non-accumulated, is not appropriate. And we're going to create a relationship in our public service that will create a situation that will not favor the service to the public, Mr. Speaker. We have had in the past a very solid relationship with our federal public service, starting in the 60s when the Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Pearson, recognized the right to strike. And until 1984, 41% of our employees in Canada were unionized. Now that's dropped back, but in that period of time, we had a great compression of the inequalities in the salaries of people. And now, since then, it's been increasing, Mr. Speaker. And that, I think, is a serious difficulty, which not just me, but the World Economic Forum has identified as the world's single largest problem. And the way we're dealing with our federal public service, it will not help solve that at all. That's a sad way for us to go, and I would hope that we would consider going in another direction than in this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for his comments, and I'm glad to hear him speak up for unions. I think they're important. I think they do, as he intonated, help us with disparities. They allow people to have wages bargained in a way that is representative of their work, and allow employers to also accommodate and put forward their issues. But what he laid out in the budget, and I would hope that his party would continue to support, and that means right here in Parliament Hill, when unions are able to have collective bargaining with their employers, say with the NDP caucus, and afford themselves of the spaces they need to do their work, but that's for another day perhaps. I do want to circle the issue he mentioned. It's very important, particularly for those of us who represent public servants. What he has mentioned and what's so wrong with this budget, it builds on the government's track record to torque the power relationship between the employer and the employees, in other words, the government and public servants. And that was C4, as he mentioned, and which we opposed. But in this bill, what they've done at the beginning is, instead of sitting down and say, okay, let's look at modernizing, in this case sick leave, and let's look at the different changes in the workplace, knowing that there's different things that happen in the workplace, they've circled the number and said, this is it, that's all, and now let's sit down and negotiate. And it's troublesome because it not only is bad faith in terms of bargaining. You've already come to a conclusion before you sat down at the table. You're talking about things that have already been agreed to. So I wonder if you could comment about the change in the relationship between the employer and the employees and what that does to the workplace. In other words, to the place in which people do their work to provide services to Canadians.
La députée de Ottawa.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. I have been on the other side of the House, on the government side, and in the cabinet at some time, and I've always thought that government, one of the principal responsibilities of a government as an employer is to deal in good faith, straight up with the unions. And I have intervened a number of times to make sure that our government would indeed be behaving in that way. And I believe that fundamentally. I think that that has provided us with a very strong federal public service, and one that has served the Canadian public very well. But over the last few years, as the colleague from the Ottawa Centre said, the government has tended to torque the relationship in a way that is not fair, and it is not appropriate as far as I'm concerned, and it has to be corrected.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague, appreciated very much the tone, I think, of his comments, because he was very much reaching out to the government to indicate that there were some concerns with this budget quite seriously when it comes to our public service. Certainly, the fact that the government has already decided what amount it's going to have as far as the requirements of the various workers. I'd be interested to hear what my colleague has to say about just what happens if you don't achieve that, the goal that the government has set aside in the budget for those kinds of negotiations. Does that mean then that the workers are going to have to end up on strike, whether they want to be or not? And the government will simply say, well, we don't have any more money because we budgeted X amount of dollars.
For Ottawa Vanier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not clear what the government intends to do. One may believe that it is hoping to basically abolish all of the banked days that the public service has accumulated, and that's where it may recover its $900 million. But as the parliamentary budget officer has stated, those numbers are not accurate. They're not relevant, because if indeed public servants are sick and they use a sick day, there's no cost to the government if they're not replaced, and that is essentially the way most departments and agencies function. We have enough of a federal public service to chip in and fill in if someone is sick, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the PBO has said essentially that the report that the Treasury Board has based its position on is essentially erroneous. That's a generous way of putting it. And therefore should not be relied upon. So I'm not too sure what it is they want to do, but all I know is that the way they're approaching the negotiations are not in good faith and therefore not appropriate, and that has to change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand plaisir de m'adresser.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today to discuss the 2015 Economic Action Plan. This is a plan that is tailor-made to meet the needs of hardworking families in Orléans and across Canada.
I'd like to advise you that I will share my time with the dedicated member from Lethbridge. Ce budget est pondéré.
This budget is prudent, reasonable, responsible, and most of all, it gives middle-class families some breathing room.
The best way to protect public service jobs and the programs that are so important to Canadians.
Canada was the last country to fall into the worst recession since the Great Depression, and it was the first country to recover from it. We now have our first balanced budget since that financial crisis.
Of the late Jim Flaherty and the current Minister of Finance and their economic teams, we have gone from a deficit of $55.6 billion at the depth of the Great Recession to an estimated surplus for this year of $1.4 billion. Canada no longer has to use its credit card to cover its bills. This new state of affairs will increase investor confidence in Canada's economic potential. L'avenir est brillant pour...
The future is bright for the best country in the world. More than 1.2 million net new jobs have been created in Canada since the lowest point of the recession.
Are full-time, private sector jobs, and more than half are in high-paying sectors of the economy. And the budget is also proof that the City of Ottawa can depend on solid federal support. Since 2006, we have invested more than $1 billion in close to 100 infrastructure projects in the capital. More than $760 million has gone to Phase 1 of the light rail transit project, $600 million of which came from the Building Canada plan, and more than $170 million from the federal gas fund. Close to $100 million has been invested in the three-phased Ottawa River Action Plan, a moral issue for our region's environment. $110 million
$110 million has been earmarked to renovate the National Arts Centre.
$80 million has been allocated to the Canada Science and Technology Museum to upgrade this facility and keep it in the East End, Ottawa. $50 million.
$50 million has been invested in building the Ottawa Congress Centre.
Furthermore, the government's decision to extend, double, index, and permanently establish the federal tax fund means that the City of Ottawa can benefit from more than $50 million per year for its projects. Malgré ces excellents résultats,
these are outstanding results, but you can be assured that we don't plan to rest on our laurels. The 2015 Economic Action Plan is proof of that.
The new budget proposes an investment of $10 million over 5 years, starting this year, to support the Ottawa Police Service. Cette mesure est à l'image.
This initiative reflects the overall nature of the budget, prudent, reasonable, and responsible.
Presence in Ottawa, the Municipal Police Service has responsibilities that other forces do not. For example, helping to provide security around embassies. We agreed in 2008 that the federal government should provide stable funding rather than reimburse expenses on a case-by-case basis. All parties have benefited from the agreement. Et c'est avec grand plaisir que nous...
We are very pleased to renew this agreement and continue to assist our police force.
Everyone in the region and around the world was saddened by the events of October 22nd that took the life of the late Corporal Nathan Cirillo. Once again, the government exhibited discretion and sound judgment by significantly improving security while not turning Parliament Hill into an armed fortress. In addition, the government plans to allocate more than $60 million over 3 years to tighten security on the Hill. Cet investissement
This funding will enhance security not only for parliamentarians, but also for the people who work on the Hill and the many visitors and tourists who come here.
Not a week goes by without someone telling me how excited they are about the celebrations to mark Canada's sesquicentennial. Whether I'm at the Royal Canadian Legion in Orleans, the friendliest legion in the region, or the Carlsbad Springs Community Centre, the wise people of Ottawa Orleans want to talk about this upcoming event. As an aside, I would like to take a moment to congratulate the recently retired City Councillor Rainer Blois for his work as co-chair of Ottawa 2017. Residents of the National Capital Region and people across the country welcomed our plan to invest $210 million over 4 years to support Canada's 150th anniversary. 150 ans.
150 years is worth celebrating.
First elected me to serve them in this House. It was 3,399 days ago. I chose to make autism my personal cause. Et depuis 2006,
since 2006, on my recommendation, the Société Franco-Ontarienne de l'Autisme has received close to $1 million in funding through Canada Summer Jobs.
The agency will be able to hire 36 students this summer. Bien sûr, je tenais à ce que ce plan d'action...
Naturally, I had hoped that the 2015 Economic Action Plan would give additional support to these vulnerable members of our society.
Government MPs, we convinced the Minister of Finance to include $2 million in funding to create a working group in partnership with the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance. De cette somme,
of this amount, $1.5 million will go to support stakeholder participation in the working group.
The group will develop a plan for Canadian Autism Partnership that will address 3 key areas: sharing information and research, early identification, diagnosis, and treatment, and to support families.
This initiative is very promising, and it marks the start of what I hope will be a great future.
I'd like to conclude by talking about our decision to support families. I've always supported income splitting for families. Dans une famille,
in most families, the wage pool earners pool their income. Canada's tax system must reflect this reality.
As a result of actions taken by the government since 2006, a typical four-person family will receive increased benefits of up to $6,600 following the adoption of the 2015 Economic Action Plan. Bien sûr, l'opposition.
Once again, the opposition is crying foul and saying that these measures will only help the rich.
This initiative will support middle-class and lower-middle-class families. Selon directeur parlementaire,
according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, 68% of the people benefiting from this tax relief have a family income of $120,000 or less. That's more than two-thirds of households.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer also noted that 17% of the households will benefit from income splitting having a family income of less than $60,000. If I had more time, I would talk about our other progressive proposals, such as reducing the amount of mandatory withdrawals from registered retirement income fund, tax cuts for small businesses, and greater support for caregivers. But I'll have to leave that for another time. For today, I'm just satisfied to give the facts instead of the ideology. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Ottawa-Orleans for this desperate attempt to sing the praises of this tired old government. But we're talking about real issues here. Earlier, I asked a question of one of his Conservative colleagues concerning the opinion of two tax lawyers who are credible people and well-known, who write in a paper that my colleague certainly knows well, Les Affaires. And the two tax lawyers were warning people about Conservative measures, including the universal child care benefit, which is just smoke and mirrors in their opinion. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have my riding office next door to a tax lawyer's office, and they're in the very intense period of tax return preparations. And one of the recommendations he gave to his daughter was to not spend her nice check she'll get in the month of July, because she's going to have to be writing a big check out in the following spring because of the taxes. So I wonder if the member gave the same recommendation to his children, the member for Ottawa-Orleans. I find that this kind of sociological debate to divide Canadians is really unfortunate. The Economic Action Plan that we've tabled this year will be of benefit to all families, and specifically families with low and medium incomes. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member is aware the Minister of Finance's, many would have called a significant blunder immediately following the release of his budget, when talking about the TFSA and realizing that there was going to be future shortfalls of the government in terms of revenue. And remember, this is the area in which the government is giving a significant benefit to some of Canada's wealthiest over others, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance responded by saying that this is, in essence, going to be a problem that the Prime Minister's granddaughter is going to have to deal with. And I'm wondering if the member can provide some comment on whether or not government should take its responsibility more seriously about the future generations that we are supposed to be providing support for.
Well, member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're doing a very reasonable approach, which, combined with everything else that we've done since 2006, after the approval of this budget, the average four-person family will have a reduction in taxes of $6,600. And we're doing it in a very safe way, not like the party that he belongs to, that when they cut in 1995, cut as much as $4 40,000 bureaucrats from the public service, and they cut Canadian transfers, federal transfers to provinces on health care from 50 cents on the dollar, which had been held for 30 years from 1965 to 1975, from 1965 to 1995. They cut it from 50 cents on the dollar to 14 cents on the dollar, with unbelievable consequences to the to healthcare services across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I listened with great interest to my colleague's excellent speech. Well balanced, and it made me think about the very fact that we have balanced the budget. And in a day and age when governments seem to get deeper and deeper into the mire of spending and doing the very opposite of that, this government has managed to do it, not only doing that, but also giving money back to families so that they can balance their budgets. Now, I wonder if the member who spoke so eloquently could possibly tell us what the consequences of the reckless behavior and challenges that we would face as a nation should we begin to reverse that and start to spend money and have a reversal so that our balances would no longer be our budgets would no longer be balanced. I wonder if he could just talk to us and just tell us what the consequences of those reckless actions would be.
For Ottawa Orleans, a short response, please.
Well, the shortest response is that Canadian families right across the country know that budgets don't balance themselves. There's one fellow who thinks they do, and he sits in the corner over there, and that's probably where he's going to stay.
Thank you.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina, concerning infrastructure. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, on national defence. And thirdly, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the issue of justice.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
No, I don't. April, we introduced Economic Action Plan 2015, this year's federal budget. And as we promised in the 2011 election, we have balanced the budget. In fact, we have a $1.4 billion surplus. We've also kept our commitment to balance the budget without raising taxes and without cutting transfer payments to our most cherished social programs like health care. Not only have we not raised taxes, we have cut taxes and provided even more tax incentives for individuals, families, and businesses. In fact, this budget builds on measures introduced since we first formed government, providing a typical two-income family of four tax relief and increased benefits of up to $6,600 more than in 2006. The 2015 budget has been praised by a broad and diverse group of business experts, economists, entrepreneurs, and most importantly, ordinary Canadians. This budget is family-friendly and sensitive to seniors' needs. It addresses students' concerns. It is pro-business, the economy's job creators, and supportive of our veterans and Canadian forces. It supports communities through significant infrastructure investments, and it is designed to create jobs, spur economic growth, and ensure long-term prosperity for all Canadians while ensuring future generations. Notre gouvernement conservateur.
Our Conservative government remains concentrated on what counts most for Canadians. Our priorities were and remain jobs and economic growth. We will maintain a low tax burden on families. We're investing in infrastructure, and we're helping to create jobs. All of this while respecting our plan to return to a balanced budget. And, Mr. Speaker, the budget for this year is a balanced budget. We have taken measures to control spending without reducing transfers to individuals and to the provinces. We could not say as much for the opposition parties. For example, the Liberals have done nothing substantial in terms of the economy and job creation. The leader has no plan to balance the budget, and in fact, What's even more troubling is that the Liberal leader says that the budget will balance itself, even with the tax hikes that he is proposing. His plan has a $2 billion gap that will only be able to be filled by new taxes and increasing the debt. The NDP doesn't offer any more hope either. They'll continue to support risky strategies, and all in all, they're proposing $56 billion in, or $1 million rather, in risky spending, which will increase spending and put Canada into a deficit position. We need to help Canadian families, and that's an important responsibility for our Conservative government. Our plan for economic prosperity is a low-tax plan that will put money into the pockets of hard-working Canadians. We're proud of our solid record in terms of managing the economy. We're reducing the tax burden, and we've said we would do it, and we've got it to the lowest level that has been seen in a generation. We've taken initiatives historically like reducing the GST to 5% and the creation of the tax-free savings account, reducing the tax burden on all Canadians. Moreover, the most recent tax relief measures taken by our government for families will make life more affordable for all Canadian families with children. Our Conservative government has improved and broadened the universal child care benefit, and this has reduced the cost for child care once again, while leaving parents the options that they want to choose for what suits their families best. We've increased the benefits to $1,920 per year for children under the age of 6 with the child tax benefit, and it will be $720 for children between the ages of 6 and 17. This is in addition to the increase of $1,000 that families can claim in tax deductions for child care expenses. We're helping a greater number of families to allow their children to participate in sports activities through the fitness credit and making it a refundable credit as well. We have created historic tax reductions for families, which will allow them to transfer up to $50,000 in taxable income to their spouse, who would be in a higher tax bracket. That reduces the taxes that they will have to pay by up to $2,000. And so the reduction in taxes for families will improve the fairness of our tax system by ensuring that families who have similar incomes will not pay completely different taxes.
About the injustice of income splitting, how it's only going to help a very, very small portion of the population, and it's only going to help the rich. Nothing could be further from the truth. I grew up in a family of 14 kids. My dad was a school teacher. My mom was a stay-home mom. And let me tell you, income splitting would have helped my family. Now, that's not just a rare exception to the rule. Every single family on my block would have benefited from this. And almost every single family in my community would have benefited from us. And none of us were rich. The only few families that would not have benefited from this were the families who aren't paying taxes anyway because they're in a low income tax bracket or a non-existent tax bracket, which is a sad place to be, but you can't reduce taxes if you're not paying any taxes. Now, and we also don't claim that this one measure is going to solve all the world's problems. Now, I'm going to give a bit of a metaphor for the critique of our measures. Suppose that every day 10 men go out for root beer, and the bill for all 10 comes to $100. If they paid their bill according to the way we pay taxes, it would go something like this. The first 4 are the poorest, and they would pay nothing. The 5th would pay $1. The 6th would pay $3. The 7th would pay $7. The 8th would pay $12. The 9th would pay $18. And the 10th man, who is the richest, would pay $59. He has the easiest ability to do so, so that's what they decided to do. The 10 men drank the root beer every day and seemed quite happy with the arrangement until one day the owner of the bar threw them a curveball. He said, "You guys are such good customers and I don't want you to leave, so I'm going to reduce the cost of your daily root beer by $20. Drinks for the 10 men would cost now just $80. The group still wanted to pay their bill the way we pay taxes because that's fair. So the first 4 men were unaffected. They would still drink root beer for free. But what about the other 6? How could they divide the $20 windfall? Divide 20 by 6, it's $3.33. But if they subtract $3.33 from everyone's bill, the 5th and 6th men would end up being paid to drink root beer. That didn't seem fair either. So the bartender suggested that they should reduce the man's bill by a higher percentage the poorer that man was, following the principle of our fair tax system. So he worked it out so the 5th man, like the 4th, would now pay nothing. The 6th would pay $2 instead of 3, 33% savings. The 7th would pay 5 instead of 7, that's 28% savings. The 8th would pay $9 instead of 12, 25% savings. And the 9th would pay $14 instead of 18, which is 22% saving. And the 10th would pay $49 instead of $59. Now, each of the 6 who had been paying was better off than before. And the first 4 continued to drink for free. But once outside the bar, the men began to compare their savings. Then along came a guy who had grown up with a silver mug, and he pointed out, "Hey, that 6th man only got $1 out of 20. And then he pointed to the 10th man, "But he got $10 savings." "Yeah, that's right," exclaimed the 5th man. "I only saved $1 too. It's unfair. He got 10 times more benefit than me." "That's true," shouted the 7th man. "Why should he get $10 back when I only get 2? The wealthy get all the breaks." "And don't forget," hollered the man with the silver mug, "the first 4 guys, remember they've been drinking root beer free all along, they don't get anything at all. This new tax system exploits the poor. You guys should reject the $20 discount because it's nothing but a giveaway for the richest guys in the group." They ganged up on the 10th guy and shamed him for being so selfish for taking their money, so he quit coming to the root beer get-together every night. So when they went back the next day, only 9 of them that were there, and they found out, paying the amount that they had to pay, they only had half the amount of money that they owe for the root beer. So the man with the silver mug said, "Well, you'll have to pay back your discount or raise your price by 7%. We're still $37 shorter, so we'll cut your root beer in half, and we'll have to find out another way." That's the injustice we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, our budget is good, it's fair, and it helps all Canadian families. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleague for his efforts in French. It is very much appreciated. Perhaps he could have continued speaking in French before bogging himself down with a senseless allegory. However, in his speech, I did not hear him explain to Canadians why the government is creating a new tax by selling universal childcare benefits that are taxable. So the Conservatives boast that they will help all companies and give money to families, but at the end of the day, they will be clawing back half of that. Financial experts recommended Canadians to set aside a very significant amount of their universal childcare benefits to prepare themselves for a nasty surprise during tax season the year afterwards. So why does the government not seek to create affordable places for childcare, like we are proposing here on our side? It is rather strange, because the NDP are saying that our
deduction isn't high enough. It's a little bit of an ingenuine criticism to say you shouldn't be given this benefit at all, but now that you are, you should give it all without it being taxed. People are used to paying taxes at the end of the year. I'd rather nothing be taxed. I'd rather nothing be taxed too, but it can't be that way. This would also, the fact that it's taxed at the end of the year would also make it fair so that the people with higher incomes end up getting slightly less benefit than those with the lower income because their tax brackets are higher. I'm not quite sure what they're complaining about. I know what the people who are Conservatives are complaining about. They'd rather not be taxed at all, but we can't get everything we want yet.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it was an interesting example. It'd be interesting to see the member explain that example as he goes door knocking. That's for sure. I think that if we take a look in terms of what the government of Canada is actually saying, getting right down to the basics, that the income tax split that they're talking about, it's less than 15%. Even the government members, the Minister of Finance and the representatives of the government have acknowledged it is less than 15% that will benefit from it. And that 15% is predominantly some of Canada's wealthiest. And that's something that no matter what sort of example you come up with is the reality of it. And my question to the member is, that commitment alone is $2 billion tax dollars a year. And it seems to me that there's a much better way, and would he not agree a 7% tax relief for Canada's middle class would be a fairer way of administering a tax break here in Canada?
Member for Lethbridge.
Income splitting is long, long overdue. It addresses an injustice that's been around for a long time, and just if an injustice doesn't solve undoing an injustice doesn't solve every injustice in the world, it doesn't mean we shouldn't address that injustice. It acknowledges the real benefit and value that stay-home parents provide to their families and to society at whole. It acknowledges the real value that spouses who don't make as much as the person they're married to contribute, other than financially, to the family and to society. And I wouldn't have trouble explaining this door to door, because they already understand that it's a just offer and it's a just principle. And what they're confused about is all this notion that it really doesn't help. They know it helps. They're the ones who are going to benefit from it. I don't have to explain that for very long.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak for a few moments on Bill C-59. Let me indicate also that I will be sharing my time with the wonderful, the hard-working member of Parliament from Beauport-Limoilou. And I'm pleased to have that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-59 is a bill that I cannot accept. I will be opposing Bill C-59 for a number of reasons, not the least of which the fact that it implements the unfair tax scheme that this government introduced in their budget, that transfers so much money to the 15%. 15% of that money goes to the wealthiest Canadians in this country. Income splitting, of course, I refer to, and increasing the TFSA. Now, a number of my colleagues have been talking about these issues, as they should, in some detail. I wanted to talk a little bit today, because we only have 10 minutes. I want to talk a little bit today about a couple of the issues particular to that I found noteworthy and that have an impact on people in my constituency. So I sort of set it up as the good, the bad, and the missing, Mr. Speaker, and I will proceed to explain why. Let me first of all say that this practice of omnibus bills that was introduced by the Liberals has really, this Conservative government has put that move on steroids. This bill is over 150 pages long. It deals with more than 270 clauses. It amends dozens of acts, frankly, many of them which don't even touch the budget within 100 miles, Mr. Speaker. It undermines, these kind of bills undermines the ability of MPs to do what it was that we were sent here, and that is to scrutinize legislation. So let me talk for a moment about something that I think is good in this bill, and that is what was a couple of days ago called Bill C-58, because the government put Bill C-58 dealing with veterans directly into this bill, and I'll speak to that in a second. Bill C-58, as it was known, I support it very much because it improves the transition process of Canadian Forces members and veterans to civilian life. It establishes the retirement income security benefit to provide eligible veterans and survivors with a continued financial benefit after the age of 65 years. It establishes the critical injury benefit to provide eligible Canadian Forces members and veterans with lump sum compensation for severe, sudden, and traumatic injuries or acute diseases that are service-related, regardless of whether they result in permanent disability. And, Mr. Speaker, it establishes the family caregiver relief benefit to provide eligible veterans who require a high level of ongoing care from an informal caregiver with an annual grant to recognize that caregiver support. I mention this in particular because my colleague, my neighbouring MP, the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, has been fighting tirelessly on behalf of veterans, and he spoke the other day in support of these changes for veterans. And the Minister of Veterans Affairs actually accused that member of trying to hold up these changes, hold up and delay the implementation of Bill C-58, and so that's why he stuck it into the middle of this omnibus bill. What's interesting, though, Mr. Speaker, is that, as has been explained by the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, is that had they left Bill C-58 as a standalone piece of legislation, it would have been in committee today, it would have been dealt with, it would have been reported back by the end of this month, and it would be ready to be put into law by the end of May, early part of June. As a result of sticking it into this omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be at least the end of June before this legislation has been completed. So, in other words, the minister, belying his words, the minister, in fact, is intentionally himself delaying the impact of these particular provisions, Mr. Speaker, and that's something that I'm completely opposed to, and I must say I expected better from that minister, that he would misrepresent the position of my colleague, that articulate and hard-working advocate on behalf of veterans. I also want to commend the government for agreeing with a position that the New Democratic Party has taken for many years, something that we proposed in our platform of 2011, and that was to extend the compassionate care benefits for Canadians caring for loved ones. We talked about that in our 2011 budget to move it out to 6 months. It's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, but in 2011, that was before the government introduced changes which have had the impact of denying Canadians eligibility, have constrained the Canadians that would in fact be eligible for this benefit. So while we agree with the fact that it's been extended, we do face the same problem that exists with the EI benefit program in its entirety, and that is access, Mr. Speaker. Let me refer to a couple of points that were made by representative from the Canadian Alliance of United Seniors on this particular issue. He says, and I quote, "Extending this program is a good idea, but there are still some major problems with this initiative. The first one being the fact the measure can be used only for caring for a terminally ill person dying within 6 months. Not good enough, as many persons who are very ill are not diagnosed as terminally ill in this short time frame. but could still use important care as well. Many persons who are the potential caregivers are not working or are self-employed and thus will not have access to any funds through this program. So while a good improvement, it needs much more work, particularly as the population ages. Mr. Speaker, while there may be a slight increase in costs if we were to deal with the access issues, it is certainly a much more effective way of providing care than the options. I also want to say that I've talked to constituents who have come to me and made representations on behalf of ALS Canada who would like to be included in this benefit by changing the wording to include those who are in, quote, significant need of caregiving because of terminal illness, unquote. It's too bad that wasn't part of this change. A couple of things that were particularly noteworthy on a negative side is what the government has done with respect to the public sector sick leave. The government is overriding their own recently redrafted Public Service Labour Relations Act and allowing the Treasury Board to arbitrarily set sick leave and disability plans for employees in the federal public service. This is an affront to the ongoing collective bargaining process. Mr. Speaker, it is completely wrong and it is utterly disrespectful for the whole process of collective bargaining. I have 1 minute left. Let me say this. I have already spoken about my concern with the government raiding the EI fund once again, just like the Liberals did, to the benefit of the wealthy few. I'm disappointed that the government did not come up with a plan for providing affordable daycare spaces, as we've proposed, $15. The bill does implement the enhanced universal child care benefit, and we have committed to keeping this, but we also think, Mr. Speaker, that affordable quality daycare spaces is something that is necessary. Let me finish by saying that what I've heard from some of my constituents that things that they would like to see: develop a comprehensive strategy to deal with persistent structural youth and underemployment, immediately reverse the federal government's plan to raise the retirement age for old age security and guaranteed income supplement to 67, fix the Veterans Affairs by reopening those closed offices, Mr. Speaker, and start listening to Canadians and show them some respect. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. He didn't have enough time, I realized, to say everything he wanted to be able to say about the budget, but I think there's one point that's particularly important, and that's the way federal government employees are treated. I'm quite disconcerted, actually, by what's happening. Just out of the blue, unilaterally, money is being taken back, recovered from employees with no negotiation. Sick leave and salaries are all negotiated as a whole. So unionized employees accept less, lower, say, salaries or less money because there's the sick benefits as well. So you can't see them not as a package. So I'd like to know what he thinks about how the government is treating the staff of the federal government.
Thank you to my colleague for the question, and I find it not only disrespectful but frankly counterproductive ultimately, Mr. Speaker, because you know, the employees that work for the federal government, they work hard. They are dedicated to their jobs. They provide important services to Canadians. They are also represented by a collective agreement. And collective bargaining, the right to be represented by a union, is a constitutionally recognized right in this country. This government seems to be ignoring that, Mr. Speaker. As they are with, and what they've done in the past is they've unilaterally increased the cost of the health benefit plan for federal public servants without any question of negotiation, without any issue of negotiations.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, I appreciate the comments from the member. There's one aspect of the budget, if I may, just to provide a question, because I don't think we get to talk enough about it. And I know Canadians as a whole are very much concerned about Canada's healthcare system. There was an accord that was achieved, and that was a 10-year accord, which ultimately led to record high amounts of investments into healthcare in all regions of our country. The government has failed to recognize the importance of having a new agreement with our provinces, which no doubt raises a great deal of concerns. I share those concerns. I know members of the Liberal Caucus, and I suspect even of the Democratic Caucus, would be concerned about the future of health care, given that the government has not been able to meet with the provinces in any fashion, whether it's from the Prime Minister, with the Premiers, to the Minister of Health, in a very genuine way, to try to strike a new accord which would ensure that we have ongoing health care throughout the country.
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that question. The government made that change unilaterally in the funding formula for health care, which the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated will cost the healthcare system $36 billion, Mr. Speaker. My leader has made it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that when we are elected in October of 2015, that we will return to the formula that was used before, and that we will make sure that in provinces like mine, where the population is not increasing, and in fact the population is aging, that there will be changes in the formula to make sure that we are not disadvantaged in provinces where our population is not increasing, and that will recognize our need for greater resources because of an aging demographic.
I think we have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do realize there will be limited time, but I just want to ask my colleague, he's very concerned many times about increasing taxes to pay for all the programs that his party would like to implement, but I'm wondering if he could at least give me the assurance that on these two measures he would support our budget. First of all, reduction of business taxes from down to 9%. This will result, Mr. Speaker, in the savings of over $36,000 for a company that's earning $500,000. And this is great to be able to plow that back into the company and produce greater productivity. Would he at least support that one? And if I had time, I'd ask him another one, but sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it's laughable when members on the government side talk about balanced budgets. They talk about living within your means when we know that they have been running up deficits in this country at a level not seen in recent memory, to the point now where we have a debt in this country of over $140 billion. I mean, that's the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, that have done two things. One, they've continued to spend like crazy, and the other thing is they've cut back on our revenue sources. They simply cannot talk about being prudent with the taxpayers' money.
I knew that was probably, with only 40 seconds left, I knew that there wasn't quite enough time to do that, but actually what happened. So, resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by warmly thanking my colleague from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, for having so generously shared his precious time with me. As you know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Nova Scotia said it very well. We are debating an omnibus bill, a very big bill. Now, perhaps not as big as the previous omnibus bills, still a big one. And unfortunately, this morning, shamefully, this Conservative government brought down a time allocation in order to restrict debate. And because of this, many of my colleagues who wanted to be able to speak to this bill that has many complex consequences for so many constituents won't be able to. because they are being refused that time to speak on behalf of their constituents. Mr. Speaker, in my remarks on the budget a few weeks ago, I really did zero in on this pretentious attitude on the part of the Minister of Finance by bringing in this anti-deficit bill. I mean, it's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to say it again because I have looked at the provisions in the bill. I have read the bill. I have read this famous balanced budget bill, and I don't understand how one Conservative in this chamber could boast about the merits of this bill. If, over the past 7 years, any of them had been involved in trying to craft this bill, they would be aware of the amount of money the Conservatives have involved and taken unilaterally to balance this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those organizations that have looked at the amount of money involved in the Conservatives' actions have come up with the tens of billions of dollars of money and a shortfall, basically, brought about by the Conservatives. They have a huge deficit, and they've accumulated this over the past 7 years, and they wanted to do this. This was the result of bad decisions, and this is how we ended up with this deficit. We've seen how many years it took to get to this balanced budget bill, but in fact, what it is, it's just a shameful use of funds. My colleague from Dartmouth Coal Harbour spoke to this. He spoke to the EI fund, for example. We're talking about $500 million, I believe, that is being taken from that. But there's also the contingency fund that is being used to balance the budget. This is a very important fund. This is the government's insurance in case of catastrophe, in case of events that are harmful to the Canadian public, and it allows the government to be able to support provinces and municipalities that are affected by these unforeseen events. Now, I don't think it's very surprising that so many seats were won by the NDP in Alberta during the recent elections, and that it happened in Calgary, because Calgary has suffered from catastrophic floods. And if that city had to experience that kind of event this summer, well, what would happen, Mr. Speaker? What would the government do? How will they be able to deal with these kinds of catastrophic events when they just empty the fund out? Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives boast over and over again that they are good stewards. Well, that is a myth. It's a myth that they are spending millions and millions of dollars on advertising. They're using public funds for that, Mr. Speaker. And actually, Mr. Speaker, the Emperor is wearing no clothes. The Emperor is wearing no clothes at all. We've seen this over the past several years. This government has been the worst manager. They denied for months that there was an economic crisis. Everyone agreed. Everyone agreed, including the opposition parties. The NDP was really calling on the government at the time and saying, we need to act. We need to act in order to deal with this economic crisis. And this economic crisis was really coming from the south. Our neighbors to the south were suffering, but our government was turning a blind eye. The former Minister of Finance, Jim Flaherty, said, unfortunately, that minister really couldn't see the reality in front of him, and this government was refusing to act. And yet experts were pressuring them, the opposition parties were. It took them a while, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this government has such a bad record to show for the past 9 years. This government inherited a surplus, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals shouldn't necessarily boast about this because it was really built by depriving provinces of legitimate transfers, I have to say. There were, over the decades, cuts. There were cuts in transfers, and the Conservatives' recipe had already been used by the Liberals by decreasing tax rates for businesses. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's really interesting to look at this because after having taken ideas from the NDP for years and years, the Liberals have actually changed their focus, and now they're taking ideas, they're stealing ideas from the Conservatives. The member for Papineau spoke earlier, and they were talking about who was going to win the race, who was going to give the people the most money. Would it be the riding of the Prime Minister or the riding of the leader of the Liberal Party? But I'll leave that race up to them. I'll leave them that race to help the wealthiest in the country. The reality, Mr. Speaker, the reality for the middle class is that the middle class is actually suffering. It's suffering from a stagnation in income, from an increase in the cost of living, and what this means is that people have to massively borrow money. Mr. Speaker, thank you for pointing out that I don't have a lot of time left. Mr. Speaker, we're constantly being warned about the level of household debt. Mr. Speaker, it really is a privilege for me to sit on the Finance Committee. I sat there in 2013, and I've been sitting on the Finance Committee since January again. I remember about the concerns that had been raised by the Toronto Dominion Bank. Mr. Alexander had spoke about the inequality, income inequality. He said that there was a serious concern about the level of household debt, and that was a concern for the entire Canadian economy. When you look at the macroeconomic data, Mr. Speaker, you can't necessarily say that Canada can be too boastful or too proud. It has a huge natural resources, huge human capital, and yet the GDP, Mr. Speaker, has been stagnating. It's been quite weak. And my neighbor is absolutely right in saying that the trade balance is disastrous. It's in a deficit position, Mr. Speaker. So we have a negative trade balance, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are other emerging countries, developing countries in the world, and that's maybe normal there. But here we should be shameful of wasting we should be ashamed of wasting so much money. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to repeat that we have this tired old government, and Canadians have to ask themselves, do they want to replace this old tired-out horse by another old tired-out horse that has already shown how incompetent it is about 10 years ago, Mr. Speaker? So people will have a choice to make, and they're going to have an important choice to make. And the countdown is happening, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I have a very high regard for him. We've worked across the party lines on different issues, and I certainly respect him highly. There's a question, though, I have in terms of the first part of his speech, Mr. Speaker. He was critical of our government for spending into deficit when in 2008, 2009, I recall very clearly that when we did just decide to put some stimulus funding in place to stimulate manufacturing sectors and to create better infrastructure in our communities, that not only the NDP but the Liberals as well, they were encouraging us to spend more. They said we weren't doing enough. Well, I have a question, Mr. Speaker. How can you continue to spend more and more and more and still not have the problem that he's accusing us now of having spent too much?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I'd just like to point out some of the good things about the budget implementation, because some good ideas were taken from us. Actually, no, I don't mind saying, actually, we don't have any sort of copyright on our good ideas. The Conservative government has taken some of our ideas, for example, decreasing the tax rate for small businesses and also faster write-offs, etc. Or rather, the accelerated capital cost allowance. But, Mr. Speaker, there have been a whole series of measures that have been taken. For example, taking away the right to free collective bargaining for our federal employees and attacking their sick leave. That is attacking their constitutional right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government once again is going to be challenged before the courts. It keeps appearing before the courts. It's going to lose again.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member put the challenge out to Canadians in terms of that they will be able to make a decision, and I concur with them. They will be able to make a decision. They will be able to do a comparison. You can compare this government to the Liberal governments of Paul Martin or Jean Chrétien, where you saw consistently balanced budgets, where you saw trade surpluses, where you saw economic activity that generated hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs, real tangible jobs. There was benefit economic growth in all 10 and our territories, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at it, and when you talk even about health care, the record high amounts in health care spending we have today is because of a Liberal government agreement called the Health Care Accord. Virtually on every front, there's reason for Canadians to look at the Liberal Party and say that, look, it is a viable alternative. And when you have the current leader now saying and focusing the attention on the middle class, prior to the current leader of the Liberal Party being elected leader, the word middle class was a rare word used here. It's only since he's been elected as the leader that all the other parties are now jumping on board saying, we too want to help out the middle class. But the leader of the Liberal Party has consistently been advocating, and this is something in which we believe Canadians are going to tune into come October the 19th and recognize and reward us.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. I think it was a comment more than a question, actually. Listen, I mean, he can just race along with the Conservatives to give as much money as they can to the wealthiest, just like his leader from Papineau wants to do. But I am going to actually help him out here. I know what his email address is. I'll send him a nice table that shows what the effect of the budget is on the Canadian provinces and the effect of the decisions of Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien at the time. Because what you can see is the curve just drop off all of a sudden. And you have provinces actually going into operational deficits, and you just see it drop right down. It was quite precipitous for the provinces. It was very hard for them to climb out of it. Now, in Quebec, there was a Péquist government at the time, and they had negotiated horrible sacrifices that the public had to make at the time. It was very difficult for them. And, we're still feeling the effects.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to speak about some of the key provisions of the Economic Action Plan 2015 and to support its implementation with Bill C-59. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. On April 21st, our Finance Minister delivered a balanced budget that shows strong support for seniors and families, encourages growth and supports our business and manufacturing sectors, and focuses on the security and prosperity of our great nation. Today, I would like to speak to those elements that stand out for me, and especially to the constituents of Kitchener-Conestoga, whom I am so humbled and honoured to represent. As a longtime supporter and collaborator with the Mental Health Commission of Canada, I was beyond proud to see Economic Action Plan 2015 announce a renewal of the Mental Health Commission's mandate starting in 2017-18, so the Commission can continue its important work to promote mental health in Canada and foster change in delivery of mental health services, with specific attention being given to suicide prevention. The Mental Health Commission has achieved a number of important milestones since its creation in 2007, including creating a national mental health strategy, developing a national anti-stigma initiative to help reduce discrimination faced by Canadians living with mental illness, and establishing a knowledge exchange centre as a source of information for governments, stakeholders, and the public. I am proud to have collaborated with the Mental Health Commission of Canada on numerous occasions, and am hopeful for what the future holds for mental health initiatives and suicide prevention with this 10-year extension. I know they are eager, Mr. Speaker, to continue their work across the country and to implement new programs to help youth, veterans, and all Canadians. The Waterloo Region is home to organizations such as the Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council, which works tirelessly with partnering organizations, professionals, and the community to help those struggling with mental health issues. I have said in the past that the conversation about mental health is just as important as the legislation, and I know that local groups in my riding will benefit from the ability to continue their work on mental health issues and suicide prevention efforts. All of these efforts are very effective in getting important conversations out in the open and thereby reducing stigma and bringing hope. Hope, Mr. Speaker. Hope. That's what this is about. I have said on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, that hope is the oxygen of the human spirit. Without it, the spirit dies. While the Budget Implementation Act is about numbers and dollars and cents, at its core, Mr. Speaker, it is a message of hope for Canadians. As the Mental Health Commission of Canada stated, quote, "This is wonderful news for the mental health community. Together we have advocated for change, and together we are succeeding," end quote. When we put a strong emphasis on mental health as a key priority for our country, we all succeed, Mr. Speaker. I was honoured to be co-founder of the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care and to serve as its co-chair since 2010. We worked across party lines to promote awareness of deficiencies in palliative and compassionate care in Canada. In 2011, we released a landmark report titled Not to be Forgotten, reporting on the state of palliative care and suicide prevention, which was endorsed by key organizations, including the Canadian Medical Association, among many others, Mr. Speaker. One of the recommendations arising from our report was to expand the provisions of the employment insurance-based compassionate care benefit to 26 weeks, and to ensure its flexibility to allow partial weeks to be covered, allowing caregiver leave for episodic care. Through the Employment Insurance Program, compassionate care benefits provide financial assistance to people who have to be away from work temporarily to care for a family member who is gravely ill. Canadians should not have to choose between keeping their jobs and caring for their families. I have always advocated for better availability of care for our society's most vulnerable. The new extension of the compassionate care benefit under EI from 6 weeks to 6 months, allowing those taking leave to care for their family, this will make a significant difference in the lives of many families who want to care for their loved ones in times of severe health challenges. I was thrilled to see that the Parliamentary Committee's Palliative and Compassionate Care report was actually quoted in the budget along with this exciting initiative. As the report states, quote, "Family and friends are often described as the invisible backbone of the Canadian healthcare system." I am proud of our government's achievements in supporting families. And speaking of families, Mr. Speaker, there have been tremendous supports in my own riding and across the country for the new credits and tax cuts for families. Let me list just a few of them. The doubling of the children's fitness tax credit to $1,000. The family tax cut saving couples with children up to $2,000 through income splitting. An enhanced universal child care benefit providing up to $1,920 per year for each child under 6 and up to $720 per year for each child between the age of 6 and 17. And finally, the $1,000 increase in the maximum claim amounts for child care expense deduction. These measures will support Canadian families and put money back into the pockets of all families with children. There's even more good news in the budget to help families and communities to prosper. I'm particularly pleased with the new initiatives to help seniors and persons with disabilities. As a result of actions taken to date by the government, seniors and pensioners are receiving about $3 billion in additional annual targeted tax relief. We've doubled the $2,000 maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit. We've introduced pension income splitting, with the opposition party saying they would take away. Actually, 2.2 million Canadians take advantage, Mr. Speaker, of pension income splitting. I've heard from dozens of pensioners, seniors in my riding, telling me what a big difference this makes for them. This budget also supports seniors by reducing the minimum withdrawal factors for registered retirement income funds, or RRIFs. This measure, in conjunction with the increase in the TIFSA limit to $10,000, will support the retirement income needs of seniors by providing them with increased flexibility to manage their own savings in a tax-efficient manner. I'm also proud of the new home accessibility tax credit to help seniors and persons with disabilities who may face special challenges related to gaining access to their own home or being mobile or functional within their own home. Making improvements in their homes can be costly, which is why this new permanent tax credit would apply on up to $10,000 of eligible home renovation expenses per year, providing up to $1,500 in tax relief. These improvements could help ensure that seniors and persons with disabilities can live healthy, independent lives in the comfort of their own home. Allowing families to make arrangements to care for their family members through EI Compassionate Care Benefit, helping seniors to have more flexibility with their retirement funds, and introducing new tax credits to help with mobility and accessibility are all concrete efforts to help all Canadian seniors. As Canada's population ages, age-related cognitive impairment and chronic conditions are sadly becoming more prevalent. The burden on families is vast and continues to grow. Research on aging and brain health issues, such as dementia, can lead to better diagnoses and more effective treatments, which will improve Canadians' quality of life. That is why I am hopeful that the establishment of the Canadian Centre for Aging and Brain Health Innovation will support new research and the development of products and services to support brain health and healthy aging. This investment builds on the government's strong record of investments in research and support for Canadians suffering from dementia and other neurodegenerative diseases. Since 2006, our government cut taxes 180 times, reducing the overall tax burden to its lowest level in 50 years. Bill C-59 continues our record of reducing taxes with measures as reducing the small business tax rate from 11 to 9% by 2019, saving Canadian small businesses billions of dollars, increasing the tax-free savings account annual contribution limit to make it easier for Canadians to save for their futures. Mr. Speaker, while the benefits to all Canadians included in this budget are important, it's crucial to remember, as promised, this is a balanced budget. Canadians understand the importance of living within their means, and they expect their governments to do the same. Balanced budgets keep taxes low and also ensure that government services like health care, education, money for roads, bridges, clean water, and sewage treatments are sustained over the long haul for Canadians. I'm proud of this balanced budget, Mr. Speaker, and the benefits that it brings to Canadians, especially families, seniors, and finally, the most vulnerable among us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague used the word family quite a few times during his presentation, all these wonderful things they're doing for Canadian families, supposedly. And the document that I received tells me that the universal child care benefit for an average family, average income of the middle class, up to maybe $80,000 with, we're talking about the middle class, both families, both parents rather working. So after the $720 that they get from this benefit, they will have to subtract the tax that they'd have to pay out to the province and to the federal government. And there also has to be the loss of a tax credit that's involved in all of this too. So once all of that's applied, of that $720, they'll be left with about $150 in their pocket. So that's very little. And accountants are telling people keep that in the bank because you're going to be taxed on it later because of the government's decisions. So this is a very strange way of helping families. That's taking away with one hand what you've given them with the other. So it's quite special.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the comment. I didn't hear a question there, but I think that what shows here is the clear difference between our party and the NDP and the Liberal Party in terms of how we're going to help families. NDP and Liberals, Mr. Speaker, would create a big institutional child care system which would be mandated on all children, and those who aren't even using it in rural areas who wouldn't be able to access a child care system from a 9-to-5 position because they wouldn't be able to get there. They would like to tax every Canadian in Canada to pay for a system and to pay for a bureaucracy that would not help every single child, every single family. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that the system that we have in place with the universal child care benefit will help every family with children between 0 and 17 years old. And, Mr. Speaker, that's something that we can be proud
of. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first an observation. I'm always amused to hear every single Conservative MP talk about how there are tons of people in their riding who are benefiting from income splitting. You know, in fact, if you added it all up, you'd think that the majority of Canadians are going to get benefits from income splitting. Well, I've got news. Here are the facts. There are only 15% of Canadians, less actually, that will benefit from it. That's my observation. I'd like to say that I have great respect for my colleague, particularly his concern about mental illness, which I share, and he's done great work on that. And he brought out the concept of hope, which I think is very, very important. But having brought it up, I'd like to ask him, what hope is he offering to the 14% of young people who are looking for something to do in their lives and they can't find jobs? What hope is he offering to veterans who have frankly given up on this government? What hope is he offering to the homeless, and there are many in my riding, who have not only no home, are suffering mental addictions, and yes, also have mental health problems? What hope is this budget offering them?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope that my colleague was listening to my comments, because clearly I outlined many areas of hope within my comments. But one area that I wasn't able to mention because of time, Mr. Speaker, is the whole area of job creation, of our economy, of small business. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that small business in this country is the engine, our economic engine. And by reducing taxes on small business, we're allowing them to actually create jobs for those young people who aren't able to currently get jobs. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the taxes from the current 11% on small business down to 9%, for a company that's earning $500,000, this will mean a savings of over $36,000 per year. And you can plow that money, Mr. Speaker, you can plow it back into your company, create more jobs for youth and for all Canadians. But we cannot create more jobs by the high tax, high spend, borrow more money that the NDP and Liberals would have us do. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise with the opportunity to comment on another great budget from a strong, stable, majority Conservative government. This budget has been described in my community as centrist, cautious, keeping old promises as well as making new ones,
and at times surprisingly compassionate. The finance minister's first budget, the first balanced one since the Great Recession of 2008, provides substantial benefits to many Canadians. The budget helps seniors by giving them more flexibility in withdrawals from retirement income funds and a new tax credit to make homes more accessible. Seniors will also benefit from the new $10,000 contribution limit for tax-free savings accounts, as well as new help for people caring for seriously ill relatives. Families with children will receive improvements to the universal child care benefit and the child care expense deduction, in addition to the previously announced family tax cut. There's help for post-secondary students seeking loans through the Canada Student Loans Program. To stimulate the economy, the budget offers tax breaks for small business, investment incentives to manufacturers, and new infrastructure spending. And there will also be more money spent on security measures, both in Canada and abroad. Despite losing $6 billion in anticipated revenue due to plunging oil prices, the government squeezed out a small surplus in this budget. So now the question is, how can we boost the economy? I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, further deficits are not the answer. No one knows how long such deficits would have to continue, and meanwhile, increasing debt charges continue to drain economic resources. The Conservative budget promised to balance the budget, and it did. We promised to save money for taxpayers, and we have. We said that we would improve the quality of people's lives, and we did. We said that we would protect Canadians from security threats and defend democratic values against totalitarian states and terrorist groups, and that's exactly what we're doing. Promises made, promises kept. Economic Action Plan 2015 emphasizes supporting Canada's families through tax relief and benefits. Here are some important measures. Increasing the tax-free savings account contribution limit to $10,000, introducing the family tax cut to allow a higher-income spouse to transfer taxable income to a spouse in a lower tax bracket, tax relief of up to $2,000 per family for couples with children under the age of 18, increasing and expanding the universal child care benefit to provide every family in Canada with $2,000 per year per child under the age of 6 and $720 per year per child between the ages of 6 and 17. Increasing the child care expense deduction limit by $1,000, doubling the child fitness tax credit to $1,000 and making it refundable. Renewing the mandate of the Canadian Mental Health Commission for another 10 years to help tackle mental health issues that affect some Canadian families. Enhancing support for child advocacy centres across Canada to deliver community-based programs helping children and families recover from victimization. Mr. Speaker, over 11 million Canadians are currently earning tax-free income in their tax-free savings accounts, saving for a down payment on a home, for their kids' education, or for their retirement. In 2011, the Prime Minister promised to double the contribution limit of the tax-free savings accounts once the budget was balanced. Another promise kept. The opposition threatens to reverse this increase, claiming it only benefits the rich. However, the Department of Finance has shown that the vast majority of maximum contributors are low to middle-income earners, and many are seniors. It's little wonder that the Canadian Association of Retired Persons strongly endorses the increases to the TSFA limit. Here are some interesting statistics that contradict the assertion that such measures only benefit the very wealthy. Almost 60% of TSFA maximizers make less than $60,000 per annum. Just under half of TSFA maximizers, 46% of them, are seniors. Overall, 80% of the 11 million Canadians who hold tax-free savings accounts have incomes of less than $80,000. 50% have incomes less than $42,000. All of them will benefit from an increase in the limit. These measures don't involve taking money from the government, as some opposition members claim. These measures simply ensure that hard-working families across the country get to keep more of their own money. The family tax cut will permit a higher-earning spouse to transfer taxable income to a lower tax bracket spouse, tax relief capped at $2,000 for couples with children under 18. Now, the opposition asserts that income splitting only benefits 15% of Canadian families. Two things are misleading about that assertion. First of all, 15% of Canadian families represent approximately 2 million households. Any single tax measure that provides relief to 2 million households is extremely far-reaching. The NDP's proposed child care measure, by contrast, would benefit only half this number of Canadians. And that doesn't even take into account the grandparents who are going to see the benefit of this in their children's families. But beyond even that, the Parliamentary Budget Officer found that middle and middle-high income households would benefit most from income splitting. Most of the tax relief will be provided to middle-income families. More than 1 million families, representing 83% of those earning between $60,000 and $120,000, qualify for the family tax cut. I repeat, 83% of two-income families earning between $60,000 and $120,000 will qualify for the family tax cut. Instead of calculating income on an individual basis, the family tax cut provides moderate relief based on household income, widely accepted as the fairest measure of any family's resources. This is a question of fairness. Families with the same income should be taxed at the same rate. The current system forces some families earning income exactly equal to others to pay significantly more in taxes, and that's simply unfair. The family tax cut solves this problem. Another important facet of Economic Action Plan 2015 is its emphasis on manufacturing as a key engine for the Canadian economy. And this is good news for my residents of Kitchener Centre and Waterloo Region. In this budget, the government has delivered an incentive for manufacturers which provides them with an accelerated capital cost allowance to spur continued investment in required equipment. This measure alone is expected to reduce federal taxes for manufacturers in Ontario by $473 million over the period of 2016 to 2020. I repeat, Ontario manufacturers will enjoy $473 million of tax relief from 2016 to 2020. The government's new Economic Action Plan also creates an automotive supplier innovation program to deliver $100 million worth of support over 5 years for automotive parts suppliers. The government will develop a national aerospace supplier development initiative, a made-in-Canada solution working with industry and government stakeholders to aid aerospace firms. Manufacturing is also assisted by the most ambitious pro-export plan in our country's history, so Canadian businesses can pursue global opportunities. Since 2006, the Conservative government has concluded free trade agreements with 38 countries, compared to just 5 before taking office. Canadian exporters will soon have preferential access to more than half the global marketplace. Opening up new markets is just one of the many ways this government is fostering growth and job creation for Canadians. So as you can see, Economic Action Plan 2015 builds on Conservative government strategies that have helped the Canadian economy emerge stronger and more quickly than any other G7 nation from the worst global recession in over 80 years. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, every member of this House should support Bill C-59. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech I would like to hear what he has to say, because he is a lawyer. I'd like to bring him to Section 20 of the Budget Implementation Act. They are creating new rules on labour relations. Authorised experts state that this may be unconstitutional. This could also perturb the current negotiations. In Section 18 on abolishing the long gun arms registry, experts once again stated that this would be retroactively valid. And so, and I quote, they said that the Conservatives are trying to rewrite history, which made them very uncomfortable because it would establish a precedence. Now, could my legal expert colleague say whether or not he is comfortable with such a legal approach?
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for his confidence in my legal expertise. I did, in fact, spend almost 30 years practicing law, and so I have a good sense of how the law operates, and having been here for 7 years now, I also have a sense for how things get spun out of all proper proportion in the political world. So I want to say, first of all, that my colleague is placing unfounded fears before the House. With respect to labour negotiations, the budget, of course, sets the framework, and as a lawyer, he will know that the framework establishes parameters. Negotiations continue, and it is still open to the parties to reach a negotiated solution. With respect to the long gun registry, my colleague knows full well that the intent of this honourable House was to abolish the long gun registry and to get rid of the data that went with it, and this implementation bill will correct any oversight in that regard. I want to close, however, by saying, reminding my colleague that this budget will reduce the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019, and I know that on his side of the House he's recently become a convert to low business taxes. Will he support that in this budget?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, this member really needs to expand his reading to go beyond the Prime Minister's office. You know, it's truly amazing the numbers that he throws, and I suspect he might actually believe what it is that he is espousing. When he glows about the manufacturing industry and the millions of dollars going from Ottawa to the manufacturing industry, I can tell him it's not working. Hundreds of thousands of jobs, manufacturing jobs in Ontario alone have been lost. A record high. No other federal government has seen so many jobs disappear, Mr. Speaker, than this particular government. When he talks about the income split issue, Mr. Speaker, bottom line is it's still less than 15% that actually benefit, and the majority of that is of Canada's wealthiest. When you talk about deficit, this government has added $4,400 for every man, woman, child living in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So my question is does the member exercise any reading outside of the Prime Minister's office?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, this question demonstrates one of the worst aspects of this particular Parliament. When one descends to personal slurs and attacks, it doesn't bother me. I'm used to hearing it, particularly from the Liberals. I respect it and appreciated my NDP colleague's comments earlier, because he didn't take the same low road that the member who just asked about my reading ability has done. But just to establish beyond doubt, let me read to my Liberal colleague some of the things that I have read about this budget, particularly with respect to Canadian manufacturing. The Canadian manufacturers and exporters said this, and I put it in quotes: "This year's budget backs up the importance of both manufacturing and exporting with a number of important tax and investment measures that will have a very positive impact for CME members. Most importantly, the budget provides an accelerated capital cost allowance over the next 10 years for investments in manufacturing and processing technologies." Aero Montreal states the following: "It's proud that the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of rolling this program out at a national level. It will provide a funding boost to programs already in Quebec." And let me close with the Greater Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce, which says, "From the business perspective, this is a good news budget. Economic growth in Canada is delivered."
Order. The resuming debate with the last 10 minutes this evening, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Travis Mason.
Thank you very much, and it's obvious that he couldn't put his speaking notes down. He really truly believes that his speaking notes are his Bible. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to speak to this budget, which does such a bad job of addressing real need in Canada. It is a budget that is primarily focused on one thing, and that is the electoral prospects of the Conservative Party. To do that, they have questionably balanced the ledger and found new ways to reward those Canadians who are doing very well. In addition to that, they have wrapped these measures up in another omnibus bill that is stuffed full of items that have little or nothing to do with the federal budget. That has become a standard move from the Conservative playbook, and Canadians are getting tired of the budget shell game this government plays with all sorts of measures that have nothing to do with spending and everything to do with keeping debate at a minimum. That is among the reasons that New Democrats oppose this budget legislation. We oppose it on its content and on the anti-democratic process the Conservatives are using to force it through Parliament. À bien des égards,
in many ways, it is like every other Conservative budget we have dealt with in this Parliament. The one very common theme throughout all of them has been the rush to get these budgets through, no matter how ambitious they may be. The Conservatives are consistent on this front and always willing to use anti-democratic measures to get their bills through this place at breakneck speed. The more contentious they are, the more they force them through the House and through committee without adequate study. Another theme that remains consistent is the government's ability to entirely miss out on ways they could address real need in the country. Too often, they are choosing to focus on people they feel will vote for them. That group seems to never include the growing number of hard-working families who, no matter what they do, can't stop their slide towards less prosperity. When we consider how this budget was built, we can understand that the Conservatives have arrived at a balanced number by bringing in devastating cuts to the public service, by raiding the Employment Insurance Fund, something they learned from the Liberals, obviously, and through the wasteful fire sale of Canada's shares in General Motors, all of which will have an effect on the quality of services that hard-working Canadians' families rely on.
Mr. Speaker, balancing a budget in that way might get a pass through the cabinet table, but it wouldn't get a pass at most kitchen tables, and it certainly wouldn't in Northern Ontario. In Northern Ontario, people understand the value of hard work and the notion of a fair deal, and they aren't seeing much of either in this budget legislation. They see right through things like the unfair and top-heavy income splitting scheme in the budget. Northerners understand it is nothing like the income splitting plan for seniors. This new scheme is designed to reward the wealthiest among us. In a time where Canada has still not replaced the hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs we lost in the economic meltdown of 2008, this is not a measure about addressing need, Mr. Speaker. It won't do anything to help with the jobs that are still being lost at places like Bombardier. That is what a budget should be addressing, but this one does far too little to address real need. Another item that will not fly in the North is the notion that the Employment Insurance Fund is a stream of revenue for the Minister of Finance to tap whenever things become a little difficult. Employment insurance is not supposed to provide mad money for the government so that they can dubiously balance the budget, but that is what has happened here. This turns employment insurance into another level of taxation in this country. This means there is no truth to the government's low tax stories that they like to tell themselves. The real truth is that the budget is being balanced on additional taxation that is arrived at by turning employment insurance into a program that is less responsive, less well-funded, and, as we have seen, less available for those who actually pay the freight. I know that the Conservatives learned this from the Liberals. They turned raiding public funds into something of an art form, but it is stealing nonetheless, and just because one party did it, it doesn't mean that it is acceptable or wise. What it amounts to is just more tax for the privilege of having a job and nothing less. Now, there are elements of the budget that are acceptable, in a few cases, pretty good ideas. But that's what happens when you turn to New Democrats for ideas, Mr. Speaker. An example of that is the way we had led the fight for tax relief for small businesses for some time now, and that we saw the government really say that it was their idea. In actuality, they voted against it when we put it forward, and now they're saying that it's their idea, but it's actually the NDP's idea. New Democrats understand that these businesses are Canada's real job creators, and we are happy to see that the government is starting to take action by lowering the tax rate for small and medium businesses. Better late than never is the way we feel about this move, Mr. Speaker. The same can be said for measures that will remove some of the red tape these businesses are forced to navigate. Again, New Democrats have called on the Conservatives to reduce red tape on small businesses for a while now, so the small amount of movement on that front in this budget is welcome too. We can also point to the way the government is trying to repair their battered relationship with veterans as a welcome addition to this omnibus bill. At the same time, we understand this is just a start, and they should have gone further and committed to finally fix Veterans Affairs, implement the Veterans Charter, and reopen the 9 Veterans Services Centres across Canada. Now, they supported our motion this week. Let's hope that they will actually respect it and ensure that they put it into action, Mr. Speaker. Yep. But they are doing something, and as I said during debate on our opposition motion earlier this week, the government could remove the sections related to veterans from inside the budget and bring it before the House of Commons immediately to be debated on its own merit. They may be laughing on that side, but when it comes to veterans, we are supporting them, and we are the ones that are taking action. That would be a strong move that would remove veterans from the debate surrounding more contentious aspects of this budget and allow them to see, as they did when the New Democrats motion was passed this week, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, how support for our veterans comes from all parts of the political spectrum. Without pursuing that course of action, the sad fact is that the government is planning to use veterans as a wedge in a cynical political move. But that is not what Canadians need or want. There are too many significant challenges to get sidetracked by an argument that has been planned for and is brazenly calculated. What we need to be seized with, and what is missing from this budget, are measures that will deal with some of the bigger problems our country faces, like persistent and structural youth and underemployment. In fact, there isn't much for young people in this budget at all. There are no messages of hope from the government on that front. They should try to implement a youth hiring and training credit that would help businesses create jobs for young Canadians, but they didn't. That is a New Democrat idea that the government could have borrowed as well. It would have been smart, Mr. Speaker. Instead, the government is all in on items that will benefit a small and well-off portion of the population with wasteful and unfair tax schemes like income splitting and increasing the tax-free savings account, which will cost billions, Mr. Speaker. To pay for this, they are nickel and diming most everyone else. I encourage Canadians to understand that we are paying for these measures in some part on the backs of seniors who are being allowed to live under or at the poverty line for another budget cycle. That's because there is nothing in this budget to lift seniors out of poverty. New Democrats would never hand out lavish tax breaks without first addressing the circumstances of vulnerable seniors. We would immediately reverse the federal government's plan to raise the retirement age of old age security and the guaranteed income supplement to 67. New Democrats would also move forward on proposals from provincial and territorial finance ministers to increase basic public pension benefits under the Canada and Quebec pension plans and implement a plan to begin phasing in such an increase without delay, because that is what seniors need and that is what they deserve. What Canadians need and deserve is a government that delivers for the whole country and not just for their supporters. Canadians deserve budgets that concern themselves with economic measures and are not chock full of the government's dirty work. Canadians deserve a budget that will bring back some of the good jobs that we have lost during the Conservatives' reign, and they deserve a budget, of course, that works to bring people together and not divide them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The time for government orders today has expired, but the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing will get 5 minutes for questions and comments when this matter next returns before the House. It being 6 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-542, National Urban Workers Strategy Act, in the name of Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash, seconded by Monsieur Boris, moves that Bill C-542, an act to establish a national urban workers strategy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in this place on behalf of the good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto. You know, it used to be that you could leave school, you could leave university or high school or college, and you could get a job. You could get a job that paid a decent wage. You could get a job that you could consider raising a family. You could consider buying a home. You'd also consider staying with that company for your entire working career. And at the end of it, you'd have a pension. You'd have a pension that you could count on, a pension that would keep you in your senior years living in dignity. And in fact, you could have a job that you could build a life on. Well, Mr. Speaker, all that's changed. Today, more and more people are working freelance. They're working self-employed. They're working multiple part-time jobs. They're working on short-term contracts. They're working through temp agencies. And some, and I think too many, are working for free as unpaid interns. These are who I refer to as urban workers. And what do they all have in common? They can't access a workplace pension. They have no extended health benefits. They have no job security. And tonight we begin the important work to fix that. We fix that with this national urban worker strategy. Mr. Speaker, our labor laws, our policies are predicated on a post-war work reality that no longer exists or barely exists. We need to pull our labor policies and our labor laws into the 21st century. We need to reflect the reality of work today. And we're doing that tonight with this national urban worker strategy. It marks the first time in Parliament that we debate in a comprehensive way measures that will help freelancers, measures that will help the self-employed, measures that will help people who are working multiple part-time jobs, people who are on contract. Now, it'd be one thing if there was just a few workers like that in our economy, but that's not the case. I mean, it used to be the case. In fact, my own father worked as a self-employed person, and I remember those days because in grade school he was the only dad I knew who worked for himself. Everyone else had traditional jobs. Recently, the United Way, a couple of years ago, in fact, the United Way and McMaster University came out with a very important study, a very important report that showed that almost 50% of all workers in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area could not access stable, full-time employment. They couldn't find it. We have a more recent study, in fact, it was just last month from the CIBC that showed that job quality in Canada was at an all-time low. And this particularly affects young workers. This is the legacy and the record of this Conservative government. It was the legacy and the record of the former Liberal government as well. And tonight, we enter a new chapter in the proud history of the NDP. The NDP has always stood with and for workers. We are the party that has fought to protect workplace pensions. We have fought to protect extended health benefits for workers in their workplace. We've fought for occupational health and safety measures. We've fought for the protection of job security. And tonight, we are fighting for all those workers who cannot access a pension to begin with, all those workers who have no extended health benefits, all those workers in the economy who don't have any job security, who could wake up tomorrow and have no job. This bill marks a new chapter. This urban work, I'd like to just say a word about why the word urban is in the bill. The word urban is in the bill because, Mr. Speaker, about 80% of Canadians live in urban areas, and this issue of precarious work is manifesting itself in significant measures in the economy of our urban centres. That said, this bill will positively affect all precarious workers, whether you live in a big city, whether you live in a small town, or whether you live in a rural municipality. These issues are universal. People cannot access job stability. They don't have access to a pension. They don't have access to extended health benefits. So what are some of the measures in the bill? And I would like to speak to some of the core measures. And I'd like to do that by first just telling a personal anecdote, Mr. Speaker. And in about 2008, I was working as I have for about 25 years as a freelance arts and culture worker in Toronto. And around 2008, we had a significant health crisis in my family, one in which both myself and my partner had to put all hands on deck in order to deal with this crisis. And that took a good 4 or 5 months to deal with. And for anyone working freelance, what generally happens is that you're working, and while you're working, you're also working to find the next job too, because you never know when that next job is. And so in that space of time when we were dealing with a health crisis at home, I was not working. After the crisis subsided and I went back to finding employment, it took some time to ramp up to stable employment again, and we incurred significant debt. We were in debt for quite some time. It took several years to get ourselves out of that debt, and it made me realize just how precarious my work life was, that there was this razor-thin line between stability and economic calamity. And I started to look around and I realized, you know, it's not just people in the arts and culture sector, although, my goodness, most of those folks are working in precarious situations. But it's many, many people, Mr. Speaker. It's taxi drivers and graphic designers and office cleaners and clerks and cashiers and personal support workers, micro-entrepreneurs, people who are cobbling a living together doing a variety of things in our economy. None of them are able to access the kinds of income security measures and supports that buffer workers from the calamities of life, whether those calamities are job loss due to a changing economy or family crises, health crises. These workers cannot take time off to tend to sick loved ones. These workers can't access paternity and maternity leave. These workers can't access compassionate leave. And, Mr. Speaker, at the end of one job and the beginning of another, there's oftentimes a gap, and there's no way to bridge that gap We have no policies in place to bridge that gap. Tonight, we begin to build those bridges with a national urban worker strategy. The bill compels the federal government to do something that this government seems almost frightened to do, which is sit down with other levels of government, with the provinces, with municipalities, with labor groups, with employers, with other relevant stakeholders, and start to really get into the meat of this issue. How do we support these workers? These workers pay taxes. These workers raise families. These workers contribute in significant ways to the cohesive social fabric of our cities, in fact, our communities right across the country. And yet, we haven't addressed their concerns until tonight. Some of the measures in this bill that we are suggesting the federal government look at are issues around, for example, employment insurance. We need to fix our employment insurance system so it is there when workers need it. And we need to find ways to expand that so that it is available for all workers. It currently isn't. In fact, in the City of Toronto, even if you pay into it, oftentimes just only about 30% of workers can actually access it. Now, we know that this federal government has raided the EI fund. The last Liberal government did the same thing. And neither had their eyes set on the issues of precarious work and how we build a system that takes care of all workers and gives all workers those supports. We need to take a look at the tax system, Mr. Speaker. We've got an incredibly complex tax system that for those who are self-employed, those who are freelance and on contract, deal with significant issues that I think we can look at. I mean, just as an example, when the GST was first implemented, it pegged the income of someone at $30,000. That's when they had to start collecting GST for the federal government. I think we need to take a look at measures that are going to make it easier for urban workers to build a business, to build their careers, and not just foist people who are just trying to cobble a living together into a situation where they're acting as free tax collectors, essentially, for the federal government. We need to take a look at a living pension for Canadians. We need to do this, Mr. Speaker, and we can do this. We know we can do this. The NDP has fought for this for years. We need to expand the breadth and the scope of the Canada Pension Plan. We need to address as well the issues of the exploitation of workers and unpaid interns. We need to tighten our labor laws. We need to sit down with the provinces and talk about some of these issues because, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen in debate around the issue of unpaid interns, we have young people working in situations where they have no rights, where they have no protections. I think this is outrageous. I think we should all think this is outrageous, that we are putting our young people, first of all, in positions where they're not getting paid for the work they're doing, A, and B, that they're not getting protected with the same workplace protection regimes that other workers have. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, I also think we need to acknowledge that some very large issues that will significantly help urban workers, one of which is affordable childcare. This is a major offer by the NDP to finally put in place in Canada affordable childcare right across the country. And Mr. Speaker, we're not just going to promise it and then pretend we never said anything about it. We're going to promise it and we're going to deliver it, Mr. Speaker. It's trying to find measures that are going to support urban workers is also another reason why a $15 minimum wage is important, because that provides some upward pressure on wages, and it will help all precarious workers negotiate better wages for themselves. I think that we have to look at any measure that will help both large and small for urban workers. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the many people that have helped get this bill from the streets of Toronto to the floor of the House of Commons. We've had people who, prior to this, felt like nobody was really taking on their issues and their concerns. And I'm extremely proud to be part of a caucus that understands that we have to move the marker for all workers in this country. And the current government has left too many people at the side of the road in their rampant march for tax cuts for their wealthy friends at the expense of hardworking people and hardworking families right across the country. More and more people are working this way, Mr. Speaker, and I think that this debate is an incredibly important one. It's an incredibly important one for Canadians who are dealing with this issue. And, Mr. Speaker, whether people watching this are precarious workers or not, everybody knows somebody who is. Everyone's got relatives. People who are teachers who can't get a full-time, stable teaching gig. We have people right across the country. This bill is for them. This bill will help move Canada forward in a more equitable and fair way for all workers. I'm very proud to stand here on behalf of all of those workers to present this bill, and I look forward to the debate to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I'd like to commend my colleague and the member from a neighboring riding. I think this is a critically important conversation, and he deserves a lot of credit for sparking it and framing it, I think, in a way that makes sense for Torontonians, for people living not just in urban areas, but living in this precarious form of employment, in particular tied to the cultural sector, but also to the social sector. We know that there are organizations that exist from grant to grant, from cycle to cycle, and that often find themselves almost taking themselves apart before they can put themselves back together. And the individuals working in those areas have a very difficult time stringing together the salaries, the contracts, and the stability that's required to be able to produce and contribute to a better community. So my question is this. One of the challenges that they also have is that they are effectively the group of employees or employers that get contracted out too. What's the relationship between organized labor and this informal pool of labor, and how do we bring those two groups into harmony when quite often one prevents the other from proceeding with any great clarity in solidarity?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Trinity Spadina for those comments. I do appreciate them. I would like to say, though, that I don't think that there is some kind of mutual exclusivity between the issues that affect precarious workers and organized labor. In fact, many unions are very focused on this issue and are trying to find ways to organize and to help support workers in precarious fields, and I've had many conversations with trade unionists from both private sector unions and public sector, and I think that they understand that these issues are crucial and that we need to find a solution together.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and speak in support of the bill tabled by my colleague. It's a very important bill. My grandfather worked for 45 years at the Singer factory in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and my father taught as a teacher for a long time. The reality of the workforce today is that there are less and less of these kinds of permanent jobs, and in my own riding, we've seen this new reality. There are many individuals who are self-employed.
who are in precarious employment, who are working on contract. And therefore, our legislation needs to be adjusted in order to take that new reality into account. We need to support these workers, and we need to give them some security. We need to give them a social safety net. So I'd like to know what my colleague would say about what we can do in order to help these new young workers who need our legislation to be modernized.
For Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and for his work on labor issues right across the country. It's been extremely important, and I'm proud to work with him in this caucus. And I think that, too often we have let young people down in terms of building a solid base upon which young workers can build a life. What this bill will do is essentially build a new floor, a stronger, broader floor upon which workers can build a more stable life. And when I bring up issues around employment insurance, we need to remember that fewer and fewer young people can count on income security measures that workers from a generation ago, like his father, and a generation before that, like his grandfather, could count on. Workers fought for those things, and today we have a new fight on our hands, and that's why this bill is so important, and that's why we need the support, and that's why, quite frankly, precarious workers from right across the country are looking at this and really looking at it with great interest.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am glad to have a chance to comment on Bill C-542 because, while I applaud anybody bringing forward ideas in this place, I think this one is significantly flawed. The bill will create an act to establish a national urban worker strategy to be developed by a task force of the Ministers of Employment and Social Development, Labour, National Revenue, Industry, and the President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, that's a recipe for more bureaucracy with little to show as a result. While it purports to be a national urban worker strategy, the bill is nothing more than a collection of vague generalities about reducing this and raising that, or maybe broadening or extending a few other things. It starts off by telling us that its provisions would apply to all workers in Canada, but then it adds with particular attention to urban workers. I have no problem with supporting all workers in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But is it really a national urban workers strategy? It's this kind of vaguely worded proposal that does not reflect well on Parliament, in my view, and the thoughtful and thorough approach that we should be taking to private members' bills. It appears to apply to every Canadian who works, and that's, on the surface, certainly not a bad idea. Whether they live in the city or the country, whether they work as a bicycle messenger or in an office, or operate a farm or drive a truck. It uses words like vulnerable and precarious to describe the economic interests of the people it says it wants to help. But it doesn't offer any specifics about how significant the problems are and how to improve things. For something called a strategy, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the bill contains anything that is strategic at all. For example, the bill says that we should be reducing the hours of employment required to qualify for employment insurance benefits. It's nice to see the opposition hasn't forgotten about their $6 billion 45-day work year. It doesn't say by how much it should be reduced, though. Would they go even further than the previously misguided 45-day proposal? 35? How many hours, Mr. Speaker? 1, 10, 100? This does merit careful consideration given the labour market impacts and the potential cost to premium payers. Mr. Speaker, we need to be working collaboratively with all players in the labour market, including businesses and workers, to ensure that Canadians have access to fulfilling employment and that they are encouraged to actively pursue education and employment. The bill says that we should be raising the level of EI benefits, but again, it doesn't offer any indication as to how much. Would it be another $2 a week, $20 a week, $400 a week? We don't know. Once again, the opposition show their desire to raise job-killing payroll taxes that are paid for by employers and employees. The vague nature of the contents of this bill is only my first concern. Where I think the bill does the most damage is that it simply ignores anything and everything that has been done over the past several years to help Canadians improve their lives. Surely it makes more sense to take stock of where we are before starting on the next big plan. Our plan for the past 9 years has been simple: trade, training, and tax cuts. Let's start with the big ticket item, Mr. Speaker, tax cuts. Putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians and making life more affordable for families is essential to jobs and growth. That's why our government has cut taxes over and over again. And the opposition has said they will raise them over and over again. Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the lowest personal income tax rate to the lowest level since John Diefenbaker was Prime Minister. And I can remember that, Mr. Speaker, if only vaguely. We've also increased the amount of the basic personal deduction. I wasn't paying taxes then, Mr. Speaker. We have cut the GST twice, from 7% to 6% down to 5%. We have brought in pension income splitting, which applies to millions of Canadian families and gives them more options about how to live their lives. We have created tax credits to support working low-income individuals and families, public transit users, first-time homebuyers, and families caring for disabled relatives. Most recently, we proposed a new family tax cut and enhanced the universal child care benefit and child care expense deduction. Mr. Speaker, these benefits will help every single Canadian family with children under 18. That represents 100% coverage and many, many millions of Canadian families. Today, because of tax relief and benefit increases introduced by our government, the average two-earner family of four is better off by some $6,600. That is not a vague generalization, Mr. Speaker. It is real money in the pockets of real people who need it wherever they live in the country. At the same time, our government increased the transfers we make to the provinces and territories to help pay for the social programs Canadians want and need. These transfers will amount to an all-time high of almost $68 billion in 2015-16, and they will continue to grow year over year. Canadians take a lot of pride in these social programs because how we treat those who are less well off really matters, which is why we brought in tax relief for seniors, some of the most vulnerable people in our society. The record there speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. The guaranteed income supplement for the lowest income seniors was increased up to $600 annually for single seniors and $840 for a senior couple. This alone has improved the financial security and well-being of approximately 680,000 seniors across Canada. More people, particularly low and middle-income Canadians, are also using RRSPs and tax-free savings accounts to shore up their retirement income over and above their Canada Pension Plan and old age security amounts. In 2013, nearly 2.7 million seniors have TFSAs, including me. And to help Canadians save even more on a tax-free basis, the recent budget announced an increase in the TFSA annual contribution limit to $10,000. Contrary to suggestions from across the way, Mr. Speaker, TFSAs are held by over 11 million Canadians, and they are not supposedly the rich few. They are a terrific vehicle for people as an alternative to the RSP, which is less useful to people as they get older. It is also a great way to shelter money from things like a small inheritance, house sale, or withdrawal from an RRIF. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the incidence of low income among seniors has dropped dramatically from 21.4% in 1980 to just 5.2% in 2011. That is real progress, Mr. Speaker. The latest budget also introduced a new home accessibility tax credit for seniors and people with disabilities. This 15% non-refundable income tax credit applies on up to $10,000 of home renovations that allow a senior or a person eligible for a disability tax credit to be more mobile, safe, and functional in their own home. The government also provides a wide range of support for young people preparing for and getting into the job market. During the 2012-13 academic year, the Canada Student Loans Program paid out upwards of $2.6 billion in loans to approximately 477,000 post-secondary students. Nearly 357,000 students received a total of $695 million in Canada student grants, and most of it went to students from low and middle-income families. But not everyone who studies does so in a multi-year program at a college or university. Some people, particularly those preparing for the trades, need help for shorter terms of education. And, Mr. Speaker, as attractive as a university degree may seem to many, it is in the trades where Canada's labour shortage is the most acute and where younger people joining the workforce can find high-tech, secure, and very well-paying jobs to secure their own and their young families' futures. That is why Budget 2015 proposes to extend the Canada Student Grants to students in programs running for a minimum duration of 34 weeks. This means an additional 42,000 students will be eligible to receive financial help. The government also has made it a top priority to help Canadians get the skills they need to find and keep good jobs. We introduced the Canada Apprentice Loan to help more apprentices complete their training, and the Canada Job Grant to involve employers in better matching skills training to market demand. For those already in the workforce, we introduced the Working Income Tax Benefit, or WITD, a refundable tax credit for working low-income individuals and families. And for those who have lost their jobs, Mr. Speaker, our recent budget also announced an extension of the existing EI Working While on Claim project. EI recipients are able to earn money while still receiving benefits, and the aim of this is obviously to help them stay more connected to the labour market. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the concrete initiatives that we have undertaken to help those who are among the most vulnerable in our society to improve their lives. In fact, this year, Canadian families and individuals will receive some $37 billion in tax relief and increased benefits as a result of actions taken since 2006. Both opposition parties have a one-point plan for Canadians: higher taxes. Our plan is simple: it is trade, training, and tax cuts. I hope that all honourable members will agree that $37 billion in real support is, de facto, a national workers' strategy and much more, and much better than vague promises contained in this bill, and that they will join me in voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to join in this debate today. I must admit, I'm here 15 years now. That speech, if my friend and colleague from Edmonton Centre identified the fact that his inability to support this bill was based on the fact that it was the urban workers bill, it wasn't for all workers. If that is the greatest flaw in this bill, after what we've seen come from the government side since they took power, I mean, what's their batting record at the Supreme Court of Canada? I think there's 0 for 9 years, Mr. Speaker. They passed legislation that doesn't stand charter challenges, Mr. Speaker. If that's the only flaw, we're in pretty good shape with this particular bill. Well, they got a great run going here, Mr. Speaker. I do want to make a comment on my colleague from Davenport and what he said during his comments. He said what this will allow in putting together this group, it will allow for a comprehensive debate, or debate in a comprehensive way. And I want to seize on that point because I think that anybody that's been in this chamber for any period of time will understand that in the last number of years, that has evaporated. The chance to really look at issues, at real issues that are impacting on Canadians in any kind of real way, that opportunity has disappeared in the last number of years. I think back to when I first came here. And my first 6 years, I sat on Fisheries and Oceans Committee. John Cummins, a former hardcore, on the other side, we've got the right, the far right, the extreme far right. John was just a little bit further right of that than there. But a hard-working committee member, did his homework, came to committee and offered his insights. My friend and colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore was a member, a long-standing member of Fisheries and Oceans. And over that 6 years, we did something like 18 different studies, everything from Pacific salmon to the East Coast fishery to seal hunt, what have you. And 16 of the 18 studies were passed unanimously. There were only twice that there were dissenting reports. That would tell you that the work that was being done in committee, that the other parties, all members of the committee would see their work, their issues reflected in those studies that would be presented in the final presentation of those committee reports. I believe that, when a government is armed with unanimous reports like that, then their chance of moving forward in some kind of positive way because you have all these moving parts. And in order to get it right, I think that chorus of opinions has to be brought in, synthesized. What's going to work here, folks? Bring it forward. And again, I think that used to be a main function of this House. But anybody that's been here, I think you'd have to agree that that has been lost in the last number of years. I know my own committee, Human Resources Skills Development, we've tried on 4 different occasions. My colleague from the NDP has brought motions forward twice. I've brought 2 forward myself to look at temporary foreign workers and the whole program around temporary foreign workers. To look at it and get it right. for Canadian workers, for Canadian businesses that need access to the workforce. But we know that the government has said, no, we're going to make the changes that got to be made, and they come forward and they make the changes, and the pendulum, so they take the shackles off and they open it up, it's wide open, a big influx of temporary foreign workers, a couple of headlines in the paper, and they slam the door shut. Rather than get it right, they respond to headlines. So what we know is that the committees have not been able to do their work. The other aspect that my colleague from Davenport, it's fairly novel, consulting with the provinces. What an idea that would be. What an idea that would be. We saw what took place with the Canada Jobs Grant. That this government went out and said, here's your program, we've got it all set, let's buy a couple of $1 million worth of advertising. Well, never even spoke to the provinces. The people that were supposed to deliver the program never spoke to the provinces. So I think consultation is good. I think consultation is proper. And on that merit alone, I will encourage my caucus colleagues to support this bill. I want to talk a little bit about some of the issues that they raise, and obviously what my colleague from Edmonton Centre said, it is broad, but when we look at something in isolation, I don't think we give it a fair hearing, and we probably don't get it as right as we can. So, to have somebody thinking at 38,000 feet, a group thinking at the task force thinking at 38,000 feet, I think that makes sense. The rise in precarious employment. We know that has a huge impact on the provinces, certainly with programs put forward, social programs put forward by the provinces, but federal programs as well, employment insurance, pension programs. Temporary employment has accounted for more than 75% of the jobs created in Canada in 2014. And we know the government likes to pat themselves on the back, almost separate their shoulder, pat themselves on the back for jobs created. 75% of them created in 2014 were part-time jobs. The rate of unemployed Canadians working part-time has risen from 12.5% in 1976 to 19.3% in 2014. Since 1976, the number of multiple job holders has increased by 150%. Self-employment has increased by 29%. I don't see that as necessarily as a bad thing. But I think what a task force like this would be able to do would at least be able to go in and measure and, why are these people going into business? Is it because of opportunity, necessity, whatever it might, to learn why, and so I see the merit in that. Here's the one I think that most Canadians should, and the reason that we see more Canadians living in or trying to run their lives working with precarious employment, and that's since this government took over, there's been an increase of 66%, over 1 million jobs of Canadians that are working for minimum wage. That should be frightening when there's been a 66% increase in the number of Canadians that are working for minimum wage. Other aspect of the bill, he's talking about EI and access to EI, and we know that access to EI is at a 70-year low right now. We know that processing and wait times. When you carve 600 processing agents, call center agents, when you take that many people out of the call centers, it's great that computers can do certain things. That's all well and fine. That's wonderful. But we've seen processing times go from typically 3 weeks. Now it's not strange to see somebody wait 5, 6, and 7 weeks. When the square pegs go in the square holes and the round pegs in the round holes, and you can get an EI check within 28 days. But if there's the least bit of if there's anything out of whack at all, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing that being dragged out 6, 7, 8 weeks And that's certainly something that I think all Canadians understand. You can't go that long without some type of income. And finally, if I could close on this, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect, there's pension provisions in that, changing the age of eligibility in OAS. We know for a fact, and that's another one that we could have studied at Human Resources Skills Development, but they said no. We know for a fact that it's low-income Canadians. It's Canadians that live their lives with disabilities. They are the ones that are going to be most hurt by this change, and that has to be looked at. I'm sure any task force in their right mind would say there's no need of this change. It should be put back for the good of all Canadians. I want to tell the member from Davenport I'll strongly be encouraging my colleagues to support his motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great enthusiasm that I stand tonight in this place to speak in support of my colleague from Davenport's private member's bill C-542, an act to establish a national urban workers strategy. The bill stands in the spirit in which it is presented to this House, Mr. Speaker, as a positive, constructive response to the economic reality of largely, but not exclusively, urban Canada. And I will return to the positive and constructive momentarily, Mr. Speaker. But the bill also stands as an indictment of not just this federal government, Mr. Speaker, as a wayward and destructive and or delusional government, but as an indictment of successive federal governments, liberal and conservative alike, that have lost touch with the real circumstances of the vast majority of Canadians and the real concerns and anxieties of just about every Canadian, particularly in urban Canada. These are governments, Mr. Speaker, that have governed as though urban economies, environments, and communities do not exist, much less have their own peculiarities and needs and present their own great opportunities as well. And we just heard a classic example of that from the member from Edmonton Centre. Canada needs a federal government, Mr. Speaker, that understands that a national agenda must also be an urban agenda. A federal government that understands that in the 21st century, nation building is also city building. Successive federal governments, Mr. Speaker, have done nothing to respond not only to our own urbanization, but to the fact that our own urbanization is part of a global trend. The world, Mr. Speaker, is connected through cities, and our Canadian cities are either fully global cities or rapidly globalizing cities. The implications of this are obvious. Economically, they are the conditions that this bill seeks to address. The mapping of this global urban transformation tells a story of growing economic exclusion and precarity, the emergence of a large population that has difficulty earning a living in urban labor markets defined by, or increasingly defined by, high-end economic activity is a hallmark of the global and globalizing city. The recent Metcalfe Foundation report about working poverty in the Toronto region put it in the starkest terms. In their terms, Toronto and Vancouver, Canada's two richest and most global cities, are becoming, quote, giant modern-day Downton Abbeys, where a well-to-do knowledge class relies on a large cadre of working poor who pour their coffee, serve their food, clean their offices, and relay their messages from one office to another, end quote. In only one of Canada's largest cities, Quebec City, did the percentage of working poor decline, and then just marginally. In the Toronto region, the report concludes working poverty grew by 11% between 2006 and 2012. That is significantly short of the 39% growth in Toronto's population of working poor for the first 5 years of the new millennium under the Liberal federal government. But, Mr. Speaker, it is particularly worrying that the number of working poor is growing at all in the context of a shrinking number of those actually working. That is, in the context of Toronto's falling employment rate. A study done in 2013 by the United Way and McMaster supports the findings of the Metcalfe Foundation and the basis of this bill. It showed that in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, about half of all workers cannot find full-time employment with benefits and job security. 20% are in extremely precarious employment, temporary variable hours and no benefits. 9% are in permanent part-time work, and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. The report also shows that people who work in precarious employment earn 46% less than those in secure employment, that they rarely receive employment benefits beyond a basic wage, that they are more likely to be new immigrants, often don't know their work schedule a week in advance, have limited career prospects and less job satisfaction, and often have to hold more than one job at a time. And it is into this context, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Davenport offers this private member's bill. It proposes to establish a task force that would consult municipal, provincial, and territorial representatives, as well as labor and industry groups and other relevant stakeholders, to develop a national strategy that will identify policy and legislative changes needed to address the issues facing Canadians in precarious employment, including but not limited to fixing employment insurance for all workers, Mr. Speaker, because all successive federal governments have done is tighten the screws on people who lose their jobs and pilfer the EI fund to the tune of nearly $60 billion, money that had been set aside by workers to provide income for workers when they lost their jobs. From a high watermark, Mr. Speaker, of 80% eligibility in the 1980s, eligibility for EI has fallen steadily down to about half of that on the national level. In Toronto, it's about half of that again. Only about 20% of the unemployed in Toronto are actually eligible for EI benefits. It's about ensuring a livable pension for all. We have, Mr. Speaker, a public pension system in Canada that was designed around and meant to complement a private pension system in the form of a labor relations regime that would allow workers to negotiate deferred wages in the form of defined benefit pension plans and benefits. That labor relations regime has been attacked by successive federal governments, and it has not kept abreast of changes to the nature of work. And so we are the only country in the OECD with the number of seniors living in poverty actually on the rise. Since 1995, the percentage has tripled. Clearly, the next federal government will need to restore the old age security eligibility to age 65 and ensure that the Canada and Quebec pension plans are more provident to ensure that seniors, Mr. Speaker, can retire in dignity and retire out of poverty. It's about addressing the lack of workplace benefits as well. As with pensions, that which is not covered by our public health care system was to be dealt with at the bargaining table under our labor relations regime. As with pensions, workers are increasingly without, and all Canadians are increasingly paying out of their pocket for health care, if they have money in their pocket to do so, Mr. Speaker. It's about strengthening labor standards to prevent the exploitation of workers and unpaid interns. Now, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Rivière-des-Îles has a private member's bill dealing with the issue of unpaid internships. So let me highlight the issue of job quality and worker protection. Canada ranks 26th out of 28 countries on the OECD's Index of Employment Protection. Canada ranks last amongst OECD nations in having the highest proportion of men identified as low-wage workers. Qualitatively, these kinds of assessments are confirmed domestically by CIBC's Employment Quality Index. That index has fallen 15% since the 1990s, 10% over the last decade. The 2013 study of labor markets in the East End of Toronto, entitled Shadow Economies, Economic Survival Strategies of Toronto Immigrant Communities, showed that just shy of half the respondents were paid less than minimum wage. The report went on to detail all sorts of other employment standards breaches, Mr. Speaker. At a minimum, Mr. Speaker, it is time for the federal government to reinstitute a minimum wage and set it higher and show leadership on this issue. My party's pledge, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is to reestablish a federal minimum wage at $15 an hour. There are, of course, other things outside the ambit of this bill that need to be done to make life more affordable for workers. Indeed, to even give them the opportunity to participate in the workforce. Most obvious amongst these is accessible, affordable childcare. A recent City of Toronto report lays out the problem in my city very clearly. The cost of licensed childcare for a single infant exceeds $20,000 per year, but there are only 65,000 spots in licensed daycares in a city with a child population of nearly 6 times that. And there are only 25,000 subsidized spots in a city with almost 90,000 kids living below the poverty line. This is why, Mr. Speaker, the NDP's commitment to create nearly 1 million childcare spaces at up to $15 a day is a critical part of the context to this bill and this discussion. Mr. Speaker, the world has changed dramatically over the last few decades, and Canada has changed along with it. The Liberal and Conservative parties haven't. They have failed to recognize the importance of cities and urban economies to the fortunes of this country, but it is clear to us in the official opposition that the goals we set for ourselves as a country and as Canadians will not be realized until we understand and respond to both the possibilities and vulnerabilities of our cities in this new context. I believe there's nothing inevitable about how we respond to this context. We have choices to make, and on this side of the House, we choose to respond with an urban agenda that builds thriving urban economies with a prosperity shared more equally. We choose to put forward bills like the one before us today, and we choose to support them and make life more economically secure for Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, Bill C-542 asks this House to do what has already been done. But what I guess is most surprising about this bill is that it does not take into consideration or even mention any of the actions our government has already taken to help most vulnerable workers in our society. I refer specifically to the EI program. The bill proposes a number of changes to the EI program.
Let us keep in mind that EI is designed to provide temporary income support for those who are unemployed involuntarily or who are off work because of pregnancy, childbirth, parenting leave, or sickness, or even providing care to a gravely ill family member or to a critically ill child. While the bill before us says we should improve access to EI benefits, it doesn't acknowledge the important steps the government has already taken to improve the fairness, flexibility, and responsiveness in the EI system. It also does not recognise how the system is already designed to respond automatically to changes in economic conditions that affect different regional labour markets.
When the unemployment rate in a region goes up, entrance requirements go down and the length of benefits increases. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada data from 2013 shows that among EI clients who either lost their jobs or quit with just cause, eligibility rates have increased from about 81% to 86%. The bill also suggests that we reduce the waiting period for claimants before they can get EI. Currently, it's 2 weeks, and following the same best practices of other insurance programs is similar to the deductible portion of private insurance plans. The elimination of the waiting period may also not help those most in need of additional benefits. Removing the 2-week waiting period would only result in an additional payment of 2 weeks for claimants who find work quickly and do not use all their EI benefits. Mr. Speaker, the estimated cost for a change like this is in the range of $1 billion. I repeat, $1 billion, or $1 billion on the backs of EI premium payers. The bill also says that the government should lower requirements needed to qualify for EI. Another unnecessary change, and reminds me of the time the opposition proposed a $6 billion 45-day work year that would be paid for by job-killing payroll taxes. The EI system already has variable entrance requirements depending upon regional unemployment rates. Mr. Speaker, when a region's unemployment rate rises, the entrance requirement is reduced and the duration of benefits increases. Therefore, the amount of assistance provided increases and support adjusts to the changing needs of regions and communities. In the absence of any details in the bill, I'm curious as to what might be considered an acceptable number of work hours needed to qualify for benefits. Currently, the minimum threshold for eligibility is 420 hours. It is higher in areas with lower unemployment rates. If we were to consider using a standard rate of 420 hours for regular benefits across the whole country, it would cost the program an additional $600 million annually. Or, what if we lowered the 420 hours to 360 hours, or a 10-week work year, and applied it to all claimants regardless of any regional differences, Mr. Speaker? And this has been suggested by the NDP. Well, in a 2010 Parliamentary Budget Office report, it looked exactly at this question and stated that doing so would cost over $2 billion annually, Mr. Speaker. That's $2 billion out of the hands of hardworking Canadians and employers. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, changes like this need to be founded on sound analysis of the evidence with careful consideration being given to labour market impacts. The bill also says we should improve income security for self-employed people. Thanks to the changes brought in by our government, self-employed individuals can already opt into the system on a voluntary basis and take advantage of a range of special benefits. I was very surprised that the bill did not even mention the working while on claim pilot provided under the EI program. Working while on claim allows EI claimants, including low-income EI claimants, to take on work and earn extra money while keeping some of their EI benefits. The recent budget announced that the pilot will be extended for another year, with early results showing that claimants are working more while on claim. It provides over $50 million and helps claimants, including low-income and marginally employed individuals, stay connected to the workforce so they may return to work sooner. It is benefits like this that remove disincentives to finding work and put money in the hands of those who need it the most, Mr. Speaker, low-income workers, whether they live in rural or urban areas. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that we do not consider the changes this bill proposes in a vacuum. Our government invests billions of dollars in initiatives to help Canadians better equip themselves for the job market. These initiatives are designed to complement existing programs like EI. We are constantly updating these programs as society and our workforce change.
For example, in our latest budget, we announced expanded eligibility for student grants. This reflects the fact that more people are going into fields like the trades, which typically involve a course of study that is vastly different from the one needed for an undergraduate degree. Training is critical for success in the job market, and it's even more critical that employers and educators come together to design training that actually works, Mr. Speaker, in the real world. That is why the latest budget is investing $65 million over 4 years to support partnerships between employers and educational institutions to develop curricula and programs that are aligned with the specific skill needs of our labor market. Mr. Speaker, our government has also introduced the Canada Job Grant, which provides shared funding with private sector employers to train employees, and the Canada Apprenticeship Loan, which provides interest-free loans for apprentices who need to leave their jobs for a time to complete their studies. It is also why our government is making substantial investments in labor market information, Mr. Speaker, including $14 million per year, $14 million for a new job vacancy survey and a new national wage survey to provide timely, accurate information on occupation demand and wages by region. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the list of our initiatives to help urban and rural workers join and stay in the job market goes on and on. The bill before us is vague about what it wants our government to do. In fact, some of its proposals would not improve things at all. This bill could even make matters worse for urban workers and for rural workers too. And I do not think that Canadians want this to be.
I therefore hope that all my colleagues will join me in continuing to improve supports for working Canadians and vote against this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Trinity Spadina regarding infrastructure.
Thank you very much. I rise to discuss a question I first raised not too long ago, January 30th, in which I talked about the wait list in Toronto, 92,000 families, close to 200,000 people, and the fact that this government has recently signed agreements with provinces, but in the case of Ontario, the government of Ontario doesn't provide housing anymore. That was downloaded to municipalities. And so when the minister responded by saying that the provincial minister for housing was happy, yes, they were happy that their agreement was renewed, but the housing providers in Ontario were furious. And they're the ones who received this money. And what they're saying is that the status quo is not good enough. The status quo is sustaining a waiting list in Toronto of close to 1,500 years. This money will only deliver to the City of Toronto, the largest housing provider in the country, the ability to add 60 new units per year for the next 5 years. I remind the House there is a waiting list of 92,000 families looking for affordable housing in Toronto, and this government has put no new money on the table. Now, the other response we've been hearing lately from this government is that they have unveiled $150 billion in a new budget process, and that this process of allowing housing providers to renegotiate their mortgages is suddenly going to provide them with no new mortgage. The reality is they still have a mortgage because they're renewing a mortgage, and this money doesn't actually deliver the capacity to do anything other than the refinance. The refinancing is there so they can reinvest in the state of good repair. But at the end of the day, there's no new money for the subsidies. And what we've heard from the minister is that when they renegotiate, they lose their subsidies. So what this government is doing and claims to be doing is investing in housing, but it's not. It's maintaining the status quo, and the status quo is failing. And when it makes changes, it's a bait and switch. The provisions they put in the budget actually hurt affordable housing providers, which will make the waiting list even longer and push more people onto the wait list because affordability will disappear with the refinance scheme. This is appalling. We have a situation in Toronto which is intolerable, requires a national program to step back up, for a federal government to reinvest in housing, to remandate CMHC, and to make sure that housing providers do three things: build new housing, repair existing housing, and sustain subsidies so that those people living in housing don't lose their affordability. Please, could someone on the government side say that their status quo is not good enough? And please stop telling us it's good enough when it's failing people. And it's not unique to Toronto. I have yet to find a city without a wait list. And I have yet to find a city without a wait list that's growing. So if the renewal of the agreement is meant to solve a problem, why is the problem getting worse? And if the budget provisions are meant to help providers, why is it that they get punished for participating? Why is it that providers actually end up losing money if they take advantage of a government program? And why would this government seek to put seniors and people with disabilities in harm's way under some sort of a claim that refinancing will make you A, mortgage-free when it won't, and don't tell people that when they do it, they lose their subsidies? How is that a housing program that anybody in this country can support?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the member's comments. He is fairly new in this House, and he wasn't here back in 2004 when you and I were elected, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberals were governing. And I guess he doesn't remember the total incompetence of the Liberal Party in handling this and the total lack of investment in infrastructure across the country. So I'm glad to correct the record for him and let him know a little bit about the last 10 years' history, because since 2006, we have nearly doubled the annual funding for provincial, territorial, and municipal infrastructure across the country. And we continue to build on our government's historic infrastructure investments. $75 billion, Mr. Speaker, for public infrastructure over 10 years. This includes the $53 billion New Building Canada plan, the largest and longest federal infrastructure plan in our nation's history. 70% of the new funds available through the plan are directly supporting infrastructure in municipalities across the country. The plan includes the $14 billion New Building Canada Fund, which is supporting projects of importance to provinces, territories, and municipalities. A subset of the New Building Canada Fund is the Small Communities Fund, which is providing $1 billion in funding dedicated solely to supporting communities of fewer than 100,000 residents. Eligible municipalities can use the Small Communities Fund to support a variety of infrastructure projects that support economic growth, a clean environment, and stronger communities. We also have the Federal Gas Tax Fund that goes to municipalities to address their needs. The Federal Gas Tax Fund has been extended, doubled to $2 billion annually, and legislated as a permanent source of federal infrastructure funding for municipalities. It's been indexed at 2% per year, providing an additional $1.8 billion over the next decade. This fund represents certainty to every municipality across Canada, something that they never had under the previous Liberal government. When municipalities requested more flexibility, Mr. Speaker, to prioritize their local infrastructure projects under the Federal Gas Tax Fund, we increased the number of eligible categories and allowed municipalities to pool, bank, and borrow against this funding. More categories and financial flexibility means more opportunities to address a wider range of priorities in municipalities across Canada, again, something that was never available under the previous Liberal government. The New Building Canada plan has been open for business since March 2014, and programs are well underway. We are working with provinces and territories collaboratively to identify projects, and we are processing proposals as quickly as they come in. In fact, more than $6 billion, Mr. Speaker, in total project costs have already been announced, and we look forward to announcing many more projects in 2015. Late last year, our Prime Minister announced another $5.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, to address national infrastructure priorities that will have long-lasting benefits, including job creation. There's also significant funding from existing federal infrastructure programs, which continues to support public infrastructure in municipalities across Canada. And here's some examples of the work we've been doing with municipalities, investments we've made to meet their community needs. There's so many here, Mr. Speaker. Northern Vancouver, we've made investments of $12 million, 12 on Highway 1 and Mountain Highway interchange. In Toronto, Mr. Speaker, where the member comes from, the GO Transit Network improvements received $385 million in federal contribution. Still in Toronto, $622 million for the Toronto-York Spadina subway extension, $660 million for the Scarborough subway. Here in Ottawa, $600 million for light rail transit, $83 million in the Mississauga bus rapid transit. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, and all these things, of course, were never available under the former federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
I don't know what it is, Mr. Speaker, about the House, but when you ask a question about housing, you never get a response on housing. The question I asked was bloody specific. This government has not increased by one penny money available to housing providers to house people in housing wait lists. The program they've put in place in this year's budget that is supposed to help housing providers refinance actually punishes them by removing the subsidy that they use to support seniors and people with disabilities on low income housed in those very same complexes. And so the question is very specific, and I'd love a specific answer instead of talking about how the gas tax, Prime Minister Paul Martin's idea, not a Conservative government's idea, by the way, but I'd love to hear an answer about this. Why, when you renew your mortgage under this new budget program, do you lose your subsidies? Why? Why does that happen? And how does that help people who need those subsidies to afford the housing they live in?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member doesn't want to listen to the horrible things that happened under his government and the good things that have been happening under our government. Like I said earlier, 10 years our government will invest more than $75 billion in infrastructure to deliver results and partner with the provinces and territories when they set forward their priorities. It includes $53 billion in new Building Canada plan, the largest and longest federal infrastructure plan in Canadian history. The plan offers a flexible approach to infrastructure financing and working with and allowing municipalities to address their specific infrastructure priorities. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's the municipalities that bring these issues forward and we partner with them. And again, the federal gas tax fund alone makes close to $2 billion in predictable infrastructure funding available to municipalities each and every year. In addition, the Small Communities Funds provide $1 billion for projects in municipalities with fewer than 100,000 residents, allowing smaller communities to build projects that deliver on local needs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North regarding national defence.
Mr. Speaker, MSK injuries, that is to say musculoskeletal injuries, are increasingly becoming a major problem and health concern here in Canada, particularly among our military population. MSK is by far the biggest health problem facing members of Canada's armed forces, including many from my riding of Thunder Bay Superior North. MSK injuries are a very serious health issue that are often both misunderstood and underestimated in their severity. MSK is a broad term used to describe injuries and chronic problems with the musculoskeletal system. It is currently the second greatest cause of disability in the entire world, according to a newly released study on the global burden of disease. MSK injuries are increasingly common. They are costly, and, Mr. Speaker, they are a significant cause of long-term sick leave and work loss across Canada. The Canada Chiropractic Association has said it should be at the forefront of all government health discussion and policy, and yet this Conservative government has given it no attention in any of its many years in power. MSK injuries cause long-lasting and chronic health problems, as well as impacting the ability of Canadians to do their jobs. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces are suffering from MSK injuries at an alarming rate. MSK conditions are associated with 54% of all medical releases from the Canadian Forces and half of all veterans' health claims. They're the /1 reason why a Canadian Armed Forces member is unable to redeploy. Currently, the Canadian Armed Forces spends $60 million a year on dealing with MSK injuries, and they're not even doing an adequate job. These soldiers are protecting we Canadians, and it's time we started protecting them. MSK injuries are a burden on the well-being of civilians and veterans alike. They are, by a large margin, the biggest health problem facing the armed forces, and they are a burden on both the taxpayers and the Canadian economy. The status quo isn't good enough for a problem of this magnitude. We need to develop a nationwide strategy for actually dealing with MSK injuries. The burden of those injuries have increased by 45% over the last 20 years and are going to continue to do so unless we take action. The Canadian Chiropractic Association has recommended implementing a strategy for MSK injuries that addresses the entire continuum of health, including preventative strategies, assessment, diagnosis, and appropriate management of MSK conditions. Canadians need a robust MSK strategy. Our military needs that has healthcare providers, patients, and government working together to support Canadians, including the military, with MSK injuries from all backgrounds so they can continue to be independent, contributing members of society. And, Mr. Speaker, chiropractic care should be supported not only in Thunder Bay, Superior North, but right across Canada by both the federal and provincial governments. Implementing this strategy makes economic sense and political sense. Every dollar spent on relieving MSK will not only ease the lives of Canadians, but will also allow the military to make better use of its resources and make Canada more productive in the long run. It is more of a long-term investment than a short-term cost. Last statement, Mr. Speaker. When will the Conservatives begin giving this problem the attention it deserves, and when will the members of the armed forces actually see action on MSK strategies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank my colleague for bringing the issue of musculoskeletal problems here to the House. As he knows, my background as a chiropractor. I've treated people with musculoskeletal problems through my whole career, and I'm actually in agreement with him. I think that we should have better benefits for chiropractic care. It is mostly a provincial jurisdiction, and I agree we should be seeing more and more provinces and territories put funds aside for people who have musculoskeletal problems. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, too, a full package of benefits and services already exists for veterans, what he was talking about a little bit earlier with musculoskeletal problems. And as the Minister of Veterans Affairs mentioned in his response to this question, when an armed forces member medically releases, a system of medical and vocational rehabilitation services are in place, which can be tailored to a veteran's individual needs. At the time of release, Veterans Affairs and National Defence shares responsibility for the care, the treatment, and reestablishment of veterans into civilian life. This is also shared with provincial and territorial governments. The goal is continual care at the same high level that the member and his or her family have come to expect. Officials with both Veterans Affairs and National Defence work side by side at integrated personnel support centres located on or near bases or wings. They assess what's required to help veterans improve or maintain their health or medical conditions. The veteran can also take advantage of something called treatment benefits, which consists of a full range of services such as medical, surgical, or dental examinations or treatment provided by health professionals such as chiropractors. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, as a chiropractor, I know chiropractic care can be essential for veterans in their treatment and their recovery. They can also get surgical or prosthetic devices or aids and their maintenance, home adaptations to accommodate the use of devices or aids, preventative health care, and prescription drugs. Veterans may also be eligible to receive supplementary benefits such as cost of travel to receive treatment. These treatment benefits and services are delivered by registered healthcare providers in the veterans community, and the costs are covered by the department. When veterans choose a registered practitioner, this provider can even submit invoices directly so veterans don't incur out-of-pocket expenses. The department works closely with other federal and provincial authorities to locate and facilitate access to resources to meet each individual veteran's needs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite will be happy to know that there are 35 exceptional registered chiropractors in the Thunder Bay area. And I'm quite confident this large network of practitioners means veterans in the area are being well served in having their MSK injuries professionally and efficiently treated. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, MSK injuries are a growing problem in Canada. Not only is it detrimental to the health of those affected, but it also affects their ability to work, which is bad for all of us Canadian taxpayers. It's both unfair and expensive. This government needs to realize that the status quo has not been sufficient, and we can't just pass the buck to the provinces here. We need a nationwide strategy to actually help MSK injuries in both Canada's civilian and military populations in every riding, from Thunder Bay to Thunder Bay Superior North to coast to coast to coast, all provinces and all territories. When is this government going to see the light and treat our veterans and our service members with the respect and the health care that they deserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veteran Affairs and our government has been working hard to ensure the needs of veterans are being met, and we are always working to improve benefits for our veterans. Over the last few months, for example, we have announced many improvements, such as broadening the eligibility criteria for permanent impairment allowance, enhanced benefits for injured part-time reserve force veterans, introduced the retirement income security benefit, announced a new family caregiver relief benefit, and we will be hiring more case managers and disability benefits staff. Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering benefits for veterans and their families, and I'm hopeful that the opposition supports these benefits and our budgets moving forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands regarding justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to pursue a question, ironically, on a bill that has now passed the House, but is still before the Senate. So I think it's relevant to take up the issues relating to Bill C-51. It's ironic to revisit this question because, well, let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, what transpired on February 6th in question period. I asked the Honourable Minister for Justice two aspects of Bill C-51, and one aspect related to the use of the word lawful to qualify protest in describing those exclusions from activities that might be seen to threaten the security of Canada. The second dealt with the new powers given to CSIS agents. I use the word ironic in referring to the first part, Mr. Speaker, and it will become evident when I repeat that my question on February 6th to the Minister of Justice relating to the use of the word lawful was this. I asked, will the Minister of Justice amend the Act to ensure that nonviolent civil disobedience is precluded from the ambit of the Act? And to that part of my question, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice responded by saying, protections against lawful protest are already covered by the Act. This will not pose a threat to individuals who engage in lawful assembly. Of course, Mr. Speaker, my question was very specifically to the question of nonviolent civil disobedience and to the question of protest that was by definition not lawful. Now, time has passed, and we are all aware that in clause by clause, it was the Conservative members of the committee themselves who, anticipating that this simply was an untenable piece of legislation and the language used in this section would not work, actually made the change I was requesting. So for a rare instance in this place, I can say that although the Minister for Justice on February 6th denied there was any problem with the word lawful, in the end that word was removed to ensure, or at least to increase the likelihood that people engaged in nonviolent civil disobedience would not be caught up in the ambit of the Act. The second point, then, Mr. Speaker, remains quite relevant. The second question I asked the Minister of Justice, and I was cut off by the end of the question, was I was asking him to explain to the House the purpose of Part 4, Clause 42 of the measures that, quote, to reduce the threat to the security of Canada, CSIS shall not, quote, violate the sexual integrity of an individual, unquote. And I was trying to ask him why would such a section be included. His response was to say that the mandate of CSIS is not extending beyond its lawful authority and, of course, subject to judicial oversight. So let me pause for a moment on the Minister of Justice's claim that C-51 includes judicial oversight. It clearly does not. Many witnesses testified to this extent and to this point. Judges are involved in the section that I related to the Minister. Clearly, a judge is involved. A judge is allowed to grant a warrant to a CSIS agent to break domestic law or to violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But that is not judicial oversight. These would be secret hearings in which only government is represented. There will be no special advocates to ensure the public interest is protected. Moreover, there's no opportunity for the judge to ensure that the warrant that he or she has issued is executed properly or appropriately. And there's no ongoing oversight of any kind over CSIS activities now that they have been empowered by this House, but not yet by the Senate, to engage in disruption activities. Nor is there any oversight over security operations, in particular between the RCMP and CSIS and CSEC and Canadian Border Services. This is where the risk lies, Mr. Speaker, that these different security agencies will operate without knowledge of what each other are doing, thereby making us less safe.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak tonight and kind of address some of the misinformation that's still being spread about this bill. And there was a lot of unusual stuff in that question from the member from Sanish Gulf Islands. Mr. Speaker, it's the international jihadist movement which has declared war on Canada. Canadians are being targeted by jihadi terrorists simply because these terrorists hate our society and the values our society represents. Jihadi terrorism is not a human right, it's an act of war. And that's why our government has put forward measures that protect Canadians against jihadi terrorists who seek to destroy the very principles, Mr. Speaker, that make Canada the best country in the world to live. That is also why Canada is not sitting on the sidelines, as some would have us do, and is instead joining our allies in supporting the international coalition in the fight against ISIL. The concept
of a threat to Canada's security is clearly established in the CSIS Act. This definition exists since the passage of the original bill, the Anti-Terrorism Act, and in the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 changes absolutely nothing in that definition.
Act, Mr. Speaker, threats to the security of Canada comprise terrorism, espionage, sabotage, and foreign influenced activities. They also include, Mr. Speaker, violent or unlawful covert acts to overthrow our constitutional system of government. And to further clarify misinformation being spread by the opposition continually, I want to remind members that CSIS is not permitted by law to investigate lawful advocacy, protest, and dissent. Under its new mandate, it would not be able to disrupt these activities either. The
fundamental fact is that it is our police forces that work to protect our rights and freedoms, and that it is jihadist terrorists who threaten our security and who wish to take away our rights.
Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would take this opportunity to ask the member from Sanish Gulf Islands to do the right thing. Several days ago, that member made ridiculous comments about admitted terrorist Omar Ahmed Khader. He pleaded guilty to heinous crimes, including the murder of American Army medic Sergeant Christopher Speer. And our Conservative government has vigorously defended against any attempt to lessen his punishment for these admitted crimes. While the Liberal leader refused to rule out special consideration for this convicted terrorist and the NDP actively tries to force Canadian taxpayers to compensate him, we believe victims of crime, not the perpetrators, are the ones who deserve compensation. That's why the member opposite must apologize to Tabitha Speer, who was left without a husband, and Tanner and Taryn Speer, who are left without a father at the hands of this cold-blooded terrorist, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, the honourable member has created the impression that the issues I raised about C-51 are taken in ignorance or denial of the risk of jihadi terrorists. Quite the contrary. My point, had he been listening, was that by creating disruption activities by CSIS agents without proper oversight and with no requirement for pinnacle control between CSIS and the RCMP, we are, in fact, leaving ourselves more vulnerable to such terrorist attacks. The advice from John Major, former Supreme Court judge who oversaw the Air India inquiry, was very clear to the Public Safety Committee that without a very clear, he advocated a national security advisor to operate in pinnacle control. But witness after witness urged that we have some way to ensure that CSIS agents and RCMP officers connect with each other, know what each other is doing, and someone provides oversight. That's what's missing in this act. That's what makes it more dangerous.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the opposition member to read what is found in the Anti-Terrorist Act 2015. I find that reading the bill is the best way to find the answers to these questions.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I will repeat. CSIS is forbidden from investigating or disrupting lawful advocacy, protest, and dissent. This bill also places firm limits on what CSIS can do to disrupt threats. The Canadiens
expect that their security and intelligence agencies will have the tools that they need, not only to collect information, but also to prevent threats that could harm Canadians and Canadian interests. They also expect that their politicians do not glorify the terrorists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Changes policy at Park and Rides. That's tonight on CBC News Ottawa at 11.
Dr. Prasad nods.
Units of a timepiece, sir? Yes, George, one that's been modified. He seems to have been working on some sort of time release mechanism. So do you think he's really succeeded in